Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration Training. In this comprehensive course, you'll master the complex world of SAP S/4HANA System Administration, enabling you to optimize performance, ensure security, and streamline operations. We'll delve into the intricacies of system landscapes, exploring the configuration of application servers, database instances, and client management. You'll acquire expertise in monitoring system health, analyzing performance bottlenecks, and implementing proactive measures to mitigate potential issues. Furthermore, we'll dive into security best practices, covering user and role management, authorization concepts, and auditing techniques to safeguard your mission-critical data. With ZaranTech's real-world expertise, you'll be equipped to administer SAP S/4HANA systems with confidence, ensuring optimal performance, rock-solid security, and efficient operations. Unlock the full potential of your SAP landscape and drive business success with our comprehensive training. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, SAP S/4HANA Overview. 2, History of SAP. 3, SAP S/4HANA Architecture and Components. 4, SAP S/4HANA Evolution. 5, SAP S/4HANA Introduction. 6, Understanding Linux Operating System Requirements. Let's dive in.
So now we're going to start with this S/4HANA administration. So the first module is SAP S/4HANA Overview. Okay. So yeah, disclaimer, this presentation, is credits given to the sources. So most of the content has been taken from the standard help.sap.com or, the standard certification books, etc. So, but the respective credits has been given. The content, please ensure that you don't share to anybody. So have it with you. It's a disclaimer which we are telling, which we are giving. Hope all of you have heard of these terms, right? So R1, R2, R3. I think R3 you would have heard, right? Have you heard of this R3? SAP R3. So what happened is here, see, you need to understand this whole thing. Just in a nutshell, I don't get into too much of this theory. Just I would like to describe the evolution. What happened in 1972? There are Dietmar Hopp and there are 5 to 4 guys who has developed a product for IBM. Okay, they are the ex-IBMers. Okay, they were working in IBM. They were asked to develop a financial solution for some certain customer or certain projects. So what these guys did is they developed a product. Okay, so the ERP product or whatever is the financial solution. They did not call it as an ERP at that time. So they call it as a real-time solution or real-time financial calculation or a financial solution. So they developed it, but IBM has discontinued this project, stating that, hey, the client doesn't want your worker. It's fine. That project has got. But these guys have seen a potential to that product. What they did is they asked IBM, hey, can we take this project and let's do an agreement? And they say, IBM told, okay, go ahead, take it. So I don't want this product. I mean, whatever you guys want to do it. So what these guys did in 1973, they came up with the R1. So can someone explain me what is this R1, R2, and R3? So single tier means it's very simple. So it's a real time in the sense what they're see earlier people were using this. See, you just connect to this ERP as a shopkeeper. Okay, you are a shopkeeper. Earlier, in our childhood days, we used to have a Kirana store in our home. So that guy used to, have a book, very big book, and he will keep the dues and so Mehul has to give 10 rupees and today he purchased and every month our parents used to go and clear those bills, right? So earlier all this accounting ERP is simple a financial system, so where they were maintaining in the books, but these guys have come up with a solution. Hey, we can put all of that data in a system like in Excel or whatever it is in a system, and whenever you want to see in book you have to turn the pages, right? Go to the left page, right page, and you have to calculate manually or with a calculator. So what we're going to do is we came up with a small software or an app or whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. So in this, you keep entering the data, but it will show you that, hey, so-and-so Mehuli owns this, Prajakta owns this, and it will give you a record, okay, real time. That is called the real time. But these guys, they just started simply. So presentation layer, and then the application layer, database layer. Okay, we all connect to this. What are these three layers? So just they all three of them are in the one system because they just started it. Then they realize that, oh, this is causing a load because the all three of them are in one, and then presentation layer we can take it out. So or else the system performance is so slow. I mean, everything is there, and if the system goes down, everything is going down. So what they did is, here in 1979 they came up with R2. So what they did is, you see in this diagram, simple presentation layer they kept outside. Presentation is nothing but our projector. It is just our mobile screen or end users basically, the way we interact. So once you put a request, it goes to an application server and then it goes to the database. So these two, they put it in the together again. So then later they realized in 1992, let's go with R3. So we will separate this thing. So all three layers, so presentation, application, and database, all three of them they segregated. Okay. So 1992, it was a huge revolution. You know, this 90s, right? I don't know if you were born. I was a very small kid at that time. So, but 90s was the time where there is a digital revolution. Like we started, like it started in COVID, right? So that was a digital revolution period, 1990s, especially. Even that was the time where Microsoft also reached peak, IBM also at its peak. So digital revolution time. So at the right time, right product, they came into the market. So when there is a digital revolution, everybody started tracking these invoices and all these things. They needed a system to track that records or the financial transactions. That is where SAP had banged the entire market. So they've got huge revenues. Their market capital has increased by 1 lakh times, or whatever they were doing, this R1 and R2, 1 lakh times, 2 lakh times it has increased. R3 was a huge success for them. Okay, and then okay, they're good. I mean, R3 was doing better. So what they did in 2004 is, see, you see 1992, they have enjoyed the success of this thing. How many years? 12 years. Can you see this? SAP has literally captured the market in the entire ERP thing. I mean, enterprise resource planning or whatever it is, financial transaction. So what they did in 2004 is they came up with a small concept called SAP Business One. So Business One is, I mean, they have acquired some other financial solution and they named it. It's not their own product, guys. Okay, so it's another financial. I don't know who developed it and stuff. What they did is, for small scale industries, they have given this Business One. Business One is a very small, like kirana store kind of people. Small scale industries can use this kind of SAP Business One. Okay, so and then in 2005, okay, that's when, and at the same year they have also introduced this SAP ERP and NetWeaver, but actual implementation has happened in 2005, which is SAP ERP EHP7 or NetWeaver. Okay, you know this NetWeaver platform, right? So this is again a huge hit for SAP in 2005. SAP on a NetWeaver platform, ERP has come, and it has again taken the market into next level. So yeah, this business all in one, it's a mid-scale industries they come up. Let's keep it aside so that we keep our flow, top products. So 2009. So this is again enhancement of 2005. So SAP, and they came up with a term called SAP Business Suite 7. So this is which is being widely used in the market, right? Even now in the market, 2009 to 2022, how many years? 11 years, 12 years. So this is the one of the widely used ERP product in the entire market. I mean, okay. So what is this business suite? So this terminology is very important. So then I will, when I come to the SAP S4 HANA, when I was explaining how these terminologies have gone to this also, I will explain. So SAP Business Suite 7, what SAP thought is, okay, I have this financial system, right? ERP. That's okay. It's doing very good. So, but as I said, if you are a Kirana store guy, you need client relations also, right? I mean, and you need supply chain also. I mean, when are your products are coming? I mean, once your Kirana, so atta is over, when is your atta is going to come? Or oil is over, when is your oil is going to supply? So that is there. And then you have a product life cycle management. I mean, what is my life cycle of my system? When I have to upgrade? What all things I have to do? And then supply relation management. So these are all like different because your business doesn't end with ERP just by tracking those invoices and stuff. You also need to understand what is my material management, what is my inventory, right? What is it in my store? And you just always connect to ERP system as a kirana store. You will understand a better way. Okay, this whole functional concept you will understand nothing basically. It's very simple. All functional. It is like a Kirana store. So ERP is your invoicing or money transactions system, and you just simply. I'm just oversimplifying it. Don't take too much into that. So this client, how you are handling this client relations, and who are your regular customers, who are your frequent customer, who has to pay, and who is taking so much of borrowing, and that part you will take care of from the CRM. And SCM is nothing but your supply chain. I mean, oil when it is going to over. So SAP has come up with a suite. Okay, that is a suite is nothing but a combination of systems. They come up with a package and they call it as a SAP Business Suite 7 and NetWeaver. Okay, it's a hit. And then, sorry, 2011. So till then, tell me, 2009 until then, what were the databases SAP is using? See, you can very clearly see that until 1992, because this is also a very important thing before we get into the SAP S/4HANA to understand the history and how it has. 2005, right? 1992 R3, 1992 R3, and then from 2005, let's say 2005 onwards, almost SAP has come up with this NetWeaver. 2005 to 2009, what were the databases SAP was using? Yeah, even now they are using different databases. What were the databases they are into? So these are the 5 or 6 databases which were being heavily used by the uh, SAP. Oracle was the one of the top leading database at the time. Oracle was very good. I mean, even now it is good, but yes, they had this conflicts of interest with SAP and Oracle. So SAP had to ditch or had to put a competition to and get rid of the Oracle. Okay, it's very important because the reason is what happened is, as I told you, from this 1992, SAP had hit a huge success. Huge success. I told you their share value has gone by 1 lakh times. I mean, if you put 100 now and add 1 lakh means you just put 100 rupees will go to 7 zeros. So that much was the SAP's potential in those times, in the 10-15 years. It has gone crazy because everybody implemented. So even now, you know this, right? SAP boasts always in the market, right? 95% of world transactions, right? For example, you are purchasing from Amazon, you are purchasing something anywhere. 95% of world financial transactions, including banking, whatever it is, okay, touches SAP systems in its process, here or there. You know that, right? Have you heard of this thing? Do you know this at least? You take anything world, any transaction, it's a fact, it's a data. It has given in the last year news also. SAP also has published 95% of world transactions will touch an SAP system one or the other way. Okay, financial transactions. So that's the potential of SAP. Yes, they do have the competitors and they have evolved, but that is even now that is the position of SAP in the financial world or enterprise resource software product. Okay, let's keep that way. So now what happened here is 1992 to in 2009, this Oracle also started their ERP solution. Can anybody name that ERP solution? Have you heard of Oracle's ERP solution?
Oracle app.
Microsoft accept.
Sorry.
Microsoft accept Oracle ERP. These are
Yeah. So PeopleSoft was the software which initially they came up Oracle. Okay. So Oracle also started their PeopleSoft software, and then because it's a straight competition to the SAP's ERP solution, and then SAP, Oracle was giving the database to SAP, and most of these companies who are using SAP using Oracle database, and it's a threat to the SAP, right? Because they are also developing their parallel ERP, PeopleSoft, and then database is also Oracle, and then they can ask the SAP customers, hey, you can migrate to my ERP PeopleSoft and then use my database. Anyway, you are using our database in SAP, right? It's a big threat to SAP. Okay, it's a big, huge threat. So it means entire business can be taken over by the Oracle. So what happened is Oracle, and apart from that, because it's very important, guys. I mean, don't think that I'm giving too much of theory. I will connect these dots, when I'm explaining why SAP had a straight line, and Fiori also important. You need to understand. So until this now, do you know this ERP Java? You worked on Java, right? Have you worked on Java?
Yes.
Exactly. So Until then, I mean, service marketplace, those who have worked 10 years back or 5 years back. So SAP service marketplace was developed on which language? Java, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. Now, if you go to the service marketplace, how it looks? It's different, right? It is not same as what it used to be 5 years back or 10 years back.
Yes.
Do you agree? Right?
Yeah.
So, what was the difference? The difference is SAP was using Java as for their web applications. For example, service marketplace or portal, portal and enterprise portal UIs, user interfaces. So for many things, Java is being used. So what Oracle did, Oracle purchased Java, right? So then that is a pinch to SAP, and Oracle purchased Java, and then they started charging SAP heavily. Okay, number one, for database using Oracle, and Oracle started charging heavily, and then they started charging for Java also because it's a license. Java is purchased by the Oracle, so it's a huge threat for the SAP. Number one, they are also coming up with the PeopleSoft, and then their database is being used. Oracle's database is being used, and then now Oracle started acquiring these companies also, the software companies or whatever the small companies, whatever the tools being used by the SAP, right? They started acquiring. It's a bad practice of business. Okay. So Oracle started threatening SAP at this time, 2009. So SAP felt that no, we cannot continue this way because we are going to be acquired or completely taken over by the Oracle, and we have to put a check. So for that, what is their main thing? First, they want to get rid of database, right? So then there was a big rivalry from 2009 to 2015 or 16 also. I will tell you when we have a break time next time who won this battle, Oracle or SAP. But for now, you understand that. So because of that reason, SAP had to come up with, SAP was not had to come, it was forced to come up with the HANA database. Okay. At this phase, they have acquired Sybase. Okay. Because they need to have a database. So now with the help of Sybase concepts and already existing concepts, and they have put into HANA. So those who worked on this Sybase, so you will feel that HANA also looks more or less similar to that, because many of you or many of us did not work on Sybase. So that's why we feel like, oh, HANA is new and HANA is not. No, HANA is a package of, it's definitely a different database than Sybase, but most of the concepts from Sybase has been incorporated into the HANA. I mean, it's already a proven database, Sybase. For financial things, they were using it in the 1990s also. So SAP has acquired Sybase, and on top of it, they have developed this SAP HANA. So that is when SAP introduced this 2011. Okay. So now in 2015, the first version of SAP S for HANA, okay, is been released. So which is SAP S for HANA 1511. Okay. So I will tell you. So now tell me, what is this SAP S for HANA? So SAP HANA, I will tell you what it is. I mean, it's a database or a platform or a service or whatever it is. So for now, you just treat it as a database, but it is much more capable than a database. Okay. Now, SAP has released this SAP S for HANA. Now tell me, what is the meaning of this thing? What is the S stand for? What is 4 stand for? And what is the HANA? Can you tell me the full form of this S for HANA? Can somebody? Can Google it? Do you know? Yes, am I audible? Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's nothing, guys. So that's why I stress this word business suite. SAP Business Suite 7. I stressed it, right? It's a combination of all these things, and they relieve it. So it's nothing. It's a simplified suite for HANA. Simplified suite. So instead of business suite, they have added the word simplified suite for HANA. So and then why the word for? See, R1, R2, R3, then it's a 4th generation. So they did not name any generation for this thing, but they just put a 4th generation because their R3 was so successful. So they wanted as for HANA also to be successful. So they just put a 4th generation simplified suite for HANA. So HANA is nothing but high performance analytics. So if you Google, I mean, you will get the definition. High performance analytics. HANA means H for high, analytics. ANA means analytics. Okay. So this is that's how the term word has come. SAP It's a different from ERP or this business suite. It's a definitely a lot different. I will explain you how it is different. Okay. So now, where we are? Yes. 2015. And what is the current version of SAP S/4HANA we have? Current version, does anybody knows? So SAP S/4HANA 15.11. I will tell you when the slide comes. Okay. So any questions on the evaluation of this thing S/4HANA? Is it clear? Understanding how SAP has moved from this R1 to SAP S/4HANA? Clear, right, guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So now we'll go to the architecture and components. Okay, perfect then. So what I will do is I will put the theory also in the this thing right side so that we, I mean, why I put this theory also here is some of the things. I mean, because Mehul or somebody Mehul asked me when my this thing to make it ensure that prepare for this HANA certification. Okay, so this theory is really helpful for your HANA certification. So since I cannot give you the direct book, okay, but these slides are from the book or with the credits it's been taken, and content also Mehul, it's an exactly from the book. Okay, so it's an exact content. I mean, the new world is SAP S/4HANA. You guys can read it. So whatever the theory is possible, it is explained over there. It's an exact thing. And if you prepare this entire PPTs or with this content, it's more than enough for you to clear the certification. Okay,
Yes.
is that clear?
Yes.
So this I have done for majority of the slide. I mean, most of the content I have been copy pasted because that's the only way. Because as a speaker notes, I have put it so that we don't violate anything as such. Okay, that's how it's been done. Now, and also certain times I will stress on the definitions so that see whether you like it or not. We have to stick to those definitions and we have to use the right terminology when we give the client presentations or some things. But over a period of time, you will get acquainted to it. I will be stressing too much on those definitions because they are helpful for your certification and also they are helpful for you to work on your projects and you pronounce the right thing in the right way so that you don't confuse the others. Okay, so good. So we'll see this particular slide so that even if you see the right hand side, if you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, so as I said right in my previous slide, so we are going to talk now. We start from this particular phase, SAP S/4HANA. Okay, so we are going to talk. So now, and also how this business suite and how it is ERP, this business suite, right? How this and this is different. Right? So my whole focus for today and next 2 to 3 days will be how advanced or how better is this SAP S/4HANA. Okay, uh, that part. I mean, how it is different also from the ERP. That is what I'm going to focus more. Now, tell me. So here, left side, this slide, you can see SAP Business Suite. I mean, what we call it as what we have been working for last 10 years or 15 years. So ERP, SRM, CRM, you see SCM, PLM, and there are a lot more components. PI, BW, and also. Okay, so and then we have this thing called SAP S/4HANA. Okay, so and then SAP BW for HANA because it is also again on the HANA database. Okay, so now see when I call a system, right, S4H system, so we call it as an SAP S/4HANA server. We don't call it as a if you want, but we do call a S4HANA system. It's just S4H. S4HANA is a product name. Okay, so it's just a product name. I mean, like a business suite or whatever it is, what we call it's a product name. But if you have to correctly pronounce SAP S/4HANA system, like you do for SAP ERP, right? It again, it's not an upgradable component. Can you upgrade ERP? What is the upgradable component of ERP? ECC. You heard right? ECC, ERP central component. So this particular, you see my screen. So ECC is the upgradable component. So we call it as an SAP ECC system. But we will confuse it. I mean, we'll say ERP system, ECC system. But actually, if you ask me, you have to call it as an SAP ECC system. Same way, SAP S/4HANA is a simplified suite for HANA. See, the naming itself, that's why I stressed on the naming. It's an SAP business suite. It is an SAP simplified suite for HANA. So what is the exactly component like ECC, equivalent to ECC? You see arrow mark I have put. So which is the SAP S/4HANA server. That is the correct terminology. You know, these certifications, these guys will confuse you in these questions. Why most people will fail is you read the book and you go with this, but still somebody has to stress it out that yes, this is the what is the upgradable component of SAP S/4HANA or a simplified suite for HANA. Then the option A, believe me, they'll give a question like that because it's very important. They'll give SAP ECC, they give option 2 SAP S/4HANA, they give option 3 BW for HANA, and they give SAP S/4HANA server. See, you see this server SRV. So the moment we see the server, we think that okay, this is not a correct option, we will eliminate it. Then we either think ECC or SAP S/4HANA, we just put it S/4HANA. So that's wrong answer. So the upgradable component, you see FI, CY, MMR, SD, whatever is available over here. This is the actual component, and we have to call SAP S/4HANA server, but no one will call like this. But this is helpful only when you go for certification, that to naming convention and stuff. Okay, clear? So this is the comparison between your business suite, what you had or what you've been working, and what is the SAP S/4HANA, and how do you call or how do you name it? I mean, when you have to call it this thing. Okay, that's the difference. Good. So SAP S/4HANA architecture and components. Okay, so this is also, guys, very important. I mean, the rest all slides also, because I will be explaining pictorial way. I will different slides I may show, but the whole crux of what I'm going to discuss is going to be the similar. So we're going to discuss on the SAP S/4HANA on-premise edition. Okay, let me go to the big screen now. This one, let me put over here. Okay, because not many points over here. Everything is over here. Now, tell me here, SAP S/4HANA on-premise edition. So there are three important things. You know, again, I'll simplify it in such a way that, and again, I will connect you to the business. See, every company, what they do is based on their business requirement or their competition, right? How they want to kick in or how they want to get rid of the competition or how they want to sustain themselves. Okay. So now you see here in the first, you see this slide, left side, user interface layer, application layer, database and structures. Okay. So now you see this big slide, the gray area, SAP HANA, which is like tables or whatever it is, you know, database like earlier Oracle and now HANA, and then SAP S/4HANA. So here ABAP or SAP S/4HANA server, if you ask me the correct sentence, here what do you have, like ERP applications, ERP system or SCM system, whatever it is. Here we have an SAP S/4HANA system, and then here Fiori shell, SAP Fiori, which is nothing but a UI layer. So this is the very high level architecture of SAP S/4HANA. Okay, these are the top three things, different things, or the top three things for the SAP S/4HANA. So if you understand these three things, that's it. I mean, that is how SAP S/4HANA this course meant for, and I mean the purpose of this course is solved if you understand these three layers. Okay, so database and structures of the HANA. Anyway, we are going to have so many modules, and Fiori also I will discuss in one module. And this SAP S/4HANA during conversion, I may explain certain topics. I mean, but yes, but yeah, we will have some topics how it is different from ERP also. Now, but first now with this slide, you understand. You tell me one thing. Okay, HANA, we all understood that why SAP has gone to the HANA database. Clear? Why would it have to go? Because it wants to have its own database or it's a dedicated database, and it don't want to rely on the Oracle, and they came up with this thing. So why? I mean, as I told you, I mean, I've already given a hint to you. So why would they have to go to the SAP Fiori? See, okay, you have a problem with only HANA, right? Why you have to come up with this Fiori? You getting my
Because
point?
of because of Java competition.
Exactly. That's why, see, this is what I've been telling you. I'm going to connect the dots so that you don't forget. I mean, the business case and then the actual technicality is fine. I mean, we all will understand. But why, as a business concern, they want to get rid of Java also? It's not only that. There are things SAP has decided. They have learned from their mistakes. Okay. So initially, even now, yeah, SAP. Why SAP is most respectable and every company loves it. First of all, you know, TCS loves SAP, right? IBM loves it. And any company you take, Accenture, nobody will mess with SAP, and everybody do the business with SAP. Even Microsoft, Google, because they on their infrastructure they will put SAP. Why do you think? I'll come to the technicality now. Before we do, why do you think SAP is so successful in terms of establishing these relationships? No company in the world, I think, works with these many vendors. I mean, not vendors, these many companies. The entire world works on an SAP system, right? I told you 95% of the financial transactions runs on an SAP system. So why do these companies never ever compete with directly with SAP on ERP domain? Can somebody tell me? What is it SAP as a business point of view, how they did very good thing for these companies? I'll tell you. So SAP, it's a win-win strategy. They call it in business terms. Win-win in the sense, I win and you win. You see, Microsoft, greedy. Okay, they are so much greedy. So they run this monopoly. Windows means you have to use Windows only, and they imbibe into your organization in such a way that nobody else can survive. But SAP, what they did is win-win. You win and I win, and you make profit and I will make profit. So, sorry, this let me close it. You make profit and I make. See, TCS makes a huge money, right, on the support projects and various things from SAP projects. It's a big project for you. I mean, the number of TCS consultant working on SAP projects is very high. Accenture, same. They have so many consultants working, supporting projects. IBM, same case. Microsoft, on their infrastructure, SAP is running, huge money for them. GCP, same case. AWS, same case. Like this, everyone is making money from SAP. But SAP told them simple thing. You do the support and you do whatever money you want to do. You take it from the client. Don't bother me. But tell the client only to use my license. Simple. Right? The only thing SAP is selling is like a movie, you make it and you put it in Amazon. That's it. I prepared a software, you use it. But yes, so SAP do not want to get into those consulting or supporting things, and everybody is making money. So even now, if SAP gets bankrupt, all these companies will sponsor and they will make SAP to survive. Right? That's how they do. Because imagine the TCS kind of money TCS is making out of it, or Accenture or IBM making, or Microsoft is making of it. It is even more than what SAP is earning in a year. SAP's revenue, if you Google it, it's 30 billion. Okay, Microsoft revenue is 300 billion. BP, British Petroleum, the 300 billion. You check it in Nestle, 500 billion or something revenue. So these companies will all come and beg SAP, "Arey Baba, yours is a 30 billion and I'll pay you 1 billion, 1 billion." All these companies, they will do charity and they will ensure that SAP is survived. Okay, that is the strategy SAP has followed. Now let's come back to our technical aspects. So in 2009, they realized that, there is always a problem. As an architect or an enterprise architect, you have to think this way. There is always a problem. Somebody else can come and do like Oracle dictated, right? Okay, since you are using my database and whatever you have to pay the license fee, you have to pay. They started absorbing so much of amount. Okay, the same is case with the Java. So what Oracle started doing is not only the Java, Oracle started acquiring all small companies. There are some 100 or 200 companies, small scale app developers or design studios or so many things. They started acquiring and they started charging license fees based on the usage. Okay. So what SAP has realized, when you come up with an architecture like this, right? So these are your top layers: UI layer, application layer, and the database layer. You want to come up with some, anyway, SAP as far as this ABAP layer is anyway with SAP, right? It's an ERP, so they can make corrections or adjust it and make the code simplifying or whatever the blah 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 they can do it over here because it's their product. But two layers which are important, user interface is not there for them, database is not there. So that is when they came with the HANA. So as an architect, he has to define a front end thing. And moreover, there are a lot of softwares, Microsoft also has something, and others also have something. They have to come up with something open source. You heard of this term open source? Have you heard of it? So Linux means these are flavors of Unix only. Unix flavors. Unix is the parent, and these are all the childs. Linux, Ubuntu, Fedora, and then Mac, Apple's Mac, right? Mac OS. So that is also a Linux based one. Okay, and then SUSE Linux, Solaris Linux, IBM Linux, and then HP Linux. There are so many flavors. So I mean, don't confuse that SUSE Linux or Solaris. Solaris is also acquired by whom? Solaris Linux. So Sun Solaris also, this is also an important thing. Sun Solaris was the operating system being used by the some of the clients like BP and Nestle also. So again, Sun Solaris were acquired by whom? Oracle. So this is where the problem has started in 2011. That's why SAP asked for HANA, which operating system, we will discuss it. Which operating system it uses? SUSE Linux only. Okay, no other operating system. Red Hat Linux. Have you heard of this? Red Hat
Yes,
Linux. Red Hat Linux acquired by whom? IBM last year. Okay, so all these open sources are nothing but I mean, you can use, I mean, see, they are selling it as Red Hat Linux, SUSE Linux, or Solaris Linux. They are just giving a support, but they cannot license the product. You got it right. So because since it is an open source, what they do is they name themselves IBM AX or HP AX. Okay, it's a Linux thing, but nobody can make money out of that license or anything. It's just that they're charging for the support, right? So you need a dedicated team or a dedicated experts to support you, right? When your system goes there. So that is where these lot of flavors has come, but they are the open source one. So now let's come to our UI layer, user interface. So earlier the whole thing was with the Java. Okay. So but Java was as I told you, it's very sorry. Java is being acquired by this Oracle, and this architect has to come up with something. I don't want to get into any other product or any other company or any other solution which will cause me a problem. So he had to pick a open source one. So he picked this Fiori. Fiori is developed by on what? Nothing. We will go in depth of what they have used and all. It's just an HTML based, which is a open source. You can Google it. Okay. So it's a HTML based UI, what is called UI development. So which was developed by, again by Microsoft. HTML was developed by Microsoft, but still they have kept it as an open source. Okay, they did not charge or anything. And there is a board, in the world, companies, all big companies will sit together and they will define some standards. Like in mobile, you have USB-C, like that, right? I mean USB ports, standardized thing. Even for the softwares also it works. There are certain softwares or the frameworks or the coding models which you cannot which you cannot license. No company can license it. So they have picked this theory, and that is when they started investing too many people, so that it's a one-time investment for them, and then no company can make money out of it, or nobody can trouble me. So that is when SAP has realized it. Oh, let's invest on the theory or HTML, and then they started getting rid of the Java. But still, we do have a lot of Java applications, so they will get rid of them soon. Now you can clearly see the help.sap.com support service marketplace, right? So you see the conversion readiness check and things. So lots and lots of things are already migrated from Java. So now SAP is no longer using the Java in many areas. So from last 2-3 years, they have done a significant improvement in terms of their user interface. Okay, so we will discuss more this UI layer, more details when we talk about the Fiori topic for 2 hours. I will explain you what are the in a nutshell. You can see here yellow part thing, responsive design. SAP Fiori as a user experience background. I told you, get rid of this one. Web based all devices, and moreover, earlier people were using it on only laptops and all. Now Fiori applications can be accessed on mobile or anything, and role based, decisive, predictive, and simulate. I will explain all these things in a very clean and a very nice way when we talk about the Fiori. Okay, and now let's come to the database part. Anyway, we will discuss so deep. I mean, when we HANA, we have so many modules. That part I will come. Now let's discuss simple little bit about this SAP S for HANA ABAP. Okay, how is it different and what things they have done, right? In comparison to the ERP system. So what they did is simplification of applications. So principle of one recommended solution, no aggregates, no indices, higher flexibility and throughput, data footprint reduction. Okay, so two things you have to understand. Okay, this word, see, these are the words, very important. Principle of one, what does it mean by the principle of one? How SAP has reduced this data footprint reduction. Okay, please remember this thing, guys. Two words I will explain. Let me see if I have a slide on that. New by principle of single source of true new database. Okay, no. No. Not this slide, not this slide. Okay. I'm just thinking, which slide I can hit this topic in a better way. Take advantage, no, this talks about the advantage of HANA DB. Let me go back. So this is the evolution of SAP S for HANA. But I think I will explain it in conversion. Yes, yes, yes. I've separated it to the conversion. Don't worry now. Okay. So, but for now, just in a nutshell, I'll tell you what does it mean by the principle of one is in earlier case, right? Let me go here. Yeah, this slide I can explain. Okay. So it's very important, guys. Please try to focus here. So here you see this SAP Business Suite. So what all you have? SAP CRM, SRM, ERP, SCM, PLM, right? Because when you take it as a suite only, it is useful for you. So now, so I'm talking about this middle layer, guys. Okay, SAP S4HANA. So they are replacing this business suite with SAP S4HANA, right? Follow my mouse. So they are replacing that section. Now, you tell me, can you see here? Here, a lot of things are there: SAP PA, SAP SCM, SAP CRM, and SAP BW. Principle of one. What does it mean by the principle of one and data footprint reduction? Both relates to the same one. So what does this mean is, so for example, if you look at the ERP system, right, you have the components. I mean, if you go to the system and then if you see the so many statuses or let me tell you, let me go to this. No, anyway, let's not waste too much time. No, let me explain first, then I go to the system. So ERP has a lot of components, right? SAP Basis or SAP ABA, SAP APPL or whatever, so many things. And CRM also has SAP Basis, right? You agree? SAP Basis or SAP ABA,
Yes.
and then
Yes.
SCM also has some component. And apart from that, they have their own dedicated functionality components. Please try to connect. So,
Yeah.
so but there are few basic components which has to be there. So which means when you take an SAP Business Suite or and within ERP also, there are some 100 to 150 components. Do you agree? Go HA, HR, EA, APPL, blah, blah, blah. So many components, right? So you see this. So let me go to an ERP system. Okay, let me go with my user professor. Maybe APT3CH. Okay, this login. So let's see the system status. Okay, so now if you see the system status, you see here so many products. Can you see basis, ABA, GWF and SAP UI, blah, 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 so many. You see the HR related, how many are there? Okay, so many components. So now what I mean, installed components you can see. But if you look into the S4 HANA, you don't find these many components. Okay, so what you can see is, so let me log into this also. It's an SAP S4 HANA system. So if you look at this system status, okay, so now product version, just look at the system components. You see here, a lot of things have been reduced. You can clearly make it out. Okay, and then they have merged, but because the features also increased over here, but you have to think that even though the number, right, this basis ABA and GWF and the number of components might be there, but the thing is earlier in ERP, the biggest, see, S4 core, this is the main component, so it has got the everything. S4 core is the main component for the SAP S4 HANA. Like ERP, you have ABA or APPL. Okay, now what happened is these guys in ERP, okay, yeah, it's on a Sybase database. See, these components, there is a lot of duplication of coding, guys. Okay, so ABA and Basis has some common coding. So this BW and this has some common coding. So there is a lot of common coding. Okay, so you know, right? In a coding, I don't know if you are a coders. if you have so many number of lines in a code, obviously the compiler takes a lot of time to respond, right? It cannot be a faster one. You understand what I'm trying to say? If you say for loop or while loop, or if you put a shorter code, then it will quickly compile it and will give you the output. So what happened is in ERP, so lots and lots of duplication of coding has happened. So it's a common code between these components to these components too. So SAP has realized that, oh God, so there is no way that I can simply upgrade this system to S/4HANA. Simple. They realized it. Okay. So what they did is they have completely done a recoding of this whole thing. Okay. So that is why they have to, SAP S/4HANA is not just an upgradable version of ERP. It is a separate installation or a separate whole thing, conversion process, and there's a lot of things is there. So what I say, the single source of truth or one element of principle is, let's say your ERP or SRM or a CRM, even though there are other systems also, they have a duplication of work. So in this case, in S/4HANA, some of this CRM functionality, they just put it in S/4HANA. So you just understand within these components and the cross application components, there is a lots and lots of duplication of coding. What they did is, okay, if ERP, if these two components have the same code, so for example, instead of going and referring to the ABPL and BW and two times to read it, I just put it at our center place. And whenever a call comes, you read it in the center place and you can't call it one call. So that's an effective way of coding. So what SAP has done is, wherever there is a duplications or these things, they come up with a single source of truth for the entire system, principle of one, and you put that code wherever there is a common at one place, and rest all only the differential coding you place it like that. So that is how they have done this SAP S/4HANA coding. So data footprint reduction. So when you do that, obviously, right, the duplication code has been removed. So which means your coding has been taken out. I mean, a lot of unnecessary duplicate coding has been taken out. Number of lines of the code has been reduced. Obviously, your compiler or your CPU do the calculations and stuff in a very quicker and faster way. Did you guys understand this point, guys? So what is this principle of one and data footprint reduction? Any questions over here? Hello? That is the
No.
two things SAP has done very nicely in the ABAP coding part. That is why they have to come with SAP S/4HANA, a complete new product instead of just an upgrade to ERP. Clear? I told you, right, S4 core component, not only these, a lot of functionalities. Okay. Lot of things like, can you see here S4 CRM? Yeah, S4 CRM has been merged. And even in S4 core, they have merged a lot of things, EWM related functionalities. They merged it. So a lot of things they have merged it. I mean, they got rid of that duplication coding. Okay. So see, the BW functionality also has been increased. Yeah, I mean, yes, there is a SAP BW for HANA solution, but what they did is they only put the differential coding. I mean, what is that BW for HANA can do separately than this ERP? So instead of doing two times coding and only once in this system only they have put it. That's it. So whatever it is, even their integrated system also, when you integrate some other system from the ERP to the BW or I mean SAP system, they will refer to one coding in one system only. It's not that two codes in the two systems. You're getting my point, what I'm trying to say. Okay. In earlier cases, ERP also they used to define that coding, and in the BW also they used to define that coding, and in SCM also they used to define the same coding. And if there is a request which has to go to the ERP and ERP to the SCM and SCM to the this thing, right? How the end user traffic comes from to the portal to SCM, SCM to the ERP, right? And then ERP it goes to the BW. So each time the request touches a system, it has to execute the same. I mean, compile. I can't say execute. I mean, compile. Program compilation. Okay. Every time it has to redo the same coding again and again in all the systems. I mean, we know that it's a fraction of milliseconds, but it's still a big loss for SAP. So what SAP has done is, okay, whatever the request comes and okay, let's commit via Fiori and it goes to the S/4HANA. I mean, how different it is, the architecture I'm telling in this case. Okay, this request is from Fiori. What it has to do? It has to touch my CRM or it has to go to my BW system. What it will do? It already has a BW thing here. Can you see? So it will compile it over here. And whatever it has to do from the BW, it just goes there and fetches the data. It don't recompile in the BW system again. You understand what I'm trying to say? That's the complete revamping or recoding of the thing, or principle of one or one-time coding they have done. Okay, so they have reduced around 50% of the code lines or the things from the ERP when they developed this SAP S/4HANA. That is where that's the biggest thing they have done here. Okay, so and yes, S4 core. I mean, you can Google it. S4 core, lot of things they have merged into this one component. Simple, they dumped it. So many things. This S4 core is a very powerful component, and lot of functionalities or the business functions. So earlier, what they were separate in ERP, they have merged into this one. Okay, so that is the biggest difference what they have done in this particular what we call middle layer. Okay, clear? But yes, I will stress more on this coding part when we discuss about the conversion. Okay, clear? Now let's come to the SAP HANA thing. So re-architecting for in-memory platform. So SAP HANA, as I said, it's in memory. Just keep it in mind how different it is from the traditional databases and all. We will discuss when we talk about the HANA architecture, because we're going to spend too much of time over here. And then overlap and OLTP merge, in-memory compression, code push down, increase speed of data. All these things we will discuss in a very, very detailed way when we talk about HANA. Now, tell me one thing. Out of this, for example, you have an ECC, right? ERP or a traditional basis background. So in this architecture, UI layer, application layer, database structure, what is the difference for you? I mean, what do you think you have to learn when you start working on SAP S/4HANA in these things? What are the things which could be different? Where is my, this thing is for Fiori. Goes. Okay, Fiori also there. So Fiori is it is there. It will be there. No. Different things is you not getting my understanding. So what are the areas you need to focus when you are working on S/4HANA project? Simple. As a learning perspective, my question is simple. So ERP, you have a basis experience. As a basis guy, what are things are different in S/4HANA that you can tell it? So see, database is, I'm talking only in the basis perspective, guys. Let's not worry about the rest all things. As a basis guy, when you are moving from ERP to S/4HANA, so I mean, if you are assigned to an S/4HANA product, so the difference is, big difference is the way you operate HANA database, right? For example, you would have worked on Oracle database, Sybase, or whatever is the database, but all of them used to have the same concepts, Oracle, and because they are the row store databases. Oracle and Sybase, MaxDB, what was the DB2. So that is also, basis scope of work has increased with S/4HANA. That is, I mean, I was about to come to that point. I'll tell you how. Number one, see, SAP has done a fantastic work of, segregating and architecturing in these three layers. A Baba database and structures, I have changed it. And the application layer also, I have changed a lot of things. And Fiori also, I came up with a nice thing. Okay, beautiful, very good architecture. Now, first, let me frame this properly. So when, as a basis consultant, when you are moving from existing to the S/4HANA, there are two things which vary significantly. HANA, so the database part. Okay, that is why I have designed 85% of this training about this HANA. Okay, because this is the most important thing where it is different compared to your existing thing. Okay, application layer, right? Nothing changed in basis perspective. Forget about it. That's why I don't want to spend even 1 minute also on this topic. Okay. So in S/4HANA, so nothing different. See, I'm in the S/4HANA system. So how does it matter to you? How they have designed the coding and defending, right? Basis life. So what we check, system is down, SM04. Okay. So who are logged into the system or ST22? This is all same. Nothing has changed in this one. So SM21. So or SM20, SM37. So these are all same. So basis perspective, this is nothing. Okay. So there is nothing new or nothing different in the application layer level. Okay. Now Fiori, yes, this is different. So now Fiori, as I told you, they want to get rid of this Java, and they came up with this framework. And now if we log into this Fiori, yeah, you see in some beautiful slides and stuff, let's say I log into this thing for h_fin_dem. I don't want to save. So let's log in it. So Fiori, I mean, this is another way of working with the system. Generally, if functional folks works on this particular thing. So Fiori is different. Okay. But again, it doesn't matter to you. How, because portal and end users, how they access the system or what interface they use the system. As a basis consultant, it is irrelevant for you. Simple. If I have to ask you. But what is important? Like SAP GUI. When you connect to the SAP GUI, if the system is not able to connect, they'll come to the basis. Or system is not reachable, they come to the basis. So same way, Fiori also, you have to ensure that that configuration was done properly. The framework has been done. Configuration was done. What really irrelevant for you as a basis consultant? You need to understand. Oh, the tile is working or not. Is it dumping or is it giving an error? Or that's it. So Fiori also, this training, I've put that remaining 85% to 10% of this. And remaining 5%, when we speak about conversion, we talk about how that coding was done and stuff, but it is irrelevant for us. When you are placed into this S4 HANA projects, so your focus should be on this HANA, that is the 90%, 85%, and then this Fiori configuration. That's it. So if you know these two things, that's it. I mean, you are comfortable. So you will have better confidence. Now I think you got some better understanding of in an SAP S4HANA project, what is the expectation. So this layer, no change. Okay, the way you operate, the way it's just that the components. Yeah, even now we don't remember the components of ERP also, right? What all components are there, and it doesn't matter to you. So if you have to upgrade, you will give it to the solution manager, not solution manager. So these days, what is the tool to use the upgrade to generate the stack XML? Anyone?
Maintenance planner.
Yes. So maintenance planner is the one which SAP is giving now. So that's it. I mean, you take the latest one and put it to the sum tool and just put next, next, next. That's it. Next is fine. I mean, I'm oversimplifying it. It has its own complications, and I will talk to you later on this thing. So upgrade also very faster on this SAP S4HANA. Why it is faster and all, I will, once we have this HANA concepts clear, I will tell you what are all the advantages and where HANA is still lacking and all when we talk about it. So hope it is clear now, right? So as a basis consultant, your focus area should be HANA and then Fiori configuration. That's it. Nothing else. Clear? Fiori configuration also is just a 2 hours. You can master this. Nothing. So, as I told you, basis, all configurations are standard, right? So for example, SMLG or SM66, or these are very standard configurations. So like that, Fiori configuration also a standard configuration. You don't have to, there are few checks which you have to do, and those checks and those entries are maintained properly. Then all these where are my tiles? Yeah. So see, you see these tiles. So these tiles and all to work in the backend, that configuration has to be reset, and what configuration has to be available and all I will discuss when the Fiori topics comes. Okay, this is the Fiori. I just want to give you some glimpse of how this Fiori looks. See here they have put the analytics also. SAP. See, SAP S4HANA is a much more powerful compared to the ERP because they have put these analytics and everything in the system. So see, you see here, can you see days and payable? So I'm just trying to get you the glimpse of what SAP S4HANA can do so that you can connect in a better way. When I explain the theory and this part, see, you see the graphs, can you see this? So it will tell you the days of payables, outstanding payables. So from year wise, it gives this view. So this is what is the analytics. Analytics is incorporated in it. Okay. So now, after showing you this theory and all, let me go to my screen now. Okay. Good. So what are the things difference in this one? Things difference with SAP S4HANA. Again, certification, multiple choice question, guys. I put these things here. Okay. So, I mean, I will enhance, I will explain over here. I know you guys would have got it. Things different from SAP S4HANA compared to the ERP. SAP S4HANA Enterprise Management is SAP is next generation digital core. Okay, this is one sentence only. Sorry, I will correct it later. SAP is next generation digital core. So digital core means S4 core. You remember the component watch it's S4 core. So it's a new generation coding. I mean, altogether coding has been done. Innovative in-memory database. So database is an in-memory. So what is this in-memory and what is it, how it is powerful and how it is innovative? We will discuss in the HANA introduction. New architecture and data models. So for now, just try to connect it like, yes, architecture is completely changed now. You see this? Earlier, we used to have this ERP in the middle and then any database, Oracle or other databases, and Java as a front end or SAP GUI, whatever it is. So the whole thing portal, or we used to have these portals. Okay. So we used to have these portals and this stuff. Now they have completely new architecture and even the data models also. I told you the coding and everything has been changed, right? So renewed applications, I told you the coding again changed. New UI technology, this again discussed. Fiori has come. Embedded artificial intelligence. Okay, so which is nothing but the graphs. I see it right here. I see analytics. Okay, or the predictive. So what happens is, see, they have embedded all these things here. Okay. So based on this, it will send an automatic email stating that, hey, so and so invoices are pending and so and so things are pending. Those are the embedded analytics or the ML capabilities, right? So based on your past and the current, and then it will tell you that, hey, in future your revenue will be this much or this much based on your forecasting for other things. So such kind of stuff they have incorporated within the system. Okay, that's what they mean by the where is it? This thing? Hey, no. Yeah, here. So embedded AI, artificial intelligence, cloud and on-premise deployment models. So we are discussing about on-premise edition only. This cloud is a completely different thing. SAP S4HANA cloud. Okay. So have you heard of this thing? SAP S4HANA cloud. What is the difference between SAP S4HANA cloud and SAP S4HANA on-premise version? Can somebody explain? That's perfect. I mean, it's a clear explanation of cloud deployment and on-premise deployment models. Now, my question is, you can Google it. I mean, if you are with the computer. So SAP S4HANA cloud and SAP S4HANA on-premise edition. You see in this slide, I've clearly mentioned it's an SAP S4HANA on-premise edition. Okay. So does it mean that this SAP S4HANA on-premise edition, can we install it on AWS, GCP and Azure? Can we install it? Did you get my question? See, the term SAP S4HANA on-premise edition, right? So it says on-premise. Does it mean that it is only for the physical servers, or can we install in AWS and Azure and GCP or not? That's what. So this is a software version. It is an SAP S4HANA on-premise edition. Can be installed, can be not. Many companies install. It is installable on the Azure or any cloud infrastructure provider because they are just infrastructure providers. Okay, you can install it. Okay, so there is another product called SAP S4HANA Cloud version. Have you heard of this? SAP S4HANA Cloud. So see, try to understand, guys. 99% of the people use this version only. SAP S4HANA on-premise edition, which is being deployed on any AWS or anywhere or any physical server or any VM. Okay, just keep it for now. And there is another version called SAP. That's why it's very confusing. SAP these products also. So it's a product name. SAP S4HANA Cloud version. Okay, that is a product name. So that product, how it is different from this on-premise edition is, that is being deployed or everything is managed and supported by the SAP. Simple. Getting my point? SAP S4HANA Cloud version is complete setup, support, maintenance, everything by SAP. You understand? So that is the SAP S4HANA Cloud version. That is a software as a service. You getting my point? So software as a service. For example, Ariba Cloud. Have you heard of it? Or
Yeah.
yeah, success factors. Have you heard of it?
Yes.
IBP. Have you heard of it? So these are the cloud solutions, right? Which means you cannot build that solution in any server or hardware. No, you have to purchase as a software as a service from SAP. So those are the cloud solutions, cloud versions. Okay, same like that. SAP S/4HANA cloud version also there. You getting my point? Similar to Ariba Cloud, like that SAP S/4HANA cloud version also there. Very few customers use it, but SAP tried its best to promote it and do all these things, but they did not succeed in that one. Can you tell me the reason why SAP was not able to succeed in putting SAP S/4HANA cloud version to the market? Money, guys, simple. See, if SAP says I only take care of support and I only build it and I only give it, then where do TCS, IBM, and Accenture go? Right? They lose money, huge money, support projects, nothing. All these companies will lose money. So then they have stopped promoting it. I mean, TCS will say, oh, S4HANA Cloud, no. No, that is not good. So what they do is simple. We don't have a skill because there is nothing control. No company can make money out of it, simply. So what is SAP strategy? It's a bad design actually, or a bad marketing stunt, or bad thing what SAP had come up with. Okay, SAP survived in the market so long because of their partners. Because SAP partners like TCS, Accenture, IBM, there are 100 and 200, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I think 2,000 partners are there SAP. Okay, because of their partners, SAP do not even do a marketing. All these partners will do the marketing for the customers. Okay, SAP will just sell the license. Okay, so if you tell that I only maintain the S/4HANA cloud and everything myself, and which partner will go and promote it? Because for him, nothing, right? He is not going to get anything because SAP is taking care of everything. Why would they need the consulting, or why would they need the students, or whatever it is? So S/4HANA cloud by design itself, it is not so great. And moreover, SAP doesn't have this support experience or this thing. So it didn't go as expected by SAP. So that is why they're still focusing on this on-premise edition. So a lot of customers have migrated from ERP to S/4HANA, but even they migrate, they go to the on-premise edition. Is this clear, this concept? SAP S/4HANA on-premise edition can be deployed on the infrastructure providers, any infrastructure providers, but there is also a version of SAP S/4HANA cloud edition. Okay, that is being supported and maintained, everything done by the SAP. Is that clear, guys? Or is it too much confusion?
Clear.
Yes, clear.
Yes. Okay, like Ariba and others, there is also another version that is existing in the SAP. Okay, perfect then. So now again, so same things, whatever I have explained, and a different pictorial view. So innovative in memory, new architecture, and what is new UI, natively integrated. Okay. So yeah, another important question, true or false question during the certification. Compared to the SAP ERP, does SAP S/4HANA is a complete new product line or not? It's a true or false question.
True.
Yes. So as I've explained you, they could not able to, because see, yeah, in this slide only, let's stick to this because coloring is good. So because they have changed Fiori, I mean Java, they got rid of the Java, and they got rid of the database also, Oracle. Now and then they have reduced the coding also. So with these many changes, there is no easy way for them to just upgrade the existing session. They just have to completely rewrite the whole thing, right? Rewrite the whole setup. That is what they had done. It is a complete new product line or a new code line, I would say. That is the correct development word, code line. It's a complete new code line. Okay. So because instead of Java coding, they've used the Fiori coding or the HTML based. In HANA also, they've changed lots and lots of things. Okay. So it's a complete new business or a code line. Okay. So that's about it. And again, this is whatever I have explained you earlier, right? Main innovation pillars of SAP S/4HANA. So theory, I have put a lot of things, guys. So you can read it when you have time. So what are the main innovation pillars? I've told you. So they cannot say that I want to get rid of Java and I came up with that. Main innovation pillars of SAP S/4HANA. Again, question, multiple answer questions. So new user experience, definitely SAP Fiori. and simplified data model and application innovation, this the middle layer, and then SAP HANA. These are the three main pillars of SAP S/4HANA architecture. Okay, why they invented it is they wanted to get rid of all these licensed softwares like Java or Oracle and others. They came up with their own code line, and HANA anyway they developed themselves, so it's their product. So now they don't have to worry in their lifetime that they have to rely on something. And user experience completely they have taken the open source thing. Okay, good. Now we will discuss about the SAP S/4HANA components. Okay, so SAP Business Suite, you heard of it, right? ERP 6.0. What are the EHP versions available over there? What is the latest?
8.
Yes, what latest is EHP 8 and EHP 0 to 8. So this also important slide, guys. So I have taken it from OpenSAP and a lot of places. So see, it's a very good, the content is very solid. I mean, you can, very useful for you in your lifetime, I'm telling you, as a basis consultant. So see, it will give you a clear picture of this entire ERP or S/4HANA. I mean, the way SAP has evolved. I mean, SAP has hundreds of products, but this is important for us. See, Business Suite, ERP 6.0, EHP 0 to 8, and NetWeaver 7.0 to 750. And the database, we all know, NADB, right? NADB means here, Sybase and all Oracle and blah, 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 whatever. Now, SAP had come up with SAP Business Suite on HANA. So, do you know that ERP on HANA? You come across, right? So in ECC on HANA, can you make EHP 5 or EHP 6 on ECC on HANA? Can you build it? That is what this slide tells. So if you want to move the SAP Business Suite on EHP 1 or EHP 0 to HANA, only HANA database, you have to first upgrade it to the EHP 7. This is again a conversion, it will come EHP 7 or EHP 8. Okay. So HANA database is compatible with only EHP 7 and EHP 8. Okay, you cannot have EHP 1 and EHP 2. So first you upgrade and then you move to HANA database migration. NetWeaver version 740 and 750 only. These are the two versions. So HANA 1.0. So this ignore it. SAP S/4HANA Finance, just for a couple of months or 1 year it was there. It's irrelevant. SAP itself, they have removed it, forget about it. So this is the most important part for us. Okay, SAP S/4HANA. So what is this 1511, 1610, 1709, 1809, 1909? Okay, then after that 2020 and then 2021. So what does this naming convention, what is this 1511 means? So 09 means September 17. Then after that they stick to it. You see, every year they reduced 1 month, 1 month. Here they stick to this 1809. Okay, then so see, 15 means 2015, this version. Yearly once SAP S/4HANA version comes. That you agree? All of you? Yearly once. So 2016 version is SAP S/4HANA 1610. So 2017 version is 09. 2008 version is, so 18 version is 1809. Then 1909. After that 2020, right? SAP S/4HANA 2020. How come 20 has come month? Where does this month gone? Now what is the current version? So let's see the status of this system. Sorry for this. It's the latest, very new system which I have built recently for one of this TCS training. System status. So let's go here. Installed product versions. It's a 2021 version. Now where does this 2021 came? Now next version. Okay. So here you see this, guys. So 1511 version has come. Then 1610, and I'm just listing down. Okay. Then 1709, so and then 1809, 1909. These are the versions just for safe. I mean 2020, 2021. Sorry. This is the current version which is going on in the market. And then 2022 next year. Okay. So what happened is So what happened is, in this case, initially they thought that every year month it has come. So they continued until this, and they have stabilized that month. Okay, we will realize only ninth month every year. So then again, they can't come down, right? So there is a limit to the months also. See, this is again SAP's way of working. First of all, they have so many products and it will confuse, and they don't have a strategy on naming the product also. That is the most irritating thing for any customer, right? I don't know, they do such a silly things. I mean, you look at it. I mean, I know I worked on 1511 SAP. Okay, so this version, I worked. I was the first one to work on the build of this 1511. I'm telling you openly. See, when this SAP 1511, 2015 June, I joined SAP. I was put into this build project of 1511. So first of all, no wikis or no documents, no Google, nothing will help, right? It's just an HANA database. 2011 HANA database has come and it is unstable, and they are asking me to build a system on top of it, and developers will send me the code, right? We have to package it after that. So it was a crazy. And 11th means November month. Okay, for it November month this version came. Then again the code in number October they change it, 9th. So it's just that they release this version in that particular month. That is why they used to name it as in that particular month, and they stabilize this month. And then there is, oh, we can go to 8th, 7th, and then there is a limit. So then they started, oh, let's do one thing. Anyway, 2020 it started. Then after that, they're giving this year name at the end. That's it. 2020 version, 21 version, and then 2022 version. You got it? So for the version, they're just giving a year name after this. So they, at least this is a much better sense it makes. You getting my point? What I'm trying to say. So the naming convention from last 3 years is, it makes a lot of sense compared to the naming convention. They should have done it from the beginning only, right? So they should have told 2015 version and then 2016, 2017. Then no confusion at all. You getting my point? So now, if somebody tells you that if you work regularly, then you will understand these versions, or else it's very, very confusing. So fine, anyway, for now, you just understand that these are the two latest versions. So, and 2020, most of the customers are there, and then slowly they will migrate, upgrade to the 2021 version. This is the latest version. So is this clear, guys? This versioning? Or too much confusion?
Yes, it is clear. Yes, clear.
Good.
Clear, clear.
2021 is the latest version, and then we have this NetWeaver component, basis component, 750, 751, 752, and blah blah. It goes in. I think now we are at the 760 or 770. Let me go and check what is the basis component. 756. Okay, so this is the latest component. So this is important for us. So this is what this slide is going to tell you. For now, because it's important when we do conversions and migrations, right? What components we have and what is the compatibility, this slide helps. So HANA 2.0, now what we are in the is 2.0, and most of the 1809, 1909 guys have already migrated to upgraded to the 2020. So it's better always N-1 version. Okay, so 2020 is the current running version. Okay, good. So this part again, the evolution of SAP S/4HANA architecture. Okay, how again, first of all, ERP to SAP S/4HANA itself is a new product line and new code line. Now again, SAP S/4HANA, how it has evolved. This one, how it has evolved from the existing 1511 or 1610, right? That 2015 version to today's. So only slide 1909. What I have, and I had to set up a Java system for Adobe. You got it? What I'm trying to say. You got rid of
Yes.
so many big things, and I don't know why you are not still relying on this stupidity. I mean, and it is so important, and it's your season. You can relate. That is what I mean. Sometimes some big architects are, we can call them as stupids only. It's an ERP system, right? SAP S/4HANA is why we use it mainly for what? Tell me, invoices, right? Transactions. So whatever you pay, you need a PDF, right? Printout. Simple logic. So you are saying that 95% of my transactions are going through my system. Bloody, you are going through your system and you are taking a printout of it, and that printout is happening on a Java system which is acquired by Oracle. You getting my point? It's the irony. So even now, Adobe documentation services, somehow SAP is still not able to get rid of this Java. Okay, I don't know what is it so challenging or problematic. That is very important. SAP should come out of it. Yes, but for the SAP S/4HANA architecture, you need to have an Adobe documentation services, or else you will not be able to take the printout. That is why I have incorporated in this slide. So to just to make you clear from the SAP HANA S/4HANA architecture perspective. So what all things you need is Fiori, obviously it is there by default, SAP Web Dispatcher, and then S/4HANA backend. It's as simple as our this thing, whatever I've shown you the system, and then Adobe documentation services also you need it for the output or to get the PDFs. Okay, so architecture of an SAP system architecture, this is fine. I mean, I don't think these slides are conversion things. I mean, we will discuss more in detail in the conversion. Okay, I mean, so this also take advantage of the SAP HANA DB. So again, here how S/4HANA takes advantage of the HANA DB. So is like row store, column store, and how these column stores helps and all. We will discuss when the HANA comes. Okay, so see our existing databases. These, but here you need to understand what are the database in the market. ASE. So it's an Sybase database, MaxDB, Oracle, DB2, MS SQL, main database. So they all are the traditional databases. When I say existing database or traditional databases, they are all row store. Okay, for now, just try to understand it. So does not use any DB procedures, is row-based data, needs aggregation of tables. I'll tell you what is this when we talk about this in-memory computing. Okay, so these are the problems actually. But HANA DB will take care of the column store, and then it takes the advantage of the architecture, what it has, and the power it has, and then it is a huge benefit for the SAP S/4HANA. I will discuss about it when we talk about the HANA in detail. Okay, so this is the basis releases. I mean, just if you want to understand this SAP underscore basis, right? What is the current version you have seen? 756, 2021 version. So 710, 711, 720, 730 until 740, they're all in the ECC. Okay. So for S/4HANA, 750 onwards, it starts until 756. Okay. This is important when you are planning for a conversion. You need to see what is your basis component. So in order to migrate from ECC to S/4HANA, you should have at least 750 of the basis component, or else you have that, which means you need to be on the EHP 7 or EHP 8. Anyway, I've told you that. Okay. So these are the ERP 6.0. Just for a comparison perspective, components, how they are main components, EHP 8, and then it's the 2020 version. You can see here, EAHR is 608, EAHR is 608. But here, the main difference here, you can make it out. Basis has been changed. So 750 to 755. And you can you see this S4 core? Can you make out of this component? 104. Again, this numbering, yeah, it's always a confusing for me. Don't ask me why these guys have given 105 here. Can you see here? Yes, am I audible?
Yeah,
see?
yeah.
Yeah, you see this? When you compare this ECC, here they call the system in a very clear way. SAP, what is the compatible version of, I mean, competitive version of the SAP ECC to S/4HANA means SAP S/4HANA Word, SAP S/4HANA server you have to call. Okay, you see? So this EAHR and all namings fine, but S4 core again I did not understand why they put it. I mean, I know I told you I've been working with them from 1511. I worked at C. Some components they will name it as 750G, but I don't know, guys. To be honest, I'm telling you, this naming convention, he like that 106 number, or he has given this number. See, you see here, 106. This is the current one. So 2020 has 105. So maybe sixth version of the S4 core or some reason here. And then again, CRM he has given 206. God knows here, guys, please. So this coding, definitely there could be some reason in the development code line. I can think of maybe for S4 core, they started with 100 and then 101, 102, 103 and CRM 201, 202 like that. So, but there could be some reason, but numbering, I can't help with it. So that is how these guys have done. Okay. So any questions, guys, in this module? Clear? At least now you feel comfortable how this SAP S/4HANA different from ERP. Before we spend lots and lots of time in HANA now, because that is the 80% of 85% of your different thing compared to your existing thing. Any questions before we wind up? I have never seen a customer who is moving like that, and I don't think it is possible. So SAP will straight away will tell that. So you build a new S/4HANA system and do the data replication in such cases. You understand what I'm trying to say? Okay. From there are scenarios like data replication scenarios. You just try to get the data from SLT, or there are tools to do that. So you get the data and put the functional data over here, but it is very risky thing. Conversion also I have not seen that finance scenario. You are saying that S/4HANA finance, right? The ones
Yes.
which. Mhm.
Yes, that one only.
Yeah, no. I have never seen. First of all, I don't know which customers have implemented it also. So no. So but EHP8 to S/4HANA, there is a conversion mechanism. You got it. So there is a complete project, and there is ADM 3 to 8 book also there, that conversion thing. So there is a complete conversion thing from EHP8 to this thing is there. That is what SAP is also seriously trying these days, to convert the existing ERP guys to S/4HANA, but it is not as easy as what they think. Okay. So
Okay. So,
ECC is good with other databases only. It is not good with HANA. Can you tell me why? No, it could be good. See, there is always a thing, right? So if you pay 500 rupees, okay. So if you are getting a normal T-shirt and a branded T-shirt, you go with the branded T-shirt, right? And
yes.
if the quality is good, I'll tell you why ECC with the HANA is not recommendable. Yeah, still customers are implemented it, but I will tell you. See, you are already coming up with the HANA database, which is in memory, which is fast and which is good. And then you are putting an ECC on there. Why it is needed? It's useless basically, first of all. So it's just that it's an increment and unnecessary burden for you. Price. I mean, overprice. I mean, the HANA server costing is very high. For that price, you are not gaining anything out of it. So, but if you put the same price and then if you have an SAP S/4HANA, I mean, but anyway, conversion and those support costs, keep it aside. I'm talking about the infrastructure costs. If you ask me the which is benefit, SAP S/4HANA is a much benefit because it's completely coded, it's completely designed in such a way that it performs well, and analytics and a lot of benefits you have here. You get my point. Performance fast for the hardware what you are purchasing. You put a right software on it, it is very good. And you are purchasing such a heavy hardware and you are putting ECC on it, it's useless. Simple. Because it cannot perform. Because it's a row story kind of a mechanism that coding has been done. So it is better to be with a traditional databases if you have the ECC. Simple. If you are with a HANA database, it is always better to be with the S/4HANA, or else you don't justify the costing of that infrastructure for the performance what you are getting. You get it? What I'm trying to say?
Yes, got that.
Yeah.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is the recommended database for SAP S/4HANA? Option A, Oracle. Option B, IBM DB2. Option C, SAP ASE. Option D, SAP HANA. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Attention, all aspiring SAP professionals. Are you ready to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration? Look only as far as our comprehensive course. In this course, you'll embark on a journey to master the intricate world of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced professional, our curriculum is designed to elevate your skills to new heights. Dive into the course curriculum and discover a wealth of knowledge curated by industry experts. From installation and configuration to monitoring and troubleshooting, you'll gain a deep understanding of SAP S/4HANA's core functionalities. Meet your instructors and seasoned professionals with years of real-world experience in SAP S/4HANA implementations. Their expertise and practical insights will guide you through each step, ensuring you acquire the skills necessary to thrive in this dynamic field. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their careers with our course. Their glowing testimonials are a testament to the value and quality of our training. And the best part? Our course pricing is designed to be accessible, making this invaluable knowledge within reach for professionals seeking to advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and take the first step towards becoming an SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration expert today.
Hope all of you have got a clear understanding of how SAP S/4HANA evolved from the ERP to how SAP has evolved, basically, starting with R1 and then R2, R3, and then SAP Business Suite. Then after that, SAP Suite for HANA, simplified Suite for HANA, which is nothing but SAP S/4HANA. And now they are calling it as an intelligent Suite for HANA. So why they are calling it an intelligent? Because they're giving a lot of cloud integrations like Hybris, SuccessFactors, and they have incorporated some ML capabilities into the system. That's why they are calling it as an intelligent suite. Okay, it's the new word, like business suite. They are calling it as an intelligent suite right now. Okay, but yeah, you can say it's just a marketing gimmick, because wherever there is a word of ML or this thing, people consider it or a data science these days. Okay, if you see, there's nothing new in the last 40-50 years except that the coding and the hardware has improved. But I don't see these concepts were there in the past, but it is just that the way market has evolved and how people are projecting it. Okay, there's no such fancy thing as such in ML or these things. Just that with the adventure of this new hardware and these things, they're getting the results on the better things, insights. I will talk about those things, these capabilities. I mean, HANA, when we discuss about HANA, we will see. But yeah, don't worry about all these things. Yes, that's what we discussed. So now, how we are going to do now is, as I said yesterday, so in this slide, yeah. So in an SAP S/4HANA on-premise edition, we have front end and then middle layer, SAP S/4HANA application layer. Forget about it. I mean, as I said, it's very similar to the ERP. It doesn't make sense for us to spending time over there because we just have 40 hours of this training. SAP HANA is the most important aspect. So here, as I said, this is where the difference has come, significant difference. Okay, for a basis consultant. So 80 to 85% of the thing will be over here. So we will focus more. I mean, remaining 30 hours or 35 hours at least, we will spend time on this HANA. Okay, at least next 30 hours we will spend on HANA, and then we will spend 3 to 4 hours. That is enough for Fiori because configuration is very straightforward. It's a completely automated setup. Okay, very easy. I will ensure that you will understand the full crux of SAP Fiori. I mean, in a basis perspective, what you're supposed to do. Once you get that, so you feel like Fiori is nothing. It's just a very, very easy thing. Okay, so that part I will spend some time at later point in time, and then we will discuss about the ad hoc requests like S/4HANA conversion and some other topics. Okay, now hope now you understand where I am heading now. So now I'm going to take you to the SAP S/4HANA. Then next 30 hours we're going to be with SAP S/4HANA only. See SAP HANA introduction, and then why these people have put it in this sequence. Yeah, installation and preparations, and then HANA installation preparations. What steps you have to do HANA installation preparations, and then HANA installation and multi-tenant and architecture and blah, 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 so on, so things. So the complete another 10, 15, 10, 12 modules will be on the HANA. Okay, good. Now let's get into the HANA part. Okay, so let me put this presenter view. This is fine. Good. So disclaimer. So agenda for today is understand the need for SAP HANA. Okay, so I think I have covered the need for SAP HANA in terms of the business thing, why SAP want to go for it. It's obvious, it's quite obvious that they want to have a dedicated database for themselves. They don't want to rely on anybody so that they can sustain in the market. Okay, that's the business reason. And there are other reasons also, I will tell you. Explain SAP HANA as an application platform. Okay, this is a very important thing you need to understand. I will stress it out. So remember the keyword platform. Okay, so the moment we hear SAP HANA, we consider it as a database, but it is much more than a database. That's why you remember this keyword. SAP HANA is a platform. It's not a database. It's a very important question in your certification exam. If you write it, I will give you the options also when I talk about it. But yes, so here you need to understand platform, how HANA acts as a platform, and then find additional documentation. So where you can, that's why in my second session itself, I've included lots and lots of documentation I have documented. See, the training, I strongly believe the training can go, I mean, I can explain you like 100 hours or 200 hours, But what is important thing is you will forget it after a week or after 1 month or 2 months. Okay. But the key takeaway is after this training, you should know when someone asks you to do some activity, you should know where to find it. So SAP documentation, you know how difficult it is to go through, right? So if you open one note and then it takes you to another note, from there to another note. So it is like an inception from here to there. I think all of you are experienced and you should be knowing it, right? So it's very, very difficult to solve an issue just following the note. It is important that where you get the right information. Okay. Even now, if I download the documentation and give it to you, it's useless. It's easy for me, PDF. But what I did is I have done the research, and with my experience, I have taken the help.sap.com links only. So as and when the version changes, SAP keeps updating those links. So which means you always refer to the up-to-date data. So as a best practice, guys, always I knew in TCS and how TCS works and stuff, because there are a lot of consultants who work with me. So the biggest problem is in TCS, everything they save it in PDFs and they will start documenting the local documentation. Is it true or not? What I'm saying, right? So it's a very, very bad practice. Believe me, it is very, very bad practice, because the way the technology is changing, right? We unfortunately or fortunately, we are in a field, IT field, which keeps changing. In next quarter you change it completely, especially these cloud versions, right? Ariba, Hybris and all. Every quarter there is a new release. So it doesn't make sense to have your local documentation. Please do not do that. So and I've seen the cases where they have followed that 6 months old document and they have done the upgrade or the implementation. It's completely wrong. I mean, the system went for a toss, because in the new documentation, SAP has clearly told not to execute certain tasks. You getting my point? Then that has led to inconsistent, and then we have to do the entire project again. Okay. So wherever possible, when you refer some documentation from SAP, always maintain that particular note or help.sap.com link as a documentation. Okay. Please do that. Or you just put on top of it, always refer to this link, and that's how you have to practice a documentation. Okay. So that's the biggest learning what we have to do as a, I mean, even until now, I don't know how you are working, but please try to work like this. Then your life, I mean, you keep updating yourself, and at the same time, you will not end up doing any mistakes as such. So, I mean, even if you do a mistake by following the documentation, you can always tell that, hey, I have followed an help.sap.com thing, and this is what I have done, and this is what has caused. And then you can raise it to the SAP, straight asking, I mean, OSS message, and mention that I followed this. You got it. So you always in a safe side. So always do that in a safe side, especially in SAP S4HANA. I'm telling you why I am stressing so much. I knew that you guys are much more comfortable than me. I mean, you all are into support project, but why I'm telling you this is, until ERP situation is different, S4HANA situation is different. So there is no skill available outside in SAP S4HANA, right? So because very few people are comfortable with working on SAP S4HANA, because ERP in Google, you can find documentation. Wherever you put it in Google, you will find lots and lots of documentation. I mean, people who have solved it. But in SAP S4HANA, what is the reliable source all to get an information is always help.sap.com or SAP notes. Please make this as a very serious and very serious practice when you deploy into your customer project. Okay. So you should take this as a very serious thing. You always have to refer to this thing. Suppose if you ask me, Nestle or a British Petroleum, where they strongly tell you, suppose if as a basis consultant, if you propose something, right, they directly ask you, hey, what have you referred? Which document you referring to? What is the SAP note? Right. So they have made that practice in some big customers. But yes, in SAP S4HANA case, please always rely on the documentation which is already available. So there is enough and plenty of documentation from SAP freely available, and you always refer to that. Okay. So that's why I have given a section by spending a lot of time to collect that information and put it by section. It's very important for you. Always refer to those links. Okay. So these are the three important things today we discussed. Okay. Now let's go to the first aspect of it. Understand the need for SAP HANA. So SAP S4HANA done, guys. I've given the introduction. Now we are getting into the HANA part. Okay. So SAP HANA is an in-memory technology. I think you would have heard it lots and from a lot of people, or I mean, it's a buzzword, in memory, in memory. The first thing is, before I get into this other parts of this discussion, what do you mean by the in memory? Can somebody explain? What you can think of the first thing when somebody says in memory technology?
Whole database. For example, if database is of 1 TB, then
Hmm.
there is an equal size of RAM need to be allocated for a particular database should run. So whole
Yes.
database will be in RAM. So for quick access and read and input output.
Yes, yes, yes. That's correct. So it's not only database. So for all of you, so if you think it's a new thing, so just consider this one. So like in our every mobile phone, right? So every mobile phone. So I will try to in a very crude way simplify this whole thing, this in memory thing. So in mobile phone, we have 2 GB RAM, 3 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, right? And even when you purchase your personal laptop, also you look at it. Oh, what is my RAM? 16 GB or 32 GB or 48 GB, right? So when your RAM increases, so what is your general assumption? The performance increases. Is that right? So the more configuration you go, you can play games and you can do all the things. That's what general things. So there is other things. I'll come back to that. Don't worry now. I'm trying to simplify. So the better your RAM, then the performance is better. Is that correct? All of you understood now? So HANA is nothing but they have developed a database which uses all its transactions or all its computations. The correct word is computations. All its computations within the RAM. Simple. Okay. So which means the HANA has a huge RAM. Okay. What suppose if your data size is 1 TB, right? If your hard disk size is 1 TB of data is there in hard disk size. So if you want to have that data to run on a HANA, you need a RAM of 1 TB. So which means the simple thing, the better. So forget about HANA or any database. So if you have a better RAM, obviously your performance is improved. Simple thing. So SAP has done nothing over here. You understand? So it is simple that the RAM, I will tell you, they have done certain other things, but in a nutshell, number one, the hardware size has been increased. The RAM, better RAM, this database needs a very heavy RAM. So that will obviously improve the performance by default. Clear? So that is what the in-memory technology is. It's nothing but HANA is one part of it as a database, which will use a significant amount of RAM or a huge RAM to do its computations. So all the computations happens in the RAM, so that it is called as an in-memory. So RAM is nothing but a memory. So in memory, the whole things is happen. Okay, clear? So now, what are the daily irritations earlier? See, 2011, they have introduced this HANA. What were the most of the customers were complaining to SAP? Many customers with the existing, I mean, earlier databases. For example, Sybase or for Sybase anyway, it's a SAP now. So DB2, all of them are one category only. Oracle, let's say IBM, DB2 is IBM's DB2 only. Okay. So the existing traditional, they are those SQL DB, those 4 or 5 databases. What were the most shouting problems or the existing things? Okay, problems. So yeah, can somebody explain? Can you recollect some of these things? Suboptimal execution speeds. Can you recollect a situation in your thing? BW report running for 3 days or 4 days, quarterly releases. Have you worked on these quarterly releases? I mean, where these guys, financial year-end closes, quarterly financial reporting. You remember there is a background job which runs for around 37 hours or 40 hours, and we will be monitoring that job. It's a very important job. So they need that data from a BW system. So can you recollect such things where the jobs are running longer time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. So that's one problem. So see, suboptimal execution speed. So user frustration, lack of responsiveness, need for aggregation. Aggregation is some development thing. I will talk about it later. See, this is the thing. So suboptimal speed of execution. So you say that, I mean, as a CEO or a company, because you know that SAP ERP, right? It's all invoicing and money. So full money is involved for all the companies. As a CEO, this quarter end, you have to publish the results, right? So I think you have seen these notifications, right? So I mean, quarterly results they publish. Even TCS publishes yearly results and quarterly results, right? Q1 this is the profit, and Q2 this is the profit, and Q3 this is. So every company has to release their data to the share market, or to publicly they have to announce. So that is why those jobs are important. From where do they get the data, that money data, transactional data? That is from the SAP system only, as I told you. So majority of the companies use SAP as in their solution, ERP solution. So they have to plan it before the 3 days or 4 days before to get the data. And again, the data what they get is 3 days old, not exactly up to that particular point. For example, my CEO of the TCS has to announce right now, the data he has to publish is 1 day or 2 days before the data, right? So that's a very tricky situation. So it could be a case that yesterday evening he has closed a deal of 1 billion euros or something, but that, how do you measure it? So suboptimal speed of execution, and moreover the job runs for days and days. It's frustration to the companies. Many companies are complained about it. Now, lack of transparency. So I'm talking about the problems of how SAP has categorized when they with the earlier databases. Outdated figures. This is what I was explaining you. So at the right now, when I am doing this session or announcing it, I need the data 1 minute before or 2 minutes before, not the one day before or 2 days before, right? So these are the outdated figures when I say. And guessing the current situation. Again, what is my current situation? He's not understanding. And then missed opportunities. Okay. So opportunities in the sense, business deals basically. So if you give it 2 days before data, it could be a case, as I said, in one day you would have made lot of revenue, and your share market, your profits would have been at a higher state, and then shareholder would have invested. So because you have made a wrong announcement, or wrong, not wrong, you have not given the exact situation at that right moment, then it could have led to some other opportunities and stuff. I mean, business opportunities. And reactive business model. So unsupportable business processes and competitive disadvantage. Yeah, obviously. So somebody else is using a live data with something else. So competitive disadvantage is, this is the thing what I'm talking about in business terms. So unsupportable business processes means, yes, some integrations. For example, XSA, I don't know if you have heard of it. So directly you can work with the HANA and then get the data from the HANA database, and you can public live reporting. Okay, that parts you can do that, but in Oracle and other databases it was not possible. So that's what, there are some business processes which were not compatible with those databases, or because they are simple databases. It's not a, yeah, that's where I'm coming. I remember I asked you to remember the word platform. I will explain you later point what is the platform is. Okay, so how they have accommodated these business processes, I will explain later point. But these are the problems, because irritations every day. So these are the daily irritations, or these are the things what majority of the customers have complained to SAP. They have considered or categorized into these categories, and they have developed a platform. Uh, so this business processes, how SAP has accommodated it, I will explain it later point. Just remind me. So these are the problems that right now you try to understand these problems. Okay. Now how they addressed, we will discuss later. Any questions here, guys? We are going to discuss entire course the advantages of HANA, but there are disadvantages of HANA also. That also we will discuss. Park it. Somebody note it down and have it ready, or I will discuss it when the situation comes. Okay. For now, it's too early to get into that. Let's keep it aside. So these are the daily irritations what the customers were facing now. Okay. Good. So now in-memory computing. Okay. Now let's come to this thing. How to address the first part, suboptimal execution speed. As I said, in memory means it's simple. You increase the RAM, obviously you get a better performance. Okay. But increasing only the hardware may not help. I mean, maybe to a certain extent, obviously it will help it. I mean, it will help to get the, or let me put the big screen now. Okay, good. So it will definitely help in achieving the performance, but there are other things uh, complemented this particular thing. Okay, so very important slide, guys. This is technical terms. I'm going to explain the HANA, how things different from the existing databases. I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Earlier days when we have a port to be opened, or a network issue, or something related to the server, right? So we always have to rely on this data center guys. So they have to get into the data center. They have to do that thing. And it used to take how many days? 1 week, 2 weeks, or 10 days also, right? So many days, 1 month also. So anything related to the hardware or the server, it's so difficult to get the support from them, and that's how that architectures were given. Okay, but 2011, or at least yeah, as far as I remember, from 2015 at least, this infrastructure as a service, cloud, I mean cloud infrastructure providers, AWS, and then Azure, hyperscalers. I put the word hyperscalers, GCP. These hyperscalers came into picture. AWS has come much earlier. So now there is a significant improvement in the technology, hardware. Okay, software is fine. Let's keep it aside. In the hardware thing, there are amazing technologies have evolved. Okay, you don't believe it. Now we can deploy a server within 5 minutes, and you can start working with that. And when I say server, it's not just a 1 GB or 2 GB server. I'm going to deploy a 258 GB, 1 TB servers. Within 20 minutes, the server will be ready. You will be able to work on it, and taking a backup of that snapshot. I don't know if you heard it. 5 minutes, you can take a snapshot, proceed with that. Then if you want to build a copy of that system, just snapshot and build it. Another 5 minutes to take that. So the hardware technology has evolved in such a way that you cannot imagine. I mean, it's so advanced right now in the market hardware. It's amazing. Okay, so this thing has come up. Multi-core architectures up to 32 sockets with 28 cores of the CPUs. I mean, the sockets are nothing but 32 CPUs. I mean, now you go and see in the Azure thing, I will show you when we are deploying a HANA server. You see 48 CPUs, 100 CPUs, 200 CPUs, 300 CPUs, right? So many CPUs, and even the RAMs also 64 TB, 1 TB, 2 TB. So heavy hardware, and you can deploy 1 TB and 2 TB, 3 TB scaling. Okay, parallel scaling, in the sense as and when your data grows, you can put another node and keep doing a scale out situation. Okay, so you can put those nodes, and then 64-bit address space. Earlier we used to have this 32-bit address space, and it is a 64-bit address spaces now, which means will increase the, I mean, forget about what does it mean. What it can do is, if you go with this 64-bit, and you can go up to, on one particular server, 24 TB, okay, in the current servers. So which means you can build a server of RAM 24 TB. Imagine this. And this is the possibility. And anything more than 24 TB, you have to put scale out. I mean, one more node. And then you have to put this HANA scale out scenario, you have to build over there. Multi-node concept. I will discuss those architectures. So, but here the most important point you need to understand is the hardware has evolved amazingly in the last 5 to 10 years, in last 5 years especially. Okay, which means heavy parallel processing, massive these things, everything has come hardware. Good, that is good for this, for SAPs. I mean, it is in line with the HANA's vision, right? HANA, how they developed it, they wanted to do with the in memory, well and good. And this hardware innovations has really helped the SAP. Okay, because exactly whatever they are looking at it, I can call it as a right timing and right investment or the right technology. So SAP has guessed that the future is going to be, there will be a very huge innovations in the hardware, and the hardware becomes much more cheaper and much more powerful. They knew that. Okay, I mean, somehow they assisted. So what they did is they invested a platform or a HANA database in such a way that in sync with that particular hardware, right? That's a very good choice. They made it, and yes, it is working for them, but it's a good guess. So the hardware innovations and their database is matching now. So now we are getting these heavy servers and massive parallel scaling, and everything is happening very good way. Okay, so that's how they're leveraging this hardware technology or the powerful servers. That's good part, hardware. Now the second part is the software technology. So what have they done differently compared to the SAP ERP? Okay, what could have they done better, right? So in the daily irritations, definitely fine. I mean, you are using an excellent hardware. It doesn't mean that it will work better. Fine, you have an outstanding, but if you configure it badly, right? So then it will not perform well. Now, based on that, what they did is they came up with column store and row store concept. Okay, so the existing databases, right? What we call Sybase, Oracle, DB2. So what is the storage? I mean, store they use. How the data is stored into the database? Is it a row store or column store?
Row store, I think.
Yes. So row store. So yes, row store, just keep it like this, row store for now. So column store advantages, again, I will explain in the next few slides, but understand that it has leveraged both column store and row store. Okay. And then compression. So the data is being compressed in a nice way into this. And then they also have done the partitioning. Okay. So what do you mean by the partitioning? If there are any big tables, okay, they have segregated them into these small chunks so that when it points to a particular thing, it directly goes to that small table and then picks the data. It is faster instead of going and searching in a 1 TB of table to see where my data is. And it's a CPU intensive task to search the entire thing. So instead of that, you put them into small chunks, and then as and when your select query hits that particular table or small chunk, I mean, you optimize it in such a way, your queries in such a way that whenever the request from so and so thing, you go and check that. So that's where partitioning has been done. So no aggregate tables. This aggregate tables I will discuss later point in time when we come to this. What is this aggregation and stuff? So insert only on delta. Okay, this is also a very good and important thing. I will explain later. Okay, so very important slide, guys. So for the certification, so what are the new things have come in the SAP HANA in-memory technology? So both hardware and SAP software technology. So you have to see. So these are the exact 5 areas where SAP has worked in the database layer. So database layer only we are talking. Okay, we are not talking about the coding on the S4 HANA side and stuff that I discussed yesterday. They have reduced the redundant code and they have followed the principle of one, and they have reduced the data footprint in data. I mean, in the application side, we are talking only database side now. So in the database side, these are the things they have done different compared to the existing databases. Okay, these things have given an excellent speed with these hardware technologies. Okay, with this powerful servers, with this combination of both hardware and software things. So SAP HANA is the most powerful database in the market. I don't think any other database is as powerful as this now, right now. Because yes, you may say that, hey, we have this big data and other databases and all, but for running a company, right? ERP company, the database sizes here. For running such heavy and critical systems, I don't think any database is competent or enough to deal with HANA. Simple. So if you are talking about an ERP or a financial data or anything, so HANA is definitely the most powerful database in the market right now. Okay, there's no other way. There is no other database which can even come closer to this especially in this SAP domain. Okay, because it's their database, they have invested so much, and the developers and all. So no other database can handle that data in a better than HANA. Yes, HANA was horrible in 2011 and 2016, 17 until 2018. It was horrible. I remember the days where the server goes down and then it takes around 28 hours or 38 hours to bring it up. I'll tell you when we talk about the starting of HANA. I will give you those examples why it takes a lot of time to start and stuff. But for now, let's park it aside. Okay. So these are the SAP software technology and hardware innovations combining together. HANA has become a computing database. So now again, I'm stressing again. So now I'm going to combine both of them, this hardware innovations and software innovations, what SAP has done. Uh, Combining these together, how SAP has addressed all these irritations. Okay, all these problems, the customer problems or the business problems, combining these two. So in a nutshell, these are the things they did differently. So how they address this problem. Okay, here I'm going to compare these two. So the left hand one, the past. Okay, the past in the nothing but even you can say the other databases, even now if you are using it, and the present. The present is what is it? Multi-core architecture or memory. So all these 3 areas I will tell you now. So first let's try to understand the past. Okay, the existing Oracle database or DB2, how it works, or any database which runs with a row store. So here you have a CPU, right? So CPU and then memory. Memory, whenever I call it as a memory, try to understand it as RAM. And whenever I say CPU or cores, these are the synonyms. Okay, just consider it as a CPU. And all of you know that what is CPU, what it will do, computations basically. So and then IO bottleneck, and at the bottom we have this disks. Okay, so now as you can see here, if there is an end user request which comes to this system, first the CPU will try to do it via memory, and then it goes to the system disk, and then it will fetch the data. You see the arrows from the disk. Fine. So it has fetched the disk, and then it has come to the memory because the memory is small, and then the CPU also small. So what happens is IO bottleneck. So it is not able to process this so much of data to this, and then it will get hanged, or it takes a lot of time, or it will wait for the other task to complete. Okay. So this is the problem with the traditional databases, what we have. Okay. So now how SAP has addressed it. So let's take CPU as an example. Okay. This is being caused by what? CPU and memory. Okay. This is because of the less CPU and less memory. What happened this to SAP? Now these things, hardware innovations has helped. CPUs, as I said, there is a huge innovations in this infrastructure. Now we have multi-core architecture, huge number of CPUs. So you can put 32 cores, 40 cores, or 100 cores also, right? CPUs. So now, as and when your CPU parallel processing. So if you have 10 CPUs, 10 tasks will go to the database and then fetch the data. Perfect. So CPU level, they have done excellent. So the memory. So the traditional databases has less memory. Okay. So again here, even though if you increase the memory over here, yes, that could improve your what you call performance. I mean, let's take that you have a Oracle database. If you increase the memory over here for, let's put 1 TB, still the performance may not improve as expected. The reason is every time it has to go to the disks, or because these are the disk based databases, right? Because the data is in the disk, and every operation it has to go to the disk and get the data. So even though you have a 1 TB of memory over here, it still has to fetch the data from the disk. So what is going to happen here? Again IO, right? Because it has to fetch the data from the disk only. So disk intensive operations. Again, that is a problem because it's useless. You have a high RAM, but you don't use it. You getting the point? So because every time your CPU sends a request, it has to go to the disk and fetch the data. Problematic. Okay. Hope you are connecting, guys. You're connecting, right? The problem, even though you increase CPU or memory, still there is a problem. Did you understand why? Because it has to go to the disk and get the data. Again, there is an input and output. Is that clear? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that's what increasing the CPU and memory doesn't solve the problem. So then you have to work in this bottle section at the bottom, this fat belly, this section, and then this disk intensity has to be reduced. Now comes to the thing. So what SAP has done in HANA is memory part. Yes, I have an excellent memory or very high memory. What I could do over here, row and column store, and then partitioning of the tables, and then compress the data, insert only on delta. Okay. So, and let's say these disks, solid state disk or flash disk or HDD. Now, you can ask me now, okay, very good. You have done this row and column store, partitioning and insert only on delta. How you are going to achieve this performance now? Still, it has to go to the disk, right? Right? You can ask me the question. Still, it has to go and get the data from the disk. So, how you are solving this problem of IO when you go with the HANA? Can somebody explain? So even though you have a better memory and CPU, the existing database still has a problem of IO. How these things have solved that particular problem?
By increasing the random access memory. So every time they don't not to go on the disk for reading and writing.
Yes. So how SAP has done is, as I told, it's an in-memory, right? So this, see, follow my mouse. In the existing databases, all the data resides in these disks, right? Is that correct? All of you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then what SAP has done, in memory means what? So they have taken this entire data and put it in RAM. That's it. Simple. You take this entire data. So for example, you have 1 TB of disk data. So in memory, how it works in memory, this 1 TB comes to the RAM, simple. Okay. So your request, your request when a core or CPU requests something or end user requests something, it doesn't have to go to the disk at all, first of all. So the problem is solved. There is no IO problem because it reads from the memory only, RAM only. Clear? It just reads from the RAM. But the existing databases do not have the technology to load this entire disk into the memory. That is where the problem, right? So this is how SAP has addressed it. Okay, fine. I am loading the entire database into the memory. That's why they call it as an in-memory database. What does it mean? Everything runs in the RAM in a very, very crude way to put it. Everything runs in the RAM, which means your 1 TB or 2 TB of data runs in the RAM. So it goes to the disks only for the persistency. I will explain it later point in time, or insert only on delta. So only every 5 minutes there is some save points. I will talk about it. Okay, don't deviate from it. So only when it is needed to write it on the disk, it will go and write it. And again, it is not syncing immediately. It will be like every 5 minutes or asynchronous. It is an asynchronous task, not a synchronous task, which is good. So there is no impact on the performance. So all your computing, all the thing will run on the RAM. So then it means it's on the fly, whole thing. So, and yes, when you are pulling the data from the disks, right? See here you have the disk. When you are putting the data, 1 TB of data into the in-memory, what they did is they have segregated the data in such a way that row and column store. Okay. And they also partitioned in the memory. And they have also done a compression. Compression, let's keep it aside. But these are the two things, row and column store and then partitioning, will improve the performance very significantly. See, first of all, you have a very high RAM, and then you have stored the data in a right way. I mean, row and column store. I will explain it later point in time, where we use the row store and where we use the column store. Okay, does anyone know the existing databases are row store? You told. Okay, row store databases are good with for what? Or column store database is good for what? Okay.
I think for sorting it is the column store would be better.
See, I think I have a slide. Yeah, just park this now. So row store is good. Existing databases are row store, and then there are some databases like Sybase, which works with the column store also. But again, it's an SAP's database. But HANA can work with both row store and column store. Okay. For example, if your tasks are transactional, right? If I have to put it in a very simple way, wherever there is a too much of writing, right? Insertions, right? Insertions or deletions or updates. These are the write operations on the database. Wherever there is a write operations, you need the best database is the row store database. Got it? Wherever there is read operation, reading. I mean, you just want to read the data. BW, reading means BW is just reads the data, right? To produce the reports. Wherever there is a reading, column store is the best. Okay. But HANA, these guys have done fantastic by incorporating both row store and column store, which means whether it is write or read, it's going to perform well. So I'll talk about it, this part. Okay. Next, we have slides for that, row store and column store. But for now, hope this part, how SAP has addressed those daily irritations from the past to the present. Did you guys understand here? Any questions over here?
No.
No.
Good. So is my this thing perfect then? So, so what we discussed now, this slide we discussed. So the past, what were the problems, and the present, how SAP has addressed these issues. Now let's get into the HANA design. So yeah, some things I know it will be a little bit boring, but yes, you need to understand. So SAP HANA is different by design. It stores all data in memory. As I said, the entire data of this disk will be loaded into that memory. That is what is the exact meaning of in memory, guys. Okay. The whole thing happens on the RAM. So so this thing has to get into your mind. That's it. The moment you hear HANA, oh, it runs on a RAM, so it's faster. Then all your concepts become so much easy and simple to connect to them. So it is in a compressed columnar format. Okay, because SAP HANA is a different design, it does not require sums, indexes, materialized views, and aggregates. This produces the database footprint. Everything is calculated on demand, and you forget about it. So have you heard of this OLTP and OLAP? OLTP is a read intensive operation or write intensive operation?
Right.
Good. So OLAP, ERP is a OLTP. Okay. So because see, the invoices, financial transactions, everything happens where? ERP, right? Do you agree? Yeah, ERP is an OLTP system, guys. So all our databases. So what makes you think all the databases are designed in ROSTOR? Oracle, ROSTOR, right? DB2, ROSTOR, right? SQLDB, ROSTOR, right? So why they developed a database into the ROSTOR? The thing is, SAP is a mainly how SAP introduced ERP, right? First thing, it's a transactional based system. So as I said, when you say write intensive, then the ROSTOR is the better. I'll explain later ROSTOR why it is better. So that's why all these databases are ROSTOR. But with the advent of this data and the technology, OLAP operations also important, right? So which means BW. BW is reporting. Wherever there is a reporting or a reading of the data, or select statements and get the data and present it. Wherever there is analytics is involved. So wherever, so this is, I'm trying to put it in a very simple terms. Okay, connect it. Very important. So OLAP is wherever this reading is involved. So BW system. Okay. So as I said, OLTP operations, ROSTOR is better. OLAP operations, read is better. So now HANA can do both. Okay, that's the biggest advantage of this thing. I mean, this HANA database. So that is how, I mean, that is why it is the most powerful thing. So Oracle, DB2, other databases can perform well with the transactional or this OLTP things because because they are the ROSTOR, the architecture itself is a ROSTOR thing. They can't do anything about it. So ROSTOR things, but they are lacking in the reading or these analytical applications or the BW kind of things. Okay, that's where the HANA is differential. Okay, so now for now, what I want you to understand is what is the OLTP and what is the OLAP. That is more than enough. So we will discuss when we get into the actual thing. I will stress it out. Okay, for now, just you need to have a clear understanding of these two terms. Good. Now, one more thing, I'm SAP HANA, it supports a lot of open standards. Okay, again, for now, you need to have understanding of what all things it stands. So you remember yesterday I was discussing. So SAP wanted to come up with, as a business reason, they wanted to come up with something which is everything is on the open source, right? Because uh, they learned their lesson from Oracle and Java. So the moment you start taking the other companies, initially they may give you for a very lesser price, but as soon as you have a business and they start charging you more, that's the problem. So what they did is in HANA, everything whatever they have invested or whatever they have taken, they have invested on the open source technologies. So these are the technologies. I don't know if you have the background of this coding and stuff, you can relate it to this representation rest. I think this is a web based application designing technology, JSON. So you can say that it's a Java, it is not open source. No, Java also certain things are open source because they had to give certain things openly for free of cost. So those open sources only SAP has used. ODBC, Open Database Connectivity, JDBC, you would have heard, right? Java Database Connectivity. So which means, so with this ODBC and JDBC drivers, so you can connect your applications or integrations with the database with these connectors. Okay. So SAP has picked these many open source, majority of the things, put it on the open source HANA. Okay. These are the standards what SAP HANA offers. I mean, what SAP HANA supports. Okay. Clear on this part?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Good. Now, since we have spent a lot of time on, I mean, I've given you this thing, I will try to give you a simple example of write operations and read operations. It's very important to understand this aspect, basic thing. So as I told, majority, see, the ERP is a OLTP thing, which is where writing is involved too much. And then you have this OLAP, BW kind of systems where you need a reading. Okay. So row story is better for writing and column story is better for the reading. Now let's see how this is how the row store looks, the left side one. Okay. So why the row store is, first try to understand it. I mean, I'm trying to explain the read access. First, read. Let's see the read. So why column store is better for read and why not the uh, row store? So the left hand side is the row store. So row store is nothing but, guys, it will write in the sequence like in row. See A, B, C, D, follow my mouse, A, B, C, D, like this. And then A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, like this. It keeps on writing in a row, one by one, it keeps on writing. So it doesn't know. Sometimes if you delete something and that data will be just resides there. Okay. I mean, that
Can
block.
you please, yeah, sorry for maximize this slide. So
Yep. Sorry.
full view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You see
yeah.
this now?
Yeah, this is better.
Okay, good. So what I'm trying, okay, good. So now you see here, left-hand side one is the row store, right-hand side was the column store. So I'm trying to explain how a read operation first. Okay, I will come back to the write operation later. So how this read operation is better in column store. Okay, so you need to understand the first thing, row store, how it works is, when a request comes, or for example, when an update, you try to update some table entry, right? So what it will do is, it will go to the disk and it starts writing in a row, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, like this. Okay, like this. So a lot of rows it has written. Now, after some time, you are done with that, and after 1 week or 2 months, these guys have deleted these entries. I mean, some of these updates, and they deleted it. So these blocks at the disk, they were not cleaned, because it cannot go and put the same entry in the previous, because a row store will always go in a sequential way like this. You go first row, second row, third row, fourth row, and sequential way. So the first thing is, data which is not being used, to retain the data you have to do some activity. I will tell you later. That is fine, let's keep it aside. Suppose if you want to read A, right? If you want to read, select star from so and so table and read A. So the CPU has to come and read this A. It has to search over here and then search in this row also, search in this row also, search in this row, because see, the A is over here, A over here, A is here, and every row A is there, right? So it has to go to the each row and then read it. So which means your CPU process has to check too many things. I mean, 4. So it is a CPU reads are more. You get it? You get my point? So row store is not good because it's a CPU intensive for read operation. Clear? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the problem. Now, why column store is better for read? You see here, column store, anyway, columns are put in a horizontal way. If you look at in Excel, columns are like this, right? I mean, different way. So it doesn't matter. So what happens is, in column store, it will put A completely like this. A, everything is in one line, and then B in one line, C in one line. So the moment you put select star A from so and so table, it doesn't go to the all the rows. I mean, it just go to the column where this A is present. You understand? All the things are available over here. That's it. So select star from AC, A and C. The moment you say search for both of things, you just have to look for only two, which means indexing is better in column store. Simple, if I have to put it in a simple way. So the table has been organized. Column store is a better thing for read operations, because you have indexed it, or it has stored the data in a structured way in for reading easily. Get it? It is just like in a library. If you maintain the catalog, it is very easy to go and pick the book, right? I mean, in alphabetical order or whatever it is. It's as simple as that, if I have to put it. So column store is better for this read entry, because only two things it has to check. CPU, now you understood, right, why the column store is better for read operations, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now let me come to the another important aspect. Okay, read operations is clear. Column store is better. HANA will store some of the tables, not all the tables. Okay, guys, keep in mind. HANA will, I will explain you later. HANA will store some of the tables in column store, but you cannot avoid the row store because row store is good for the what? Writing. So because it is, if, suppose with a pen, if you are writing into the system, right, transactional data, it is always good to go write it the pen, tuck, 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 line by line, right? So see, like A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. So if you ask the column store to write it, it is again a CPU intentional because it has to search which column I have to put which entry. You getting my point? So column store is only good for reading. For writing, it is always good to be with the row store because the CPU has to go to the next entry only, one line only. For example, if I am writing, right, CPU will go, oh, A, next block is free, B, C, D. It writes, keep on writing, only one line. Okay. So write operation is easy with the row store, but not column store. Again, if you go here and if you want to do this write operation, it is again CPU intensive. That is where you have to be smart. That's what HANA did. So for all the transactional things, right, or write operations, write operated tables. So SAP knows what tables are being written day in and day out, right? They knew it. So those tables they have defined as a row storage. I mean, where there is a write intensive operations, and those tables where there is a very high read operation, they just put they categorize them into the column store. See, that's a smart way of being. You understand? So that is how HANA is good when it comes to the uh, speed. This is because this is software innovation. So they have segregated the tables into row store and column store, and wherever there is a write, put those tables are row store, and wherever these tables are read, put them into the column store. Good part. Now, one more problem I will explain you. So here you see in my screen left side row store. So suppose the problem with Oracle and these DB2 or any database is once these there are deletions, right? Some entries deleted or some data is deleted. So that data doesn't clean up automatically. You see it? So which means that the space is being wasted. Okay. What do you do to retain that space? Can somebody tell? You need to do a reorganization, right? You need to do reorganizing of the table, indexing of the table. Have you heard of these things, activities? You do that. So this activity, even though HANA has row store tables and column store, HANA is both. Okay. Do we have to do the reorg in the HANA? Do we need to perform the reorganization of the table or indexing of the tables in HANA? Do we have to do?
Partly, I guess, yes.
All of you agree with that? No, if we do have the row store tables also, right? Here also in HANA. So because if ERP or OLTP transactions will go to the row tables, not to the column store. Still, you see this slide, it can trigger something. So this is so row store and column store. Now you understood clearly. So write operations will be put in row and read operations, column store is better. And then there is a partitioning of the tables. It's as simple as that, grouping of the tables, and insert only on delta. So you do not need reorganization of the tables or indexing of the tables. The reason, because somebody catch it, it's an in memory.
In memory.
Yeah, why and where does this takes this thing? See, suppose let's say that the user request has come and you have deleted the entries in this row store table, right? So what it will do? So after some time or every 5 minutes, there is a jobs which runs asynchronously. I told you asynchronously. It goes and writes to the disk. See, insert only on delta, which means only the delta amounts will be returned to this one. So it goes and writes to the disk. So when it is writing to the disk, it already taken care of that reorganization. You don't have to do anything. You getting my point? And
Yes.
then when you call the same table and again it loads the data to the memory. Simple. So the new table or reorganized table will come over there. So which means your data. So this part, or you don't have to perform any reorganization in the SAP S/4HANA. Is that clear? So because it when it writes to the disk and when it loads from the disk to the memory, it takes care of that reorganization because it's in memory. So everything in RAM only. whether you delete it or whatever it is. So it will take to that particular state to the disk, and when it is writing to the disk, it will write in a clear or formatted way. Clear, guys? It's simple. So now how it works? So for example, you have triggered a query, delete so ed dat or some table. So it comes to the in memory. The table is available over here, right? So what it will do? It will delete that table in the memory, obviously, and then the synchronous job will go and delete it in the database. That's it. Simple. Then it will free up the space. Both your RAM and hard disk space will be reduced. Simple. Get it? What I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's say if you have removed certain parts of the entries, or for example, in the table, let's say you removed 2 rows, right? When you remove those 2 rows, what happens? It is in memory only. You removed in the memory. What it will do? It will go and delete that 2 rows in the database also, disk also. You got it? But disk wise, as soon as you deleted that disk operation, then it's cleanly organized this data. Okay, so what it will push, let me tell you. So what it will do is, for example, this whole computing is happening over here. Let's say, one second. So let's say that you have deleted this ABCD, the second row and third row. Okay, so RAM, I mean, it's an in memory. In the RAM tuck, it will delete the both. Okay, fine, done. So when it pushes to the database, right, it has done this complete reorganization over here, which means now your table will look like, okay, this row and the remaining 2 rows, right? This entire 2 and that delta change will go to the disk, and then it will apply over there, which means you always have a clean state. So there is no need for a reorganization of the table needed for that particular thing. So all the deletion, everything happens over here in the memory. Okay, so it's not in the disk. So whenever it goes to the disk, it will go always in a consistent state. You understand? So there is nothing blocks or not being blocked like in our existing databases. Those blocks will be freed up only when you reorganize the tables on the disk. You're getting the point, right? What I'm trying to say. So this whole thing, RAM is taken care of this. Your all the thing block. The no blocks are being blocked over here in memory. Okay. So in memory, it's just a RAM. You deleted it. Okay, deleted. This is my state of the table, and okay, go and replicate in the disk. Simple. Problem solved. But whereas in this left side one, it's a disk. So when you put these deletions, it has to go to the disk and it deletes those entries. But when it deletes those entries, it will not free up that space. Understand? Until unless you reorg it, because it's a row store. So row store means, okay, you deleted B, D, and D. So what it will do is row store will always go and write it to the last row. I mean, wherever the last entry was made, right? So it won't free up. So when you have to reorg this whole thing, okay. But in HANA, this memory itself, it just RAM itself. That's the whole. That's how the RAM works. Okay, just deletes and then everything is free because there is no block or nothing is blocked over there. Simple. Okay, clear?
Yes.
Good. Yeah. So it is their product, and we don't. If they ask us to do, you can also do it. Okay, we can also do it. So we have an option to define whether it is a row storage or column storage. Suppose sometimes we do develop certain customized tables, right, for our end user applications. Okay, in such cases, that is why I was stressing so much on this write and read. Okay, if some concern, because you can define it when you are creating the table to read or write. So that is where, as a basis consultant, you have to assess. You have to ask that guy, hey, what is the purpose of this thing, your application? Is it going to, because 90% of the applications only reads the data. For example, mobile applications or the dashboards, Tableau, Analytics Cloud, right? There are a lot of applications. All of them try to read the data from the system because they're read intensive. So that case, you have to do is you have to define them as a column store tables. You getting my point? So then they will get the best out of it. So if it is a read or some application is trying to update the data into the database, right? Or for example, open text, I don't know if it writes so much. What is the banking related? Yeah, simple. There's money transactions going and coming, right? So such parts will come write intensive. So if you have to put a simple table for that particular recording purpose, you have to define it as a row storage because it's a write intensive. Okay, so these are the basic things: write and read. See how simple them, but it makes your life so easy. You have to define it as a write category. Clear? And yes, standard tables, SAP, if you install a system as an S4 HANA, then it knows I mean, they have a list of tables, what has to be transactional, what has to be column store, and then that will categorize standard tables. The SAP will take care of it as a part of the build. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Very good. Now, where we are going now, slowly. So now you understood this thing, in-memory computing technology. So how SAP has leveraged both hardware and software innovations to get the best out of their database. So column store and row store is clear now. Okay, and when, which is better for when that is the key takeaway is for now, for today, is you need to understand what is row store, column store, and which places which tables are better. Okay, let's see. Now, HANA deployment options. We're going to discuss this. Let's see if there's any standard terminologies over here. Nothing important. So then I can use this. You can use this. Okay, just want to see. Okay, good. So deployment servers, single host configuration and multi-host configurations. Okay. So now, and I'm also going to introduce you to the certain terminologies or the processes which in HANA. Don't get overwhelmed by these names now, right now. So as I said, we are going to spend another 30 hours or time on this HANA. And each chapter, when you get into it, you start feeling comfortable. Okay. So for now, let's discuss about the multi-host and the single host and multi-host configurations. So what the first thing when I say single host configuration, what you can think of it. So first thing, let's try to understand this yellow background. Okay, yellow one, the single host thing, left hand side one. Just see my mouse. You have an SAP HANA host. Forget about this multi-host configuration. Nobody dares to implement it. Okay, believe me. I'll tell you why. Okay, no, customers are literally scared to implement this multi-host configuration. So majority of the people whom I am aware, except SAP. So within SAP, yes, they are using this multi-host because they have to give it to the customers. First thing you have to understand, key takeaway is in this entire 40 hours of thing, single host configuration is more than sufficient for you to catch up with multi-host configuration. Multi-host configuration is still being worked upon by SAP, and it is still not yet proven for big customers. Okay, I'll anyway theoretically I'll cover it. Let's put it this way. So single host configuration, it's nothing. It's very simple. I mean, if you have worked in cluster or something, it's very simple to catch it. Single host configuration. First, you have an SAP HANA host, which is nothing but a server on which you install this one. So on top of it, you have a SAP HANA database. Okay, so the green background. So HANA database contains few processes. Try to remember this. I mean, try to catch these names. So like master name server and master index server and XSA server. Okay, just try to catch these words now. I mean, if you have not heard of these things, we will get into them. But HANA database, the main process is like Oracle has the processes, right? Like PS minus EA of grep, and if you give the Ora DBA, you'll get some process. Same way, HANA database has the processes to run, which is name server and index server. Okay, yeah, there is a master. Just put it there. XSA server is nothing but again another process within the HANA database, which helps to connect to the external applications. X is nothing but external. Okay, so then you have a SAP host agent. A host agent, we all knew that normal host control agent. So there's nothing new. And then HANA lifecycle management. Forget about all these things. Okay, this bottom part, host agent, everything is same because the host agent is mainly used for what? Just for monitoring, right? To collect the data for the Soulman or Efron or this stuff. Apart from that, monitoring metrics basically, host agent. So since our focus should be on HANA, just look at this green background only. So that is the HANA database. The key processes in HANA database are the name server, and the main process is index server. Okay, index server is the key process for a SAP HANA database. XSA is okay. It's an external communication, but index server is the main process for the HANA. Okay, good. So master. So in multi-host configuration, okay, multi-host configuration, there will be multiple hosts. Okay, it's a kind of when do we use this multi-host configuration? So cases like where there is no scale out is possible. So do you know this scale up and scale out? Can you explain what is scale up and scale out? These are also two important terms you have to understand. So scale up means, so which is nothing but your question, earlier question. For example, now I think you will be able to understand a little bit, but it doesn't answer the full question, but I will get it. First thing, scale up. Because I'm trying to explain why you need a multi-host configuration. Scale up and scale out, two important terms in basis. Scale up is you have a server of 1 TB and your database has increased by another TB. Okay. Or you see a potential growth of 1 TB based on your trend 1 year. Oh, in my next year, my database grows by another 1 TB. Oh, I have to do something about my server, right? So then what do you think? Now, two options in your mind. Oh, how do I increase that? You either you can upgrade your existing server, or we can call it as a migration. Okay, migrate the existing system, or whatever is the approach you follow. Forget about that. So you can increase the server from 1 TB to 2 TB directly, right, on the same system.
Yes.
You agree? So that is called a scale up. Okay. Or next year again, it will change it to 3 TB. Then again, you increase the same server capacity to 3 TB. Capacity means I don't think that you are just increasing the disk size. Okay. In HANA, please be remember, whenever there is a size or a RAM discussed, TB, database size is discussed, we are talking about RAM. You getting my point, guys? Can all of you sync to that point? In memory database.
Yeah.
So which means whenever I say data size is 24 TB, don't think in a traditional database way that, oh, my disk size or DB size. Okay, come out of that. So think in RAM. So we are talking about RAM here. So it's a very high cost also very high. So 2 TB, you can go up to 3 TB, 4 TB, 5 TB. So scale up. If you keep increasing your existing server's capacity, okay, that is called a scale up. Clear? Or when you have a 2 TB of data, you have an option, right? Okay, my current server is 1 TB. I don't want to disturb this server. And you put one more TB server and then one more TB. As and when your data increases, you put 1 TB of server, another one. You understand? So that is a scale out, which means you are keeping another servers of 1 TB, 1 TB like that. So that is the scale out scenario. Okay. Is it clear now? Scale up and scale out, guys?
Yes. Scale up, I think it is one container, and scale out is multiple container. We can simplify.
Not containers. That is a different word. Multiple hosts, multiple servers. Okay. Scale out. Okay. So like this node 1, node, you put a node 1, node 2. See, you see correct terminology is node 1, node 2, node 3 like that. So that's what. So scale up and scale out. This is the exact meaning. Did you understand scale up and scale out now? That depends on your data size. Okay. So my preference would be, no customer, as I put in the first thing, no customer would dare to go to this scale out, because it is so complex and so messy right now. Okay, it looks so simple for you. Oh, it's easy, just add one more server. No, it's not as simple as that. We are talking about database, guys. Okay, we're talking about database. So we don't know which server is handling which table and how it is doing. So scale up is the most preferential thing. And as long as you have the capacity or the server available, right? So you always do the scale up. Simple. Okay, so that's the best solution. So scale up is easy, not easy, easy only, easy and best, less complex. You know where exactly the tables are being loaded and what it is doing, and operations and administration becomes much easier in scale up. Okay, so now, but does this scale up works for everyone? When do you have to? When you will be forced to go to scale out? When you will be forced to go to the scale out?
After it increases beyond 24 TB.
Exactly. So with the current technology, even 24 TB servers also not available. So recently Azure is manufacturing the servers of 12 TB for Nestle. Okay, it came in the news also. 12 TB servers, 12 TB RAM servers. Okay. So see, with the current architecture, one server can go up to 24 TB. That is the maximum available, even if somebody manufactures you. Okay. So, which means, and you may ask a question, which company in the world will have a 24 TB of data? And what is your maximum database size you worked upon in your experience? So this is the, I mean, SAP has when they defined this architecture, right? This TB and hardware innovation, SAP has done everything right. Cores they have assessed correctly. Let me come here. Okay, CPU, yeah, this slide. CPUs they have assessed correct. Oh, number of CPUs can be increased, but memory also what they thought is more than sufficient. I mean, which company in the world, they knew these guys. So which company will have such a heavy? But anyway, they have a theoretical architecture like scale out option. Okay, they thought that okay, even if the people have so much of data, you can do the scale out, but scale out is very risky. I mean, no customer is daring to go. See, the problem now SAP is facing is biggest problem. Okay, so in the last 5 years, the data footprint has increased significantly in all the companies. Not only, and in this COVID has increased even more. Okay, so Microsoft has the servers of size, database size, their existing database SQL server size 48 TB. Can you believe it? 48 TB. Now, no infrastructure in the world can provide them this 48 TB. You getting the point? So
Yes.
48 TB of RAM. So what they have to do? They are forced to go to the scale out scenario. There is no other option. What they have to do? Develop 10 TB, 10 TB, 10 TB servers, and then put 5 and put multi-host configuration is needed over there. Scale out again. They don't have any other option. And then British Petroleum has this 38 TB now currently. Nestle 60 TB. Okay, the database sizes guys I'm talking about. So they have so much of data, they can't scale up. I mean, because no hardware is available in the market. It's as simple as that. No hardware, no 60 TB of RAM servers are available. Okay, but yes, that's the problem, and that's where you have to go with this multi-host configuration or this scale-out configuration. Okay, so it's simple. So when you are installing the HANA itself, it will ask you whether it is a single host. It will it will install straight away. If you define it as a multi-host configuration, it will ask you what is my node 2 or what is my node 3 or 4, how many nodes you want, right? You understand what I'm saying? So you have to give the inputs as this is my node 1, this is the IP or this is the server name, and this is my node 2, this is node 3. So if you define that, then it will create those two hosts and defines it. You get it now? What is multi-host and what is single host? Okay, but in an actual real scenario, the scale out is not as easy as what I explained, but at this moment, this understanding is enough for you. Okay, when I discuss about the M code and M cost scenarios during the HANA, I will explain in details about what it will do. But for now, these are the two deployment options which are available. And as an architecture perspective, SAP delivers to these customers. One is a single host configuration, which is majorly, which 99% of the people are using for all their productions, and scale up is possible. Scale up, so they can go to 20 TB or 24 TB or up to 24 TB if they get the hardware. Okay, good. Any questions on this? And scale out, when you in multiple servers, you can go one by one. One more important thing, when see here we are talking about this HANA host, right? We are talking about the RAM. So what about the disks? Shared persistence. Persistence means disk. So are we going to have the disk storage common for all in multi-node system, or each node will have their own? Yeah. So
Hello.
I mean, in multi-host, do they have shared disks, or do they have each node has their own disks? Question to you.
I think it will share the disk.
Yes, it has to be. It has to be, because database is the single source of truth, right? So all are the scale out also. That's the correct word you have to get into. I mean, in your interviews also, in a multi-host configuration, the disks are being shared between the nodes, and they may ask you cross questioning. Why can't you have each node separate disks? No, database doesn't work like that. So in one host is doing some computing and another host is doing another computing on a table. They all have to go and write it onto the same table, right? At the end of the day, they're all doing the one purpose, which is solving the customer's request or the end user's request. So for the single source of truth, you cannot have each node as a separate disk. Then if that is the case, then you have multiple databases. So it's a database, and you should have a shared persistency. Persistency is nothing but writing this a word in HANA they use, which is means persistent layer. So wherever there is a persistent layer, right? Persistent or persistency, that word comes, you always connect to this thing, disks. Okay, like in Oracle and DB2, where it writes to the data disk. Same way, wherever you see this persistency means we are talking about the disk storage, or writing it to the disk. Okay, is that clear?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the SAP HANA cockpit? Option A, to monitor and manage SAP HANA databases. Option B, to develop ABAP programs. Option C, to configure SAP ERP applications. Option D, to manage SAP NetWeaver systems. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Attention all aspiring SAP professionals. Are you ready to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration? Look only as far as our comprehensive course. In this course, you'll embark on a journey to master the intricate world of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced professional, our curriculum is designed to elevate your skills to new heights. Dive into the course curriculum and discover a wealth of knowledge curated by industry experts. From installation and configuration to monitoring and troubleshooting, you'll gain a deep understanding of SAP S/4HANA's core functionalities. Meet your instructors and seasoned professionals with years of real-world experience in SAP S/4HANA implementations. Their expertise and practical insights will guide you through each step, ensuring you acquire the skills necessary to thrive in this dynamic field. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their careers with our course. Their glowing testimonials are a testament to the value and quality of our training. And the best part? Our course pricing is designed to be accessible, making this invaluable knowledge within reach for professionals seeking to advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and take the first step towards becoming an SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration expert today.
Module 2, slowly we go to the installation and installation preparations. Let's say if somebody asks you to install a SAP S/4HANA system or a HANA-based system, what all things you have to consider? So basic things. First thing is preparations, and then actual execution, and then the post steps, right? That's as simple as that. So this is also okay. I mean, HANA installation, don't think that it is like any other installation, too much complex and all. Okay, first you have to make your mindset. So that is okay. I mean, these installation parts and execution things are very, very easy in HANA. But what is more important is understanding wherever I put the names, architectures or the concepts, right? So this is again a very, very important thing. In module 6, we discuss it. And then we have these starting, stopping, yes, important. And then there is a module where we discuss about the backups. One second, let me go. Yeah, module 10. So these are there are 6 to 7 modules, very, very important in basis perspective. And definitely these are different. The concepts are different from the way you operate in your existing landscape. Yes, certain things you can relate, but the way HANA deals those aspects is completely different compared to them. Yeah, it's a very good and interesting. But yes, these are the concepts in this training you should be focusing, and you should have a very clear picture of HANA architecture and how this database is. Operating a HANA database is much, much easier, guys. Okay, very, very easier. So have you worked on a HANA database? No, right? I mean, HDB Studio or something. So why I always say execution or administration of HANA is much easier is SAP has simplified it so well, I mean, any user with just basic understanding of a database or with common sense, you can operate that particular database. Anything like Eclipse, you do this coding and creation of projects and stuff. Same way, HANA can be operated that way. Operating HANA is much easier compared to Oracle or SQL DB. SQL also has a studio, and then Sybase and others. Okay, because they're all mainly into the command line based, but HANA is a user interface. They've given a studio or a cockpit or whatever it is. So there is an user interface platform. It's very easy, right click. And sometimes we as a basis people, we feel bad about it because, without issues, our life doesn't get fulfilled, right? I mean, we need to have that feel. You go to the Oracle DB and execute those commands and see the output and stuff. But yeah, even I felt the same when I started working on HANA. I mean, it's so easy. Or what is this? What is there I have to do in this one, right? Table partitioning. Just right click and partition. I mean, if you have to do a partition, it's as simple as that. Stop or right click and stop. You work in an MMC. It's so simple, so simple. Creation of the users or anything. It is when I go to that, I will show you. So installation of HANA also, it is very simple. Okay, we will do that. But what I want you to focus more is on the concepts. Okay, wherever I put. So for example, today we'll go to the module. What we're going to discuss today. We have discussed the evolution of S/4HANA. We have discussed slowly that 80% of different thing in HANA, S/4HANA is the HANA database that we discussed yesterday. How SAP managed to deliver with the hardware innovations and the software innovations they did excellent. And combining both of them, they have come up with row store and column store. They've come up with them very solid database or in-memory database, right? That concepts are clear, right? Yesterday's concepts. Any questions on yesterday concepts before I proceed? Because I have introduced a lot of terms yesterday: OLTP, OLAP, row store, column store. So when is the row store is good and when is the column store is good, and there is a word called persistency also I have introduced. Okay, for now, don't worry about these words, but slowly you will understand what are these words and you become familiar with them. Okay. So that part is clear, right? Row store, column store, and in-memory part, how HANA is different from the earlier databases and how it is managed to do excellent compared to the others, right? There's no reorgs or rebuilds, index rebuilds needed in the HANA because they are all happening in memory. And when it writes to the disk, there itself, it takes care of the reorganization. Update statistics. Good question. So yes, we do need to run.
Okay.
But update statistics, I'm not sure if you're aware of it. And even in Oracle and other databases also, we don't take too much. I mean, we don't do it as separate task, right?
Yes.
You guys aware of it? So when you run the backup or backup operations, so as a part of that activity, there is a step to update these statistics, right? Or they schedule a statistics job in the system, which will take care of this updation, right? So we don't do it so frequently. But yes, when you do the reorg and stuff, we do run this upgrade statistics. Let's say in Oracle database, you do the reorganization of the tables. Then after that, definitely you have to run this update statistics. So in HANA, definitely there is no such thing as reorganization of tables, right? So it is
Yes.
not needed as frequently as we do in the traditional databases. But update statistics doesn't mean that only the table data. There are application level data also. That's why when we run the backup, and that should take care of these update statistics. Clear, Mehul?
Yes. Clear.
Yep. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, the system log, I will try to see. I mean, if I can get some more information on it, okay, I will try to explain you tomorrow. Yeah, I will look into more details into the admin guide. I mean, I don't know, the knowledge what I shared you is the 2 years old. Okay, so as I said, so I will refer to the latest documentation in admin guide, and then I will come back to you tomorrow with even more details. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
Good. Perfect. So now the next important aspect is, let's say your customer has an ERP system, right? Currently running ERP system. And if he asks you, if he asks you to run or migrate it to the HANA, okay, the first thing is, let's say your existing ERP has the disk size or the database size as of 1 TB. How do you decide on your target database, what is your RAM, CPU, and disk size. You getting my point? So you have to come up with an hardware specifications, right? So
Yes.
with the current ERP system, what will be my future data? I mean, future size of the data. What will be my target servers, CPUs, and what are my data volume size, log volume size, and like SAP MNT you have in application like HANA shared. There is a directory called HANA shared. That is the directory where we keep profiles, executable, kernel, everything over there. Okay, let's put it there. So how do you define sizes of these things, right? So anyone has any idea on this topic? I mean, that report is enough to decide because SAP will put very lot of disclaimers over there, star, star, star conditions. You know, this is just an assumption or this is just a rough calculation. So is that sufficient, that report enough to decide your target database? So it is definitely not. Okay. That report will just give you some glimpse, but SAP, that report is not enough to decide what is your target database or what is your CPU or what is the network. Okay. There are even more tools which we have to use. And in addition to that, it's very important that we do have the knowledge of the experience or architectural knowledge of the existing landscape and your data compression levels and all those things. It's a very, very complicated topic, guys. So HANA sizing is one of the toughest and the most difficult aspect as an engineer can do. I mean, this is as a performance there are teams, performance teams or the performance architects who keeps designing these, sizing things and preparing those templates and stuff. It's a very critical topic, but luckily for us, 90% of the basis consultants, we don't have to worry about it. So because SAP will have certain set of standards or the streamlined templates which they suggest, and I will explain you later how it is. So the first thing is whether it can be a new implementation. For example, if your if your customer asks you, so let's see, what are the scenarios where we go for SAP HANA, S4 HANA? Number one, if he asks you to install a new system, right? I mean, new S4 HANA system, it's a fresh installation system, and then you start putting the data over there. I mean, you start working on it. That is one kind of implementation. The second kind of implementation, conversion from ERP to S4 HANA. Okay. For the time being, let's consider that on the ERP, you have executed that particular report. I mean, whatever you are, it has given you some idea. I mean, what to be done on this particular system. Okay. So that is the second kind of thing. Conversion from ERP to S/4HANA. And there is one more kind of process where you may have to go from the existing S/4HANA old version to the new version. Again, there also sizing is needed, right? So for example, 1511 to upgrade, or your data has been growing so significantly. So then again, you have to move it from one set of hardware to the another set of hardware. There also you have to calculate or size your hardware. Uh, I mean, define the size of your future system or the future server. So there are multiple places where you may have to assess this sizing. I mean, where you may have to come up with what is my targets data size or log volume size, or what is my RAM size, mainly most important. Okay, if you understand this concept, I mean, what you can see in this slide, then it is very easy to understand. So let's say when I say any DB, I told you Sybase, Oracle, MaxDB, or whatever it is. Okay, you have a database cache and database processes. Obviously, any DB has these things, and then as we know, they're all the row-based databases, and their entire data resides in the disks. That we know, right? Disk, because they're all the disk-oriented databases. So entire data stays in the disk. So which means their whole thing is like a data, I mean slash data, where you have the data written over there. So let's say you have this 1 TB of data in this particular disk. Okay. So when you move to HANA, I mean ERP Oracle to HANA, so you are moving to HANA database. So which means, you see this arrow, data moves from disk to the RAM. Okay, this you need to understand. So which means your RAM has to be decided based on the size of the data on the existing database, right? That's the most critical part. Okay, what will be my RAM? how much will be I have to consider. So let's say on the source, if it is 1 TB, you can say that, hey, I will go with 1 TB. But what are the factors to be considered over there? When you move from the traditional ERP to the HANA, definitely there will be a compression, significant amount of compression. So how do you, because I told you data footprint will be reduced, right? Do you agree or not? Data footprint, it is reduced. So then, which obviously reduces the size of the database. So how much size it will reduce? That is a very critical aspect you have to consider, or else you simply waste the resources, because the more the size of the RAM, and it's a heavy cost to your company, very cost to maintain the system, because sizing is a very, very important aspect, guys. So if you give less RAM or less resources, then your performance is too bad. Your system goes on collapsing and you will get a lot of P1. So sizing, you have to be very optimally sized. Okay, number one. Number two, so I mean, scenarios you have to consider, I'm saying. So let's say 1 TB moving to there's a compression factor you have to consider. Okay. And then apart from compression, what else do you think there is a challenge when you move your existing data? Compression is one aspect, and then the tables from here, or all of them are in row store. So when they go here, they have to go to the column store. Then again, there will be a little bit of space saving over there, right? And then you have to decide the data volume. What is your data size? What is your log volume? So you can say that, why do we need this data and log volumes? As I said, so the entire database operations happens in the RAM. For persistency, whenever I use the persistency, so once the changes happened every 5 minutes, and whenever there is a save point occurs, right, it keeps writing to the data volume and log volumes. So read logs, right? Read logs. What do the read logs do? So we get into that topic very detailed when we talk about the backups, log backup and the database backup. But now I want you to understand one simple aspect by looking at this slide. Okay. So let's say this 1 TB of data has to be moved to this RAM. Okay. Agree? It's a DRAM. It's a technical word, which is nothing but our RAM. So minimum 1 TB, or there is a formula which you have to calculate based on that. So everything comes over to the RAM. Okay. But RAM is when you restart the server or when you reboot the server, right? Suppose let's say the server crashes. What happens? Do you still have the data in the RAM? See, you can ask me a question, right? See, this is what I mean. This should be striking to you by now. Okay. The entire thing runs on the RAM. Then why do I need data volume and log volume? You can say that simply, right? Right. So why do I need the data volume and log volume? RAM, fine, everything is a RAM, and you are anyway taking 1 TB of RAM. My data, everything is over there, and I'm happy. And I am happy, and my application is running. But what is the challenge? Can somebody guess? I gave a hint also just before asking this question. So what I'm trying to say is, HANA is an in-memory database, right?
Yes.
So from here, disks to this data, and you have 1 TB of RAM, and that's it. The data, everything is available in the RAM, and your application connects to this RAM, and then it do the operations, everything. So why do I need again data volume and log volume, similar to our traditional, what is that, Oracle or Sybase or others, right? Here also we have a data volume. Here also we have a log volume. Yeah, log volume, I understand that, but even logs also we don't need it. If you ask me, with the in-memory itself, you can run the show. So for updates and this record of changes, basically logs are nothing but records of changes, what is happening. I'll come to that. It is tracking. So why do I still need this data volume and log volume? Even though my entire database is in memory, my whole database is loaded to the RAM, and my application is consuming it in and day out. So then what is the purpose of this data volume and log volume? Very, 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 very interesting question, guys. Interviews, if somebody, if you get into these things, right? These are the kind of questions people will nail you. Okay. So why? So what is the behavior of the RAM? So RAM is volatile. It's not persistent. Let's say there is a power failure or your server crashes. So then your entire RAM goes, right? So, I mean, sometimes to clean up the memory, we restart the system, right? Do you guys recollect it? And we do clean IPC 00 remove, clean IPC 02 remove. Do you guys recollect it? We do clear the RAM sometimes when the application is not starting, right? So when you restart the system or when you reboot the server, the entire RAM goes for a toss. Nothing will be there. Okay, RAM is empty. It will be cleaned. Okay, so how beautifully SAP has designed is, okay, did you get to understand, guys? So that's the challenge. You cannot run with RAM just like that. So what SAP has done is, okay, very good. So my whole data is available on the RAM, but every 5 minutes, or 3 minutes, you can schedule the timing. Every 5 minutes, what happens is, see my every 5 minutes from the RAM, the data will be written to the data volume. Okay, getting my point? So all your operations happens in the RAM, but every 5 minutes it writes to the data volume. That is called save point. Just I'm introducing you another word. Again, I will explain in a very detailed what is the save point later in when the topic comes, but it is important that you get the crux of these things. So every 5 minutes, the RAM will write the data to the data volume. Okay, and then let's say that every 5 minutes, then what happened to the 0 to 5 minutes? So whatever happens in that 5 minutes, the changes will be written to the log volume. That is what is the redo log, right? That is the purpose of the redo log. So it will be keep tracking of the changes. Then again, when there is a save point, next save point, the data will be written there, and then the logs will be written over here. So the point in time recovery is always possible. Did you get it? So let's say, let's say uh, at 0 to 5 minutes, at the second minute, there is a crash on the server, right? So the entire RAM gone for a toss. So nothing is there on the RAM. So what it will do? Yes, every 5 minutes there is a save point. So the disk already has the data. So what it will do is it will load the data from the disk to the RAM. You understand what I'm trying to say? So it will load the data to the RAM, and then the 2 minutes it will read these logs, and then it will do complete database will be available again on the RAM. Did you understand this concept, guys? This is what they have done different from the other databases. So two things here, very, very important thing. They are achieving in-memory and high performance and everything with the help of this RAM. At the same time, they are also ensuring that the data is available into this data volume and log volume at any given point in time. And writing to the data and writing to the log doesn't cause any performance issues. I will explain you later why they don't cause the performance issues. Okay, you can say that, hey, every 5 minutes it is writing from the RAM to the data, and what will be the IO? So IO will be high, so that will cause a performance issue, but it won't. I will tell you why when the topic comes. But for now, just understand it. This is the whole concept. So when you move from here to, so now what is it you have to understand? When you move from any database, so the data size goes to the RAM, and you may have to decide 1 TB or whatever it is. And you also need the data volume for the persistence in case of crashes or in case of restarts, and then log volume also needed. So that is why, then what will be the size of this data volume? What will be the size of this log volume? And what are the other things you may have to define? Mounts or the directories. Can you recollect any? Backup, right? We also need to have storage for the backup, right? So we have to define the size of the backup also. Backup, how much backup size I have to define. Okay. Log volume will not be removed. Okay, there are certain parameters which will set, okay, how frequently you want to reset, or how there is a normal or overwrite modes are there. Okay, if you set to the overwrite, then they will, after every save point it keeps writing overwriting, but generally in production we don't set it to overwrite. You got it? Because point in time recovery is needed from the previous backup to this one. Okay, but after every backup they will be overwritten. You got it? So that's the backup concept.
Okay.
Okay. So after every backup, definitely they will be overwritten, but after every save point, they will not overwritten, right? Because until you have the last successful backup, you need the state point in time recovery should be possible. So that's how it saves. Okay.
Okay.
Good. So now let me see if I miss any theory over here, because from the book they explain in a different way. Just want to see if we have missed anything. Okay, good. So with this, I have general concept of sizing on HANA. I have explained in a detailed way. And if you want, there is one note. So there are multiple nodes. So you refer to the relevant nodes, how you define the sizing and all. I will define this. So this is fine. I mean, I've given an intro. Good. So these are the some important nodes. Okay. So I don't want to break your head too much on this thing. It's just for your reference purpose. That's why I always tell you, I do not take the content from the slide. I mean from the node or thing, because if I take that content, it looks good and I can expect better. But I always point you to the note, because that note will be keep updating by the SAP. And I said in S4 HANA especially, you have to make this practice, or else you end up doing so many mistakes and you end up wasting so much of money also. I mean, I've seen projects completely restarted after 3 months. Okay, so be careful. So here, let us say I'll give you one example node. So here you have to see there is a quick sizer to define this sizing. That's all right. So let's say our case is what? So suit on HANA memory sizing report, advanced correction. Yeah, this is a suitable node for us. ABAP on HANA sizing report. You see this 1872170 as for HANA suit on HANA. So do you guys have a S user with you? Anybody?
Yes, we all have.
Okay, you all have. That is very good. So what I'm trying to say is, so you try to look into these notes. So here you can see this is the one screenshot I've taken. I have not downloaded this note. SDF underscore HDB sizing. I think you guys are referring to that particular note, right? 1872170.
Correct.
So yes, so you just open this note with your S user and then have a look into it. You will find the report what needs to be executed in the system. Okay, let's say, yeah, or let me go to the next slide. What it will say? Reporting. Yeah, that's it. I mean, so this sizing is fine. So we will let's execute that report. And before I will come to this, let's go to the ERP system. So Professor ECH. It's simple SE38. So slash, what is that report? SDF.
SPV sizing.
1 second, I forgot the name.
SDF
slash SDF underscore slash SDF DB underscore sizing. This one, see, this report is there. Just execute it. Okay. So the important thing here is, so you see, it's everything is self-explanatory. What is the target? Let's say we are going to the performing sizing of S4 HANA. So current system is ERP HP8. I am moving to the S4 HANA, and HANA 2.0 is my this version. Okay. So for now, just park all other confusions or questions. So if you are so much confident, list of tables to add to standard row store and list of tables to add to standard column store. So you can provide that list, because architects or the performance tuning team, I said, there are very senior people knows which tables to be put into row store or column store. HANA by default will do the standard tables. I am referring to the tables, customized tables, right? Customers tables. So that tables, they will sit and they will work, and which are the read intensive, what are the row intensive, they will prepare a list and they will put it over here. Okay. So it's very simple. Just execute in the background. Okay. So immediate check. Yeah. So SDF, so morning I've scheduled one job. Let's see if it has completed. So let's see. Job log. Oh, morning job has not yet completed. So this is active. Morning or yesterday? 1 second, let me check this. 2019th, let's see. Yes, You see this report. Let's see the output of this report. Yeah, so this is how it looks. Okay, so sizing results in gigabytes or the GB. Okay, so here, yeah, so here you see memory sizing calculations in details, HANA size in GB, column store data 90 GB, row store data 3 GB, yeah, very minimal. So anticipated memory requirement for the initial data 94 GB, cached or the 20% for the, I'll explain why this 20% is needed, 10 GB. Workspace is this, fixed size code. So what is the RAM size you need for this minimum RAM size? 250 GB. Can you see this? So for this system, it is anticipation. That the word anticipated is a very, very generic word, guys. You know, they are very careful in putting the words. So it's just an anticipation. They don't any guarantee that it is going to enough or it is less or more, nothing. It's just an anticipation. So 250 GB is something which you may need. Okay. So, and then as I said, we need disk also, data volume, right? So per persistency, to ensure that the data is available, disk. So the data size should be around 195 GB. Okay. So, and then data model changes and cleanup details, HANA size in GB. So total requirement for HANA after cleanup. So again, this, initial size is 195 GB. And then the whole total needed is 250 GB. Okay, here also. So do you see one important observation here? So it will give the disk size as the RAM size. Okay, because in memory, whatever the data size you have it, and you need to have the almost equivalent. I mean, there is another formula for that, but at least minimum, bare minimum, you should have that much of RAM available to your server. That is why you see here disk availability will be there. And again, it has done some cleanup. I told you it will do row store to conversion. I mean, the compression and blah blah blah. A lot of things it has done. So merges, you see space required for merges, metadata statistics. So it has done all those things and it has calculated around 194 GB. Okay. So cleanup calculation details they have done. I mean, the script has done. I mean, we are not sure about all these things, how it will do. But two important things, what you have to do is, so this will give you your RAM size. The first thing. Where is this one? Yeah. Initial memory. So you see the word memory. So when you see this, so you need this much of RAM, and then you also need some size of the disk. Okay, fine. Before I get into these formulas and the data volume calculations and so on so thing, I want to ask you one quick question. Let us say if you, okay, no, this is not enough. It's just an anticipation. You have to take much more. Okay. So you cannot simply go with these numbers. I'll tell you, it is just a rough estimation or the bare minimum. There are much more factors you have to calculate. Okay, I will explain you. Okay, so after a few slides, I will explain you. But this is how you run a sizing report and you get the basic understanding of what is my RAM size or what is my disk size or what is my log volume. Has a different concept. This doesn't show. Well, it will only show you what is your disk volume is size, disk size, and what is your RAM size. Okay. So see, the current size of this DB is around 120 or 130 GB. 1 second. Yes.
So okay.
So no, it takes more size. Okay. It takes more RAM. It needs basically. I'll tell you. So suppose if your DB size is 1 TB, right? So you would need a RAM size of 2 TB. Okay, you understand? So that's how it works. Now, for now, you understand that how to run this sizing report and how to see the basic information. Okay, with these are the notes. For BW for HANA, there is a separate report. So use this report 2121330 or SDF HANA BW sizing. Okay, so you refer to these notes and then you will get the clear understanding. And then again, SAP NetWeaver, there is one more note. So you always refer to these standard notes and see what is the report or what are the prerequisites to be done, and then get the initial assessment from that. Okay, this is how you run the sizing when you are moving from the existing SAP ERP system to the S/4HANA system. Now, the most important question, right? Yes, sizing is an important aspect when you move to the what do you call? Sorry, when you move to the S/4HANA. Then another thing is what kind of hardware you have to take. You know, there is an HP hardware now.
Nishant, can you maximize this slide? Actually,
Yes,
font
yes.
is not visible.
Okay. So now the next important thing is what kind of hardware you have to take. Is it HP or Fujitsu? So many hardware vendors, right? And then you have these cloud players also, hyperscalers, Alibaba, Google, AWS, Azure, lot of people. So lots and lots of hardware vendors are there. So now, which hardware you can take? You can take. Can you take any hardware? I mean, you can go and purchase a server from the data center. Can you install directly SAP S/4HANA over there? Meaning is so easy to, I mean, can you go to a data center and get a server and start working on that server of SAP S/4HANA installation? Can you do that? Or on what basis you select a server or vendor, hardware vendor? There is a team called Integration and Certification Center in SAP. Okay, I worked there for 3 years. Okay, so I was part of the certification team. Okay, so what we used to do in that team is it's a standard team. I mean, entire world's hardware will come to us. So what we do is we install S/4HANA over there or what the version, various versions of it, and we also conduct load test, stress test, and performance. Everything we test, and after that we say that hey, yes, this is certified by SAP. This hardware, okay. So when you are purchasing the hardware, it is very important that you take the SAP certified hardware. So you can simply click on this link. Let me do this. Open this. No. Why did it come? Why page not found? Let me go to the PPT again. Let me get this URL. Yes. So here you see, yeah, it's slow. Bear with it. Not my network problem, guys. It has to load a lot of things. Okay. So this is the page. Sorry. Certified and supported SAP HANA hardware. You see it? So that's what I always say. SAP is documenting everything. No need of S user or anything to see it. Okay, it's publicly available. So now here you have to see whether what is your configuration, how many CPUs you need, and what is the size of your RAM. You decide it, and then you can check it out. Certified appliances, certified enterprise storage. For example, infrastructure as a service platforms. What are these? And supported Intel systems. These are like data center oriented. If I click on the certified infrastructure platforms, okay, I click. So you can see here Azure, Google, Alibaba Cloud Computing. Can you see Google Cloud? Everybody. So infrastructure as a service is nothing but these guys. I mean, all these hyperscalers. So you see platform. You can see, forget about these numbering. You see memory size 160 GB, 256 GB, 384 GB. See all these RAM. And here they have given the application type also, OLTP or OLAP. You see, OLTP or OLAP. So why they have categorized OLTP or OLAP like this? That's why I stressed so much yesterday. What is OLTP and what is OLAP, and where and which one you take it. Let's say um, let's take an example of Azure here. Okay, so here you have a 256 GB configuration, or let's take this one. Yeah, this is a perfect example. So here can you see 512 GB memory? So they have categorized it as a OLTP, and then again there is one more 512 GB OLAP. So two different servers. Okay. So see here, N2 Hyman 64. I mean, that is a naming convention, the server template, what Azure will give. So for 512 GB, 2 RAM, both of them are same RAM, but one is for the OLAP operations and one is for the OLTP operations. So suppose if you have to install an ERP system with a 512 GB RAM, which one you pick? OLTP one or OLAP one?
OLTP.
Yes, OLTP, transactional. Suppose if they ask you to build an BW system, right, which is a analytical operation, which one you will pick? This one.
OLAP.
Yeah. So you may say that, hey, both of them looks to me same RAM, and why are you doing this difference? See, there is a difference. When this hardware is tested, right, for OLAP, the network configuration, I mean the network speed, like we have 100 Mbps, 200 Mbps, 300 Mbps. The network configuration are the another important thing is IO. Okay. So for OLTP, IO should be high, right? Because too many writes. For writing and fetching the data, for writing, you need so much of IO. Okay. For reading, it can be available over the memory and it can quickly take it out, right? So the operation is minimal over there. So there but there the most important thing is loading of the data or the internal storage, but network bandwidth has to be high. So like that, but it's a too much infrastructure kind of thing. So, but as a basis consultant, what you have to understand is simple thing. The hardware has been tested or the hardware has been certified by SAP based on its purpose. So these are the templates have been created. If you have a OLAP and if you want to go with Google Cloud Platform, go with this configuration. So OLTP, go with this thing. So there you can see that template type, application type, see like this, IAS application type. You pick that application type and take it so that that has the proper configuration which was certified by SAP, so that you don't land up in unnecessary issues, by setting some parameter for some network bandwidth is less or IO is less. There are lots, hundreds of parameters. You have to look at it operating system level or a network level. Okay. Those all things are taken care of. That's the beauty of these infrastructure innovations. Okay. Everything they take care. See how easy it is. You just have to pick a configuration based on your thing, and then the server will be ready and then start deploying SAP over there. So that is the very, very important thing. So the thing what we have to understand is how these are certified and how these are configured. Nobody cares these days. It is just that whether you have the knowledge to pick the right hardware and right thing for your purpose. Okay, that is where it is very, very important. Okay, so this is the certified and support portal where SAP's Integration Certification Center team will certify these hardwares, whatever the new hardware comes. And is it mandatory to get it certified by SAP? Any hardware provider? Is it mandatory or?
Yes.
Yes. So it is mandatory. Every infrastructure guy, every infrastructure provider, if they want to give their server for SAP S/4HANA installation, but it was not the case with ERP. Okay. It was not the case with the traditional databases. It is the customer's choice. So customers used to have their own data centers also that time. Okay. So at that time, things were little different. Yes, there also we used to have the certification concept, but for SAP S/4HANA, it is mandatory and every hardware has to go through SAP certification. Okay, SAP certification. So you can ask me a question. Hey, this infrastructure as a service platforms fine. I mean, they give access to the. I mean, just out of the park, I'm asking you this question because since we are talking about I work there. Interesting thing I will tell you. So this thing is okay. See, this Azure and Google Cloud, they just give you the access and then you build a system and then you start testing it. But how about the physical servers? For example, Intel supported here, right? Fujitsu. These are all the physical, I mean, physical servers. How this consultant will test on these servers? You getting my point? Because they are in a data center, right? So you have to go to the data center to certify it. Is that right? How? How these servers get certified and how these SAP consultants certify it over here? And there are a lot of vendors. How do they go and do this? So it's very simple, guys. These vendors, right? Fujitsu, NEC, VCE, Lenovo, they send to SAP. Okay, hardware. So when I was in Waldorf, there is a building, complete one building. -4 to -6 floors, complete data center only. Okay, what they did is like parking we have in our apartments. All these guys gets their server. They send those servers in hardware in ships. Okay, they send it in ships and via trucks. It gets delivered to the SAP's Waldorf office, and they will install the server. Fujitsu guy, he will bring this server. I'm telling you, he will bring this server and he will install and he will do all the hardware configuration. And from there, he will give access to this SAP consultant who is sitting in Waldorf. He will certify over there. Okay. Now, after the certification, again, SAP will inform them, you come and take the hardware, but these guys will never take that hardware. Okay, because shipping costs are very high and they keep putting their hardware, just leave it. One test server they install and they leave it like that. In Waldorf data center, I have seen around 6,000 servers residing over there, certified servers, just like that. Nobody has taken it. Okay, once they did installation and tested, okay, my server got tested and leave it over there. So there is a one big data center for this kind of things. Anyway, let's park it aside. So this is how SAP certifies this hardware. Okay, this is the whole scenario or the uh, for S/4HANA. So you have to pick it from the existing again. So here you can pick the CPU architecture. I mean, if you, these are the CPU architectures supported by SAP: Intel Ice Lake, Intel Skylake. I don't know many of them. Intel Broadwell, Intel Hashwell, so many. So, but these are all guys IBM Power8. These are all guys have certified by SAP, and based on your business deal or your comfort, you can pick the relevant things. But any hardware guy, you can take it. It's just like purchasing HP laptop or Dell laptop or Mac laptop or whatever it is. So you just purchase it and you start working on this thing. Okay, is it clear how you pick the hardware? Before I jump into the next concepts like yeah, this screenshot is a old one. Now anyway, I've given you the live demo. Okay, so hope now you understand how the sizing is performed, at least for now, basic understanding of sizing and what all things needs to be considered. And then now you got the clarity of how you pick in a hardware, right? Okay, so if you open that note and if this report doesn't exist, I think in HP8 it will exist by default. Okay, if this doesn't exist, so there will be in the notes bottom section, you can see how to implement this note. Okay, you have to implement. So it's not only for this particular report, a lot of like readiness checks, simplification items, a lot of prerequisites notes has to be implemented. That is why I always point you to the standard notes or the master note. So just go there and then see what are the prerequisites notes and implement all of them. Okay, then you will get this report and then start executing.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yes.
Now let's discuss about the output of the report, SDF HDB sizing. Okay. So yeah, for business suite on HANA, I mean, whatever it is. So now the total RAM needed is this much. Okay. And data size on the disk is 89.6 GB. Okay. But here you can see it has asked for the more RAM, more than the whatever the disk size is. I will tell you why it needs more RAM than the disk size. Okay. Then you have two words here: static RAM, dynamic RAM. So guys, it's just for your information purpose. You don't have to understand any of these things. Okay, what is static RAM and what is dynamic RAM? But you try to understand this static RAM or the dynamic RAM. Okay, so this is the static RAM, 41 GB of the static RAM, and dynamic RAM is the 41.5 GB. Okay, so now two things I've introduced now again. RAM is fine, and within the RAM itself, there are two definitions which has come up for us now: static RAM and dynamic RAM. What is static RAM and what is dynamic RAM? Can somebody explain?
Static is able to process one record at a time. Dynamic can process input, output, reading, writing, multiple tasks at the same time.
Okay, good. So yeah, this is the thing. Very important thing. Now you see here one more important observation before I stress it out. You see here, interestingly, static RAM is equivalent to the dynamic RAM. Okay, can you see this? So it is recommending I need 41 GB of this thing. So it's basically the breakup of this 136 GB, guys. See, the total RAM needed is 136 GB. Here, like in invoicing, you get the breakup, right? Here, what all components contributed to this 136 GB? This is what this slide is explaining. Okay. So here, static RAM is 41 GB and this dynamic RAM also 41 GB. And then it has taken some cache 20%. It has calculated 3.4 GB on top of it. And including all of them, it comes around 136 GB. So static RAM is nothing but your static tables. Okay, whatever the table data. So obviously it loads to the RAM and it will be existing over there. Okay, agree? So the table data. Let's say if you want to insert or if you want to delete the data or you have executed a select query to do a computation, find so and so tables and so and so data or update so and so things, so and so things. So it will not within the RAM I'm talking. Okay, within the RAM I'm talking. It will not directly go and hit that particular static RAM or a consistent table. It will not hit. What it will do is it will pick that view or it will pick that particular thing and it will make a copy of it. Okay, that is how RAM operates, guys. In our laptop also, right? Windows laptop. So whenever we do something, right, some operation, when we open Excel or when we do it, so it will do the calculation, the whole thing. It will take a copy of it, and within the RAM, it will do all the computation, and after that, it will put it to the consistent thing. So it's the same concept here. So which means, let us say if you have a 41 GB of static RAM, static data or static table structures, you need to have equivalent dynamic RAM. That is strongly recommended. Okay. The reason is, if it is less, then you may have a RAM shortage kind of situation. Okay. It may not find the enough RAM to do that calculation. It will lead to a hang situation, or it takes more time until RAM is free, until other computations gets freed up. It won't start doing that computation. So to ensure that you have a 41 GB of tables in the static RAM, ensure that you have a 41 GB, so that if you hit a query of all 41 GB of data, still it has enough space to take a copy of that 41 GB and do that computation and again put it back. Right? You understand what I'm trying to say? So that is the dynamic RAM. So that's the RAM's behavior basically. So you need to have static RAM and dynamic RAM. RAM is divided into two categories, and this is the purpose. So now in this case, it needs around 136 GB of thing, and this is the total RAM needed. Clear? Are we good? Did we understand now? But for now, don't worry about all these things. Even though you run this report, it is useless, and there is lot more experience and lot more concepts you need to understand before you deciding this RAM and database. But it's just a clear hint. Okay, good. Now, RAM is clear, right, guys? The second important aspect which I'm going to cover is what will be the sizing report for the memory. RAM is clear. Disk space required for the data volume. Okay, so data volume, I told you. Where is our slide? Yeah. Hey, we are moving from the existing ERP system. Again, I go back to this slide to recollect you. We are moving from disk to the RAM. Now you know how to decide the RAM, at least a basic understanding that, okay, if I have this 1 TB of thing, I run this report, and then it will tell me that what will be my expected RAM, and then fine. You choose that particular RAM and you proceed. Now, what will be your data volume? How do you decide what is my size of this data volume? Now let's discuss that. Okay, so as a thumb rule, okay, so again, same report. Let's see, memory requirement is 136 GB, and then it has given 89.6 GB as the data disk. Okay, as a thumb rule, how do you define this? Is size of the data 1.2 times the net data size on the disk. Okay, from the report. So the report has calculated around 89.6 GB. So you have to take 1.2 into 89.6 into year-on-year growth. So that you should be knowing it. What is your year-on-year growth? So last year 50% growth or 20% growth or 13% growth. So you put all of them together and then you will get the size of the disk, how much you have to take. Clear? Guys?
Yes.
Yes. So this is how you decide the on target system, guys. On target HANA, this is the minimum disk size you need to have. Let's see if we have any theory over here. Yes. So there is a lot of theory, but this is all, I mean, memory, data persist and log volume and this need, everything I've explained already when we discussed about it. I mean, when I was initially explaining it. So that's why the data volume size is needed. So why does this 1.2 factor? Okay, see, you understand. So okay, my disk size is 89.6 GB. Sorry, my disk data is 89.6 GB. That's fine. And I will put a year-on-year data growth. That should be fine, right? So why do you need this 20% extra? Why is it SAP is making this 20% extra?
Software. HANA software. Mail.
No. Okay. So just keep this thing. I mean, interview question also. This is again. So yes. So I told you when it do the all computations in memory. I'm just trying to claim, I mean, how I put this so that you guys understand. Okay, just don't take other way. So how this? I mean, once it has done the computations and all, I've told you that every time it goes to the disk, okay, and it will write to the disk every 5 minutes. You call it as a save point, right? So there are, so it is like this. So it will not take the entire 2 TB and go and put it over there. Okay. So what it thing is, there is a thing called delta merge operations. Again, introducing a new word, just have it and just try to get the overview. Don't worry about it. We will discuss it again when we have this data backup and log backups. I will explain very detail what is the delta merge operation is. So there is a thing called delta merge operation. Okay, that again it's a beautiful concept. No, it's beautiful. In a way, the architect who has designed this HANA database, right? So they have thought like anything. For every problem, they have shown a way. Okay, so when you say 2 TB of data is being written to the disk, it is a very heavy IO or a very IO intensive operation. Agree, all of you? Writing the data from the RAM to the disk is a very heavy IO operation, right? Because it has to write the 2 TB or 3 TB data to the disk. Okay, what this guy has done is, so here in the disk itself, see, in our earlier databases, everything comes to the disk and then it will do the computation or whatever it is, and it will write over there only. So here what he will do is, he will not write the entire thing. There is a mechanism of checking into the disk and this thing. Whatever is the delta changes or the delta things, it will come and on this data, I mean disk size, disk wise, only the delta amounts will be written to the disk. Okay, so and it will merge or the delta merge operation to, in order to do that logic or in order to do that thing to the disk, it needs some space. Okay, it needs some extra space to do that thing. Okay, that is the 20% extra they're adding it over here. Okay, considering your disk size of the data. If your size of the data is 90, so then they are asking to add that 20% of extra. That is why 1.2 and net data size on the disk and year-on-year growth. So it's a great start for straightforward. But some companies, first of all, you understand this, but you should not break your head on this thing. Why? Tell me. Disk space. Why you don't have to worry about it? This thing. It's not an important factor. My intention is, it is not at all an important factor to waste time on this thing. I mean, when you are working on a project, what is my disk space and what will be the 1 TB disk space price, guys? Can somebody tell me? What is the price of the 1 TB disk?
1 TB would be somewhere around
6,000.
Exactly. So then why? I mean, it's simply I will put some extra disk, right? I will get a size of the data. It's because anyway it's a disk. So fine. I mean, you don't have to worry about these calculations and all. Let's say that you have, okay, 1 TB of data. Fine, I will add 2 TB of disk, 3 TB or 4 TB, because it's just 10,000 rupees per year cost. Even if you take in Azure or Google or anywhere, so 1 TB cost is 10,000 rupees. And for a companies like these big companies, 10,000 rupees are nothing, right? So that is why. So you don't have to break too much head. Nobody spends too much time on this data. But why I'm explaining you in a so detailed way is, at least you should know that what are things you have to consider. Okay, even 20 TB, 10 TB, 20 TB also people will put for just 1 TB database because it's cheap. So they don't want to get into any problem because the space is not available and all, right? So it's important. It's not so important because the disk space is so cheap these days. Okay, the physical size of the uh, database disk size is so cheap, and you should know, you don't need to worry. I mean, if the data is growing, then put another disk and add another 1 TB, another TB, just like that. Keep on doing that. So it's just 10,000 rupees per year. Okay, so that is there. But this is how you assess it for the this thing. Okay, that 20% extra is needed for the delta merge operations, as explained over here. Okay, good. So now the log volume size. Okay, so log volume size, yeah, this is the tricky part. Tricky part is okay, but yes, again here disk space is very cheap. You can be lenient, or you have the luxury of putting as much as you want. But again, the thumb rules are, for example, if your system is less than or equal to 512 GB, okay, let's say the existing system database size, somebody is asking, my database size is 256 GB or 300 GB, let's say roughly 300 GB. So the calculation is size of the radio log is half the size of the RAM. Okay. So here in this case, 136 GB, it has reported RAM. So what will be the radio log size? Half of it. So which will be around 70 GB or 68 GB. Got it? Clear, guys? Suppose then, but this half of the RAM thing concept doesn't work for all the things. If your server size is more than 512 GB, you take minimum of 512 GB. You can have on above it anything, but minimum you should have this 512 GB of RAM. Okay. So these questions important. So certifications they will ask. So this is the server capacity and what will be the minimum read log size as per SAP's recommendation. So that you have to answer it if you want to pass. Okay. But in practical, we don't bother too much about this thing. We can add one more disk and get the space, but this is the minimum. So if you have a size of, if you're suppose, yeah, here I have explained. Okay. So yeah, before I show you this, I'll ask you, if you have a 2 TB system, okay, 2 TB is your RAM. Your report says that you need a RAM of 2 TB. What will be the minimum size of your log volume? 512 GB, right? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
See, you see here. So 128 GB system. So it is half of this 64. 256 GB system because it is less than or equal to 512 GB, right? 128 GB. 512 GB system, it is again a half of it because less than or equal to. You have to be careful. So systems more than 512 GB, minimum size is 512 GB. See, all of them, 1 TB, 2 TBs. The minimum size of the log volume is 512 GB. Okay. So why do we need log volume and all? I will get into the too many details when we get into the hardware. I mean, when we get into this persistent layer, and there is a chapter, very big chapter, SAP HANA architecture chapter, where we discuss about all in detail of this log volume, data volume and stuff. But for now, we are just talking about the sizing. Now, another one more thing. So we all knew that SAP mount, right? SAP MNT, where we keep our profiles, EXEs, kernel, blah, 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 whatever. So like that, So again, I am introducing you in another word, HANA shared, this mount. You see here, can you see? /HANA/shared/SAD, or I can share you here. Okay, this system is still not taken down. Let me see. I'm just try to give you some glimpse of. This is not connecting. 1 second. So these guys are supposed to take this system down. Today, I don't know why they have not taken down it, because they were supposed to open few ports on this system for ABAP training. Yeah, so this is how your studio looks. So let me close this. So you use mobile extreme or putty?
Putty.
Try this. It's very good. Mobile extreme. Note it down. You see my screen, right? Mobile extreme. So
Yes.
it's beautiful. It's very nice. Okay. Earlier I used to use putty, but it's a open source software, guys. So you can ask your clients also. So it's very nice. You can have all these things. You know the advantage of this mobile extreme, right? Okay. So you can do file copy also directly from here. So for example,
SAP is not needed.
Yeah, you don't need anything. So it will do multiple things in one shot. So for example, df-kh, okay, cd/HANA. So cd/shared. So this is what I'm trying. Cd/, okay, pwd cd s4h. So this directory yeah. So hdb is the SAD here. Okay, pwd. So for example, let's see what all files here. So this one is good. The reason is, so if I have to copy a file from here or download a file from here, so I can simply come here. Where is this SFTP? Okay, it has opened again. So no. Yeah. So here you are there, right? You see here. Simply put it over here, HDB. So now you can see all the files over here. So if you want to download this default profile, so just click on this. Let me touch the backup. Upload or download. That's it. Download, and it will ask you where you want to download. You get it? So it's very nice. So try this. Mobile Extreme. It is also a open source software. But anyway, it's up to you what tools you use. I mean, Putty also you can use. Putty is light, but I strongly prefer this one. It's very nice, and you can do organize nicely. Coloring is good. Everything is good. But execution and all, like right click and paste and everything is like Putty only. Okay. So what I'm talking is this HANA shared HDB. Like you have CD, USR, SAP, right? So we have this HANA shared HDB. So we want to define the size of this also. I mean, how much will be the size of this one? So for example, and we discussed about /HANA/data. This we discussed /HANA/log. So we discussed about this. I mean, what will be the size of this data and what will be the size of this log? And we have to see what is the size of this shared, where your all executables over there. So you see here what all things it contains. So it contains exe, kernel, global, hdblcm. We will talk about all these things, and then the profile. So it's just like a binaries or whatever is needed for this, it will be existing. Or how do you define the size of it? So it's very simple. Minimum of RAM. Suppose if you have, but again, if it is a small system, like 128 GB or thing, then you just take the minimum of the RAM. But if it is 1 TB, maximum 1 TB. So you don't have to go beyond 1 TB. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. Suppose if you have a database, if your RAM is of 2 TB, so you just go with 1 TB. Maximum you can go up to 1 TB. You don't need more than 1 TB. That's what it means. Okay. So 4 TB or 5 TB, 1 TB. But anything below that 1 TB, you just take equivalent to your RAM size. Okay. So as I said, this space is not a big concern for us, disk space, because it's very cheap. 1 TB will come for just 10,000 rupees. So you can have, you can be luxury, you have the luxury of adding as much as you want. Okay. So again, scale out says scale out size also. Yeah. This HANA shared, right? Why would we need this HANA shared like SAP MT? So in high availability clusters, right? SAP MT will be shared across the all the nodes, right? The same concept applicable in here also in multi-host, where yesterday I was explaining node 1, node 2, node 3, and other nodes are there. They all will share this HANA shared directory. That's why they name directly as a shared HANA shared, and they will all call the profiles and exes from that particular shared directory. Okay, when you have multi-node host, so you can take one time the RAM of the worker for 4 worker nodes. Okay, so these are the simple calculations for them. So let's say you have a 3 system multi-host, 3 systems are there. So 512 GB per node, right? So is equal to 1 into 512 GB, 512 GB. So it's just that you calculate one time up to this one, and then after this you will calculate with 1 TB more than this. Okay, per 4 worker nodes. How? One second. This one. one time this, first of all, no customer has implemented this scale out, guys, so far. Okay, that's why even I sometimes get confused with this scale out scenarios. One time the RAM of worker per 4 worker nodes. What does it mean? RAM of worker. So yeah, so if you have a 3 system landscape, if you have 512 GB per node, and it is greater than the size of installation, and then you just need the 512 GB. Okay. Okay. So 4 systems you have 512 GB, and then 9 systems 3 times the. So this I'll check it, guys. Okay. This 4 worker nodes, I have to see this admin guide, how these guys have defined. 9 systems. Yeah, I'll get back to this tomorrow. I'll explain this part. So now I cannot recollect these 4 worker nodes and how they define. Okay. So now another important thing, I'll get back to this point. Another important thing, disk space required for the backups. So this is an important aspect, guys. Let us say now we knew that what will be the database size of the disk space. How do you define the backup space, this thing? Okay. So this is important because yeah, you can say that anyway disk space is less. Can I go ahead and have no? Here it will cost a bomb for us. Okay. Yes, it is even cheap compared to the RAM and others. It is cheap, but if you look at the size of the volume of the size we need, that is C. It is simple. Size of the backups is equal to or greater than or equal to size of the data plus size of redo log into backup cycle. Okay. So what do you mean by the backup cycle? Can somebody explain? Backup cycle?
Frequency of backup, I think.
Yes. So in your landscapes, what is the frequency of backup? Yes. So production generally it is recommended to have a full backup on daily basis. Okay. But in test and development, what will be?
Incremental.
Incremental, and sometimes we do have this weekly also, right? Weekly backups. So you reduce it. So backup is an important thing, guys. Try to understand the sizing here, because if you don't have enough space, when you have to do this point in time recovery or a restoring of the system, right? So that times you may have a problem. Okay. So you have to size your backup directory in an efficient way. Okay. So as you know, the space of the disks is cheap, but production system, if it goes down and if you want to restore it, that time you cannot say that I'll go and purchase a disk and put it over there, or I will go and get it what you call even in Azure also, you have to stop the system and put it, and that will lead to extra time or extra SLAs. It will cost the SLAs basically. And at the same time, it should not be a case that you have so much of space just lying over there, because it's not just 1 TB or thing. So I see in this case, in our example, it is going to need 70 TB. Okay, as per see, let me explain you this formula. Let's say we have, can you see this one? Full backup thing. So what is the size of the backup directory needed over here is, if I have a 2.5 TB of database, okay, and my backup cycle is a daily backup, and which is a 28 days. After 28 days, the backup gets deleted. I mean, you don't need, I mean, or it gets archived or whatever it is, but the backup frequency is, or retention period for that backup is 28 days. Okay. Not that backup frequency here. Backup frequency is daily, but it's a retention period, backup cycle. Okay. So 28 days is your retention period. And then the 28 days into 2.5 TB. So you need 70 TB. Okay. All full backups. So whether it can be on the same server, I mean, if it is available, well and good, but you need that full backup disk somewhere residing, where from your server it gets copied and placed over there. This is the minimum size. And plus read log size. Can you see here? Size of the data plus size of the read log. So read log size, again, 28 TB into 0.25 dB. Okay, 7 TB plus. So this is like total 77 TB it is coming out. Okay, so this is how you point. But again, the incremental backups, that's whole scenario is different. But I don't think in production it is too risky to go with this incremental and all these things. I mean, I've never seen a case where we were using incremental backups. A long back in Oracle we were using, but in this case you need to have this much of, say, 77 TB of space. You need it. Okay, so what happens if you don't have the enough space? So have you guys come across a situation when you are doing this point in time recovery, right? I mean, have you done this point in time recovery? Anybody?
Yeah, system.
Yeah. So what was your biggest challenge when you are recovering the logs from your disks, right? What is the biggest challenge? Having the space on the server, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So what we do for that? We apply 10, 50, 100 logs, and then once they complete, we will delete them, and then we again get it. You got it? Whatever. Can you
Yes.
guys think into that? So that is why you have to design this backup thing or a space on the server in an optimal way. And these are all things we have to do it before, guys. It's not that once you build the system and then you start increasing it out, because it's a production system. It needs downtime, means and again, SLA. So a good designed system will always perform better. So these are all things you have to consider before. What is my data size? What is volume size? What is my backup size? And as a part of this load test or a stress test, has anybody worked on this test? Load and stress test. Were you part of it? Were you part of any in your projects or in the past, in implementation projects? Load test or the stress test. Have you heard of these terms at least? Hello.
No, no.
No.
Okay. So yes, this is a very important thing. I mean, because once you put in a project, if there is an SAP S/4HANA project, right, uh, in your customer, if it is maintaining is fine, but if there is an SAP S/4HANA project, definitely you need to understand these things. I mean, these terms. So what this test is, load test or the stress test is. Let's say you have a database 2 TB of whatever existing system, right? The first exercise, what is supposed to be done, right, before going to the migration or before doing conversion, the first exercise, you have to build a system as a copy of that, right? You have to build a system as a copy of that, and then on top of it, you do the conversion, you do everything, you put the backup mounts, data, everything, and you have to run it as a mock system. Okay, you have to run it as a parallel production system, but you don't do the actual things. Data, how much my time is the restoring and recovery, how many logs I can do, what is my SLAs here, how much time it is taking, how is my IO, right? When the backup is running, how is my performance on the system? So there are 200 to 250 tests you have to do. Okay, SAP will give those scripts and what to be run, and you can ask that, where do you get the load in the system, right? Because you just took a backup of the system and you build a system. How do you know? How do you mimic the actual production operation? Are you guys connecting? How do you mimic it? How do you ensure that there is an end user traffic to that POC system or a sandbox system what you have built? You get it? So that test you have to do, or else, you just go with theory and you build a system, and definitely that will not perform. So you have to build a sandbox. You have to do all these tests. But but the most important thing is, how do you mimic your production operations? Can anybody tell? Yes, you have taken the backup, you have built it, you have done everything, and you have converted it. But how do you know that the system will be? What is the behavior of this system? Because sandbox, you cannot divert the production traffic to the sandbox system, right? Even the test user data also you cannot divert. It's just a sandbox system. How do you ensure that? How do you decide your backup directory or IO is better, right? See, you can say that you just restore and recover, but that time there is no end user traffic. When there is no end user traffic, you are obviously you have a better IO and better network on the server. Your restore recovery will work much faster because you are having high resources. All resources are free on the server. You have enough CPU, enough RAM, and everything. But when actual load on the system, how do you know? How this behaves, right? How you mimic the production traffic to the sandbox system? It's very important thing. Anyone has any ideas? No, just give a thought. Just give a thought about it. So the thing is, once we define these data sizes and everything, and once we build the system, okay. So there are some jobs, right, in the system. SAP has the nodes to implement these nodes. Once you implement these nodes, these jobs will run in the system. What these jobs do is, what do you mean by the end user traffic? I mean, dialog users or RFCs, whatever the traffic to the system, right? At the end of the day, what all they do? End of the day, in the system, what all they do? Simple. Either
Yes,
they
sir.
write or read. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Either they write or they read. What else they need? Why do you want to log into an SAP system? See, we as an administrators, we have different purpose, right? But for them, it's very simple to do the transaction, to get some data, or to write some data. So only two operations. So what these jobs will do is, they will mimic the end user thing, and they'll start dumping the data to the system. Okay. So it will the system will be put under a very heavy stress test, in the sense, every 1 hour it keeps increasing the write operations, heavy write operations, and then at the same time you are running the backup. So combination of these things will be running. So that, and at the that write job will keep on writing, and then some read job will be keep on reading and pulling the reports, or generating the spools and putting in some directory or something. So that way, and sometimes we actually put it to the server, to a situation when we are certifying the hardware, right? We put hardware to situation, it has to crash. We keep on dumping, keep on running that job with a high number of processes, high. So at certain point, the server crashes. Okay, because it cannot handle that load. So what we do at the time, we will tell that we will reduce it to 25% of the load, or the whatever it has handled. We will tell that, hey, this system can handle up to this much of IO, and with this kind of network, and this is the thing, and we will give a certification report to the hardware vendor. See, your server can handle so and so thing, and your server can handle so and so thing. Okay, the same thing. Okay, that is the certification part. The same kind of test, as a customer, as a British Petroleum or Nestle, you have to do it on your sandbox system. You have to put it under load test. You have to put it under stress test. Okay, certain tests SAP already conducts as a part of hardware certification, and tells that these are the specifications of this hardware. It can handle so and so load and so and so things. But still, when you put the real data, the whole scenario is different. You have to do that. Okay, but you can ask me a question. Hey, you are building a parallel system, and this project will take how long? 3 months or 6 months? Fine. Time is not a concern, and you can deploy many resources. But can you guess the biggest challenge over here? Building a new system and putting these load test, or these things. What is the biggest challenge over here? Relevancy is fine. This is the best way to do. There is no other way. If you really want to test if your production system after conversion, if it is really works better or not. But believe me, 99% of the customers do not do this. due to another. See, that's what I'm telling you. It is also a very, very important question, guys, in interviews, because you all are at 10 plus years of experience. So you will be nailed on this topic, because we all put into our resumes migration. I worked on this migration. I worked on that migration, right? The moment you put on S4 HANA migration or a HANA migration, that's it. So if a guy like me is interviewing, gone case. So in Microsoft or these people, see, the thing is, what they will ask you is the simple question. I think some of you, how many of you worked on migration?
Yes, I have one.
Yeah. So forget about this HANA or whichever is the database, the sizing and all we are discussing here. Let's keep it aside, because it's sizing, because this topic is relevant, guys. That's why I'm stressing it out, because in important thing, when we size and we decide this thing. For example, if I ask you, your existing system is of 1 TB, okay, and if I ask you that migrate it to the new thing, what is your first thing what you'll do? I mean, what is your approach? First thing, if I ask, take it from Oracle to Sybase or Oracle to whatever it is, what is your first option? So first you do it in a development and then test and then production. But yes, so this is the very nice way of doing any migration, and that is the best thing, and it's a proven, and that's the only way you assess that your server is performing well. But here you guys are missing one very, very, very important point. When we move to S4 HANA, the game changes here. The reason, because it's in memory. Okay, the hardware needed to build as a copy of production, can you imagine what will be the size? Suppose, as long as you are discussing about 512 GB 1 TB, that is fine. Let us say I have a customer, I have a existing database has a size of 10 TB. Okay, 10 TB of disk space. So as per our calculations and all, what will be the minimum RAM requirement? 20 TB. Agree?
Yes.
20 TB or 15 TB, considering your year-on-year growth and 20 TB. Okay. Yeah. So can you build a 20 TB of server just for your POC as a backup of your existing thing? Okay. 20 TB server, and then you do your conversion and all. How long it takes? 3 months, 4 months. So who will bear the cost of a 20 TB server?
Costly.
Did you guys understanding where I am coming from? So, and your whole thing is changed. Your disk space is more. Your everything is more, and it adds up like anything, because S4 HANA servers are very costly. So you need to have a RAM server of 20 TB, and you are saying that I will run a POC on it. Gone case. Okay, nobody will approve you. That will cost bomb. Very heavy amounts, infrastructure cost. Okay, so now how do you tackle it? This situation compared to your you understanding Mehul Sagar Harshit, where I am coming from. So in your existing databases, that problem is not there, because TK, it's disk based only, right? These are all. So disk space is cheap only. Okay, even though if you have a 10 TB of database, TK 10 TB of disks, you get it attached. I told you 1 TB disk is 10,000 rupees. 10 TB is like 1 lakh. Let's put 1 lakh, 2 lakh, or 50 lakhs. That is nothing. But here we are talking about disk to RAM. So you need a RAM equivalent to your disk space. That is very, very expensive. RAM is very, very expensive. Okay, so that's the challenge, guys. So now, how do you know then your production after your conversion on your system works? Because you can't build a parallel system. You can't build a parallel system because of the heavy cost. Then what is the way? You getting?
Yes.
So now, how do you tell it? I mean, how do you know that this works? This doesn't work. This is the biggest challenge for SAP. Why do you think that many customers unable to move their data loads to the S4 HANA? This is the reason. Because unless, because every one of us are habituated. Every customer knows, if you do a POC and fine, it takes 1 year, 2 years, whatever it is. Let my project runs. That's all right. Cost is less. I bear this cost, and then my consultant works, and they become comfortable, and then you take a go live. You go with your dev, test, and production. So once you become very much familiar, and once you identify all the issues, but it is not the case with S4 HANA. So SAP is telling that, hey, directly go and put in your production. No customer will be ready to do that. Simple. Okay. That's the biggest challenge to take to S/4HANA conversion. So how it is addressed? Interesting question. I've given the hint also. So how this is addressed is, to address this, what SAP will do is, SAP will have a, SAP will not will, SAP has a heavy engineering team. Okay. Performance engineering team. Okay. So they all sit and they do these tests. I mean, these writing or stress tests or anything, they generate these, templates. Okay. So let's say your database size is so and so things and so and so things, and this is the nearest template. So, this is the nearest template, this much of RAM and this much of thing, this much of IO, this much of this thing is needed. That will help you to go it. So the customer will go, I mean, with some assurance that this hardware performs and do this. You getting my point? So for test and development, anyway, you need a less number of less size systems only. But production, they go with that template. So nobody is going to do the complete end-to-end testing or end-to-end scenario production mimicking in S/4HANA. Nobody will do that because it's very, very expensive. Okay. So if it is a 1 TB, 2 TB, up to that, yes, people may go for it. But after that, nobody will dare to do that because it's very, very heavy expensive. Okay. Did you understand now? Okay. Now I am coming to the point. Who is the team, performance team, and what all they do to ensure that our life is easier? Okay. So, okay, that before I come to that, some more things I have to cover. Okay. I'll come to this one. Okay, I've already jumped to this one. I'll come to that. Okay, I'll come back to this performance team at a later point in time. I mean, those guys what is that? What are the tools they have created and how they give these templates? Now, another important thing, guys. So we were talking about a few important things we missed. Okay, what we are talking? We were talking about RAM. We were talking about disks. We were talking about backup space and all this thing. But another important thing we missed it out. Two important things. Okay, one is the network. Another one, can somebody recollect what we missed? Another one. Network is one thing. One more thing. Very tricky one. It's very, very difficult. I mean, there is no shortcut or there is no way we can assess it. Very, very tricky one. CPUs. How do you tell that how many CPUs you need? 32 CPUs or 48 CPUs or 64 CPUs or whatever it is. How do you tell that for a given RAM, how many CPUs are needed? Can somebody knows? How do you assess it? CPU? Am I audible, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So CPU and network, these are the two things which we have to be careful. So here, forget about these multi-host things. I mean, you always focus on these our internal thing only. I mean, single host. Okay. So in the single host also, so from one host to another host. So this one, the first one, primary, this one, this gray background. Okay. So when is this network is used? This one. So this is the important thing. Why do we need this network? First of all, from the application server to the HANA communication, and from the outside or the third party applications, when they communicate to our system or internal communications, you need to have a network connectivity. Okay. What will be the network connectivity or the bandwidth it is needed? Okay. For example, if you take our system, this one is our this thing. Okay, it's still up. I don't know, these guys have not worked on it. So let me do this speed test. So because it's an RDP in the same network, so it will give me the speed test. Let's see what is the speed. See, it is just 30 Mbps, which is a very bad speed. Okay, which is very, very bad. Okay, so since it is a training system, I have asked these guys to put 100 Mbps speed, and I have also asked them to increase it to the 300 Mbps. Okay, so this is the trickiest part. It is a very bad system, but you cannot run a production system with this bandwidth. Okay, with this particular what do you call 30 Mbps or 40 Mbps what we have. Okay, so, but it's a training system, that's all right, it is acceptable. So now in this network or the data center, wherever your thing resides, right, what will be the bandwidth needed, network bandwidth, and what are the factors you have to consider when you are talking about this bandwidth? Okay, can somebody guess? For example, you have a Wi-Fi in your home. See, don't get confused, don't get overwhelmed when we say that data center and when we say host disks and all, nothing. So if you go and see have you ever been visited to the data center? Anybody?
Yes.
Good. So yeah, then that's good. Yeah, there we see like a big factory and all. I mean, servers all hooked up, lots and lots of cables and all this stuff that is there. But the concepts are as simple as what we use in our home. Okay, suppose when you are picking a router, okay, or a home bandwidth, 300 Mbps speed or 1000 Mbps speed, what all factors you do consider, right? On what basis you pick up your router? Did you get my point? I mean,
Yes.
it's yeah, usage has nothing to do. We are looking at bandwidth, network bandwidth. Okay, but yeah, usage, you hit a one right point. I mean, usage type, I can say. Okay, is it for the running your just laptop, or is it for streaming on your TV, right? Is it for lights or internet of devices these days? So they're all connected to the router, devices, varieties of things. Okay, so you can simply connect here. See, application server, ABAP or XSA outside, I mean, the GUI traffic one in, and then RFC connections or whatever HTTPS calls, API calls, and then client or the BI client related business intelligence, I mean, reading reports and stuff, and then the data sources. I mean, what all from where all the data source, JSON, OData, and then others also I have explained. Okay. Uh, Various kind of open sources, JDBC, ODBC, yesterday I've explained, right? HANA as a platform, it encourages everybody to connect to the system. So when you define this network bandwidth, you have to consider all these factors. How many interfaces I have, who all are coming to my this thing, okay, and what will be the optimum speed of this thing. Okay, so this network bandwidth also a little bit of a tricky thing to assess, guys. So by default, SAP recommends in any data center 10 GB per second. Okay. So I have not seen any customer who has implemented SAP S/4HANA with less than 10 Gbps. Okay. So 10 Gbps is more than sufficient, and you don't have to go beyond that. Okay. So the speed, not this 30 Mbps, what I've shown, Gbps. You're getting my point. 10 GB. 10 GB per second is the recommended network bandwidth. But again, if you want to increase or to 15 GB or 20 GB per second, that you have to work with the network. But I think maximum in these infrastructure providers also, they give up to 10 GB per second. But I've seen customers who are using 1 GB per second also. You getting my point? Because they don't have a lot many interfaces, because they knew that their entire thing all are in one data center only. So there are not much of third-party applications. Only the end user traffic comes to the system via SAP GUI or a HTTPS connection. So what they do is they will put they will open that HTTPS port and ensure that the data comes from the open network. Okay, so that will reduce these routers and middle layers. That will reduce the latency. Okay, so 1 GB per second to 10 GB per second, considering the number of these things, you define these things. So internal zone, what it says yellow is within the LAN. So this is nothing you should bother about it. By default, if they're all in the LAN connected or in one data centers, they all have an enough communication or the bandwidth to communicate to each other. Okay, good. So this is how you define the network. Network is the important thing. Okay, important thing to consider. See, sometimes, so okay, if your network is slow, what all problems you face? Suppose if you have designed a system with a very bad network bandwidth, like I did in this case, Okay, so it's a bad design. See, I have a server of 512 GB, okay, and 32 CPUs, and I have a very nonsense network speed. So what it can lead to? What are the problems?
Bad IO.
Sorry?
Poor IO operations.
Performance
Yes.
issue actually.
Yes. So see, it's going to the system. That's all right. There is one more important thing. I'll tell you. I'll come back to that. I'll tell you what problems I may get now. I've seen it recently. I broke my head for 2 days, and then I realized what is the culprit of this thing. Okay. I'll tell you very interesting thing. You guys also may see it in your customer projects. See, you see this SMQR, right? See, the status is inactive. You all agree this is the correct status only. Okay. So as and when this scheduler runs, it will become active and it will process these queues. Okay, the EWM queues or the transport management queues, I think. So if you have a bad design of network, right? So this will end up in CPIC error. Like sometimes RFCs gets broken intermittently. You getting my point? The customers complains, hey, you know, the RFC working fine until the morning, but intermittently it is failing. You understand? So why do they fail intermittently? Because of these network glitches. Because you have a poor. Those are the hints of you had a bad network. Did you getting my point, guys? What I'm trying to say. So if you don't have a proper network, so the intermittently the RFCs gets fails and the web service calls gets fails and intermittently. That is the most irritating thing to troubleshoot. Okay, because you don't know when it is going to fail. You don't know because there is no way you can replicate also because it's a production system and those guys will order once only. They will repeat the order again. Okay, and they cannot create one order for a particular case. Please try to connect it to this. When you are migrating, I'm trying to stressing out what is the importance of giving these examples or the live problems so that you connect to that importance. I mean, just I can say that 10 GB per second and skip the slide. No, if you design a bad network or as a basis consultant, when you are working, you have migrated the system to the new server or a new thing. And all of a sudden, when you're in your testing and development phase, you could see that sometimes these RFC is failing, sometimes web services failing, sometimes these queues are failing. You know, those are all the hints that you have a poor network in the from the server side. But how do you prove that it's a network issue? Can somebody? Because you know, right, our hardware guys, how crazy they are. They will not even log into the system, but they will tell that it's a basis issue because everybody, not only you and me, for everyone, functional, ABAP, everybody, the problem is first basis. If they don't understand the issue, put it on the basis, simple. So, but as a basis consultant, it is unfortunate for us. We have to prove that it's not a basis issue. You understand? So, how do you prove or what exercise you do or as a prerequisite or a pre-step in your migration thing to understand the network bandwidth and all these things? How do you prove that it's a network issue? Did you getting my point? Let's say that one area, one customer, one country customer, one country end users complaining that my RFCs are failing at a regular intervals or occasionally they are failing. How do you fix that issue? I mean, how do you troubleshoot it and how do you prove it's a network issue? You getting my point, guys? Hope I'm making some sense.
Yes. So we can check the in SMI CM trace.
Okay. Next. These are all things you can do, but all of them needs approvals, right? To run in production. Everything needs approval, but all are time consuming and all are thing. Simple, guys, just put a network trace. This one, network trace, that is important thing. And another thing is the TCP dumps. Have you run these TCP dumps? I mean, it's not a basis thing. The first thing is when you face an issue like that, just ask your hardware guys if you have a server team. But in parallel, you can do your troubleshooting and all. First, ask them to run a TCP dump, okay, for 1 day from the source to the target. Okay, ask them to run it and then take that package. And there are tools, TCP dump analyzing tools, or you can ask that guy to open. I mean, you can ask that guy, network guys, to investigate it. I mean, have a look into that thing. So it will prove that there are breaks at particular times or intermittently it is being broken. Okay, the TCP dump also gives a clear information of from the source where it is going, and at what point it has broken also. That will give a very, very clear picture. Okay, so that is the thing which you have to do. I mean, when you see this kind of hints in the system, first thing is run the TCP dump for 1 day or 2 days. That's okay. TCP dump doesn't cause too much of load on the system. It's just that you need some 2 GB every day. It may generate 1 GB file, dump file. So you do run it for 2-3 days and get it analyzed with a network engineer. That's it. That will give some hints, and then with that proof, you can get the network speed increased, or it also tells you where it is being broken. See, suppose from the end user perspective, if at his router there is a problem and it doesn't help you, even then also it will fail that web call. So there is no point in you being investigated on your server and put it to this thing. But TCP dump will give a picture that, hey, target, there is a problem. This is where it is breaking. So then you go and tell that guy that, hey, at your router level, the traffic, the packets are getting dropped, or this thing is happening. You please go ahead and do this. Very, very important utility, TCP dump. Basis guys, majority of the times we ignore it, but to troubleshoot the network issues, that's the very nice thing. Okay, good. So that, I mean, the whole thing I am explaining is the importance of this, putting the right network to your hardware. Now, one more important thing. In this bandwidth, right? For example, yeah, in my case, I knew that I cannot afford to go with this 1 Gbps or 10 Gbps or 20 Gbps. So what will be the practical thumb rule to define this this thing? Okay, let's say Fiori I have. So Fiori, because most of the traffic these days comes from the Fiori. Hope these guys are working now. Okay, now advanced. Accept and risk and continue. Okay, it has gone. So here for h underscore fin underscore d. So most of the traffic comes for the Fiori, and SAP GUI users also, training users also logs into the system, right? There is one node I will share you guys tomorrow. What SAP will tell you is your network speed should be 15 KB per session or per user. Okay, for example, I mean active users, not to the it's a very crude and simplest way of putting this network estimation. Okay, 15 KB. For example, if I have 1000 users working on my system concurrently, so my network speed should be 1000 into 15 KB. Okay, that speed minimum, bare minimum, I should have it. Okay, in order to run the system. See, this is getting loaded. Can you tell me why this is taking? I mean, if a Fiori user complains that my my portal is being loaded low, because it's a pure web service call, right? HTTPS. So it is going and eating the system, and this stupid system has only 34 GB, 30 Mbps of speed. Now it is struggling. So these are the network issues, network problems. So yeah, in this case, I've asked them to increase the network speed to 300 Mbps. So these are the kind of problems you may get it. And 15 KB per second is the per user, active user is the minimum requirement to have this. See, it has loaded. So now clicking on these tiles and all, for each user, you need that minimum requirement. Okay. So this is how you decide the network, and then how you troubleshoot the network issues. Okay, good. So now the important thing, CPUs. How do you define the CPUs, guys? So you see my screen. So you can see in my screen, my server has the monitoring at the bottom. I have enabled the monitoring. Okay. So you see CPU utilization is 9% or 7% right now. And then the RAM utilization is 197 out of 307 GB. That's fine. It's an in-memory database. Even if it reaches 300 GB also, you don't have to worry. Believe me. But if it crosses 300 GB, then it's a problem. But it won't cross. I mean, if it crosses 300 GB, then increase a little bit of RAM. But it is within the limits. It's all right. Okay. But how do you define these CPUs? How many CPUs you need for the system? Can somebody? On what basis you define the CPUs? It's the very tough to. And one, okay, that's before I come to that CPU part. How many at max? How much percentage this CPU can go? CPU utilization. See, you see, my CPU utilization is 9%. Okay, can you run a system on 70% CPU utilization? Can you run continuously?
No.
Yes. So you cannot run. See, it is like this. So in a simple way, I will tell you. You can tell that then why do I have to have 100% CPU, right? I'll tell you. See, we all, I mean, I don't know. We all have cars. Okay. You are driving a car or a bike. So what is the maximum speed limit over there? 200 kilometer per hour.
Right.
So have you ever driven the 200 kilometer per hour? No, right? At max we can go 100 or 120 or 150. But yes, we knew that bike can go up to 160 or 200 kilometers per hour, but we never drive. On a day to day, we run at a 100 kilometer per hour or 80 kilometer or 60 kilometer per hour. So same is the case with CPU. So the CPU can handle up to 100% whenever is needed. It can go occasionally, it can go up to 70% or 80%, but we have to run it at a optimal utilization, which is less than 65%. So if your CPU utilization is going more than 65, right? I mean, if you are driving more than 100 kilometer per hour or 120 kilometer per hour, means you are risking yourself, right? You might be an excellent driver, but there is a chance of risk. Same case, if you drive 70, I mean, if the CPU utilization goes beyond 65%, then your utilization has been significantly high, and you should consider increasing your number of cores or the number of CPUs. Okay, fine. That, let's come to that. That you will understand only when you started using the system. But before using the system, how do you know? How do you know that how many CPUs I have to put? How many these things I have to do? That will be explained over here. It's a very complicated thing. Again, don't break your head on this. SAP has already prepared this thing. One second, there is one link. Yes, this benchmarking. Yeah, this is what I want now. Okay. So SAP has already developed. So this is the point I've told. Note that the CPU has to be adjusted so that the server load does not exist 65% in average. Okay, this is very important. Now you understand. So there is one more important word: 300 SAPs per active user. What does this mean by SAPs active user? So this will be explained over here. A very new term, not important but new term. Let me show you. This is where I was talking you guys. So you cannot build a parallel server or a mimic a system similar to your production, unlike your existing migrations or unlike things. That is when SAP has come up with this kind of tool or application. You see here, overview, procedures, benefits, measuring in SAP S, okay, which is nothing but measuring in SAP S. Let's click this. So here, measuring in SAP application performance standards. The full form of SAP S is they have defined some standards, okay, based on your system existing configuration. They do run some reports, or based on your ST03 data, or ST03 data only. Majority of the performance data comes from ST03, you know, number of users or your performance, right? So, utilizations, everything comes from the ST03. So they do run it, and SAP will recommend based on this. And if you have so and so SAPs performance standards, the benchmark, see, you have an existing system and you have to compare with something, right, to say that to pick a right server or things. So that's when SAP, that is what is called benchmarking. So SAP has developed the templates or test cases, or this performance engineering team, whatever in SAP, right, they do those tests and they have come up with the templates in a simple term. Okay, you pick the right template based on your current situation, or a suitable template, and go with that. Okay, and then there is a thing called sizing also. So here they have given the sizing tool also. So you please, if you have an S user, I mean, some of these things, when you click on it, it's a quick sizer. It will take you to the S user. I don't have an S user. So try to click and see. It's a very self-explanatory. I mean, these days SAP is making things very simple and easy. So you don't have to too much worry about it. I have put that screenshot over here. sizing for the BW for HANA. Anyway, there is some different report we have to run. So NetWeaver approach, it's a different total RAM. It is again same concepts like our existing thing. So, but first of all, nobody moves from NetWeaver to the HANA NetWeaver approach. Okay, this approach is irrelevant and it's an outdated one. Okay, but important thing is the quick sizer tool. Okay, so here again, this you may not do it basis consultant. This will be done by the architect. Okay, every project or every customer has an architect. So do you guys have an architect in your projects? So in every project there will be an architect or SME from the client side. So he is the main responsible for running this or assessing the required hardware or the required thing. What he will do is he will go to that quick sizer tool link, what I have given, sizing. So he will create a project and then he will input the existing landscape details. Okay. So he will run that existing landscape details. So you will run this report. First, you explore it, that quick sizer tool. I mean, with your S user login and look for these input things. Or tomorrow, somebody can share your screen. Then we will discuss about these options over there. Okay. So it's also, I mean, I don't think nobody is running this tool also these days because SAP itself is giving the templates. You understand, right? What I'm trying to say? That benchmarking templates. So they're giving themselves that, okay, this is your existing system and existing configuration, go with this kind of configuration. That's it. Simple. So the IOs and everything, we will pick it and we will build it on infrastructure, Azure or AWS. So happily, we will do the data migration, export, import. So take the export of the ERP. If you are moving to the HANA, import it. Or if it is a conversion, then you run the conversion DMO tool on the target system and then move the existing database over there based on the approach.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component is responsible for managing the transport of objects between different SAP systems? Option A, SAP Solution Manager. Option B, ABAP Editor. Option C, Change Request Management. Option D, Transport Management System, TMS. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Attention all aspiring SAP professionals. Are you ready to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration? Look only as far as our comprehensive course. In this course, you'll embark on a journey to master the intricate world of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced professional, our curriculum is designed to elevate your skills to new heights. Dive into the course curriculum and discover a wealth of knowledge curated by industry experts. From installation and configuration to monitoring and troubleshooting, you'll gain a deep understanding of SAP S/4HANA's core functionalities. Meet your instructors and seasoned professionals with years of real-world experience in SAP S/4HANA implementations. Their expertise and practical insights will guide you through each step, ensuring you acquire the skills necessary to thrive in this dynamic field. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their careers with our course. Their glowing testimonials are a testament to the value and quality of our training. And the best part? Our course pricing is designed to be accessible, making this invaluable knowledge within reach for professionals seeking to advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and take the first step towards becoming an SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration expert today.
We spoke a lot of things about, when we are migrating from any database to the HANA database, the main thing is you need to decide what will be your RAM size, what will be your data volume size, what will be your log size, and what will be your CPUs, and what will be your network bandwidth. These are the basic things when you migrate to any component, or when you migrate any system to the new hardware or new system. So this is the one which I told you that I will explain. So let me put it in this one also so that I can give some example presenter view. Okay, good. So in a scale out scenario, I mean, it's good to have this understanding. What will be the size of HANA shared directory, right? So this formula, we were a little confused yesterday. One time RAM of worker per 4 worker nodes. Okay, so what does this mean? So for example, you have a multi-host system. Do we have this architecture of multi-host in this slide? No, yesterday I think we discussed. Here is this multi-host. Host 1, host 2. No. Okay. So let me try to memory network requirements. Okay. Okay. Let's say you have a scale out scenario. So scale up and scale out, I've explained you very clearly. Scale up means you go from the existing 512 GB on the same server, you increase the RAM or increase the CPU. That is a scale out. Scale up. Scale out means suppose you have an existing 512 GB and then you put another 512 GB, another, as and when your data grows, and then you provide the extra server or the extra node, you can call it as. Okay. So here it's very simple. HANA shared size will be one time the RAM of the four worker nodes. What does it mean is, for example, you have 3 nodes. I mean, 3 512 GB nodes in your landscape, right? What will be your size of the installation directory? Installation directory is nothing but HANA shared. Okay, this one. HANA shared SID is the installation directory. What will be the size? It is one time the 512 GB. Let's say you have 4 nodes, 4 512 GB nodes. What will be the size of HANA shared? It will be, what is the formula? One time RAM of 4 worker nodes, which is one time. It is 512 GB. Let us say here, this is where you get to this understanding. You have a 5 system landscape. I mean, 5 nodes, and each node is of size 512 GB. What is the size of this one? So for 4 worker nodes, the size is one time. Okay, for 4 systems, one time. Since it has gone one, I mean, one node has extra, so it will take double. Even though there is one node only, it has to be 2 into 512 GB. Let us say you have 6 systems. Okay, 6 I have not given here. 6 systems, then again 1 TB. 7 systems, 1 TB. So which means each 4 systems, 4 nodes, it will go double. So 9 systems, it will go again 3 times, like this. This is the formula for the simple thing, simple formula. And again, you don't have to break too much of thing over here. It is just for your understanding purpose, how you define it. Again, this disks are cheap. I mean, you can have it as per your wish. Okay. I mean, I don't think anybody follows this guidelines. It's just random calculation based on your data size and all. You will put it over there. Okay, but don't undersize it. Okay. So you see, always never ever undersize it. Can you tell me why every 4 nodes, as in when your data size needed, right? So you can tell me one. See, okay, let me ask you a simple question here. Okay, here we are doing a scale out. Okay, so as I told, this HANA shared is a shared directory, right? All the nodes like SAP MNT in a scale out scenario, SAP MNT being shared within cluster, right? Node 1, node 2, node 3, everyone shares the same common mount point. Do you agree that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now my question is, so in that case, let's in a high availability clusters, if you worked on it, SAP MNT, irrespective of the number of applications, I think more or less we use the same size. Okay. Then why do I have to go? See, for example, it's the same share. Even though 3 system or 4 system and 9 systems also, it has to be 512 GB. Why I have to 3 times 512 GB? You getting my point? Why should I go 1.5 as and when the node increases, right? Why my requirement of HANA shared is increasing? Did you get it? What my question? Why I would need to have the installation directory size more? Because it doesn't matter, right? 1 system or 2 system or multi-node, whatever the node number, my HANA shared is a shared between all the nodes. Then why I would need to increase my size here? First, did you understand my question? Is this clear?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, clear.
Yeah. So why? So see, understand it. So this HANA shared contains what? Binaries, logs, so and so, right? It's like SAP MNT. You treat it as SAP MNT. Okay. What all things SAP MNT contains? Or USR SAP? What all things? Huh?
Profiles and
Yes. Kernel.
Kernel profile.
Work. Right.
Work.
Logs.
Global.
Yes. Yes. So in that, all those directory, which one is volatile in the sense, which one will increase over a period of time? Which directory? Kernel is constant. I mean, unless you do a kernel upgrade, I don't think it will, there is a change in the kernel size. Profiles constant. Do you all agree? Profile size
Yes.
doesn't get
Yes,
increased.
constant.
Yes. So USR recipe trans, trans anyway, let's keep it aside. I mean, it depends on number of transports and all. So which one is the volatile? Work directory, right? Work directory, what does that work directory contains? Logs, right? Your RFCs, dialog work process, all these logs. So when you enable a trace, right? Application trace, where does it logs everything? In a work directory, right? Do you all agree? So work directory is the volatile one. Okay. And this work directory, does it vary with each application server or not? Hello?
Yes.
So the work directory is different from each application server, right? For example,
Correct.
yeah, you have one instance, another instance, it varies. So which means as and when your application servers increases, your work directory size increases, right? Number of work directories increases. That is the
Yes.
reason why you should have USR SAP or SAP MNT also high as and when you scale out. Agree, all of you?
Yep.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that's the same concept here. It agrees. I mean, it applies. So HANA shared is a directory where your HANA executables, HANA traces or the database trace files will be written over there. So as and when you have the multiple nodes, there it has the trace file locations for each node, right? So that directory size increases. That is why as in when your nodes are getting increased, right? Every 4 nodes, they just say that you go with the one node, 512 GB. But as in when you have a 9 systems, so it increases. Okay. Is that clear, guys? You got a clear
Yeah.
understanding, right? Good.
Yes.
So perfect then. So then we are good with this slide. Let's close this. So first thing, before we go, okay, we need to understand what all operating systems SAP HANA supports. Does anyone have any idea? First of all, can you give me the examples of operating systems currently which you are aware? What all operating systems ERP system is using? Existing ERP. So open this note 2622671. If somebody has this note, S user 2622671, note it down. I mean, parallelly you can open it and have a look at these notes. It will give the information of the certified operating systems for the SAP HANA. Okay. So recently, SAP, okay, hardware supported by the HANA. So these are the important notes. Let me put it in a big screen. Wait. Okay. So hardware supported by SAP HANA. These are the master nodes. They will have hell lot of information. Okay. So, but whenever you have a migration or a customer requested to check the hardware related stuff, you always refer to this latest version of this node. So this node talks about what are the HANA certified and supported hardware. And if you are going with IBM Power Systems, I don't know, have you heard of this IBM Power Systems? SAP HANA on IBM Power Systems. Has anyone? This is the latest 2 years back. IBM has announced uh, a hardware which is very, very powerful. I mean, which they quotes to be powerful. I mean, I have not tested any time, but IBM Power Systems also SAP HANA is supported. Okay, allowed hardware. This is also an allowed hardware. And certified and SAP supported HANA hardware directory. This is again we discussed this yesterday. I mean that ICC certification center, and we have seen what are the infrastructure as a service providers and what are certified and what are things. Okay, and then there is an important tool SAP HANA hardware check, which is hardware configuration check tool. Okay, it's the central node. So you refer it tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Mostly Monday on our hardware we will run. There is one report. which I mean, there is a session on that. Now at the moment, don't get into that. So there is a report which we run on a hardware, because once we build the server, then I will talk about it. For now, just understand that there is a validation tool, or a not report, it's a script. SAP provides one executable to execute on the server. What that will do is, it will run for a day or 2 days. I mean, it will check your RAM, CPU, disk size, IO, everything, and it will give you a report. Hey, this is your existing hardware, and these are the recommendations, or this is what is your stuff. Okay, there is a session, there is a chapter and PPT also available for that thing, HWCCT. So just understand now that we have a tool, hardware configuration check tool, which will run on the server, which will tell us whether our hardware is suitable for the HANA or not. Okay, let's keep it aside. But supported hardware, if you want to validate, I mean, if somebody gives you a server to validate if it is compatible with your with the SAP HANA or not, what you have to do is, you have to go through all these notes and see if your hardware meets those criteria or not. It's as simple as that. Okay, now let's get into the interesting thing. What are the supported Linux operating systems for SAP HANA? So the supporting operating systems are SUSE, and recently, from last 2 years, SAP had come up with Red Hat. Okay, SAP is supporting Red Hat also. And then, but especially this 1.0, HANA 1.0 was completely with the SUSE, but HANA 2.0 onwards, SAP has started supporting this Red Hat Linux also, because of their support and so on, so things. So they will recommend only these two recommended operating systems to run SAP HANA. There's no other thing. And there is IBM Power Systems also. So I don't know if it is really a operating system, because Red Hat is acquired by IBM, right? You all agree, or you know that, right? Red Hat is acquired by the IBM. I strongly feel that even in these IBM Power Systems also, they will incorporate Red Hat based Linux operating system, which can be used to have this SUSE. Okay, just check it out in Google. If you don't know, Red Hat was acquired by the IBM. Okay, so these are the 2 or 3 operating systems we need to which are supported. Okay, let's say, what are the okay, perfect. You have got the hardware, I mean server from Azure or AWS or so and so people. Before you proceed with the SAP HANA installation, you need to see, right, what are the important things on the server as an operating system level. You have to check, or you have to ensure that they are existing on the server. Or Linux, it is more of like a Linux administrator, Linux guy's task, but still we need to know what all things this guy has to do, that Linux guy. Okay, please understand, guys, getting hardware is one aspect, and configuring this operating system on it, Linux, is another important thing. Okay, because it's very crucial. If you don't do this Linux setup properly, or anything, both of them are Linux flavors. Okay, I mean, whatever I refer to Linux means I am referring to all the operating system, because Windows for sure, SAP do not want to get into, or SAP do not want to support Windows. So what would be the reason? Does anyone know? So in ERP, SAP is supporting Windows, but why not in SAP S/4HANA? So tell me one thing: do you like Windows or Linux operating system? So in your landscape, Java systems are on which operating system? So yeah, Java, Windows also you can have it. So the biggest problem with Windows is, somebody rightly mentioned, security. Okay, so because it's a very serious. In ERP, they had to collaborate with all these guys, and they have opened to many, because at the time they just started it. So they have encouraged Windows also. But security is very, very important, because it's a S/4HANA or transactional based system, or invoice or money involved over here. Okay, you can't take the risk of security compliance or this part. I mean, SOX auditing, it's a very big problem. So they don't want to entertain any breaches when it comes to the security. Okay, so that's the important thing. SAP do not want to entertain Windows. And the second important thing is it's very, very complicating. Okay. It's the biggest thing, multiple partners. So what are the existing pain point for the ERP? The biggest, what is it? SAP is struggling a lot these days. Integration, right? Integration is the SAP's biggest pain point. What do I mean by the integration? Let us say you have an ERP system, okay? And PI is there. So yes, SAP systems, they communicate to each other via RFC connection or whatever is the thing. But third-party applications, there are thousands and lakhs of applications. Some applications developed in Azure, or some developed in AWS, some developed here. So they're all, it's very difficult to communicate. It's very problematic. If you see this now, Windows, all the applications, whatever you develop on the Windows, enterprise applications, I mean, not normal applications, what you develop, they have to pay to Microsoft, right? To sell it to the customer, because it's a Windows based application and you have to register with Microsoft and get it paid for that. So SAP loses money over there. So all these integration applications, if you support a Windows, okay, first of all, and the second thing is, every application that customers have to develop, they have to develop in Windows and Linux also. It's a duplication of work, 2 times work, too much of admin work for them. Okay. And in addition to that, for SAP, they have to deploy the developers in both Windows supported and this one. And they have everything, every small thing, they have to test it in 2 ways, right? Windows and this one. So it's a very, very cumbersome thing. And for what? For making money to Microsoft. Okay. So SAP is investing whole money in testing the application or all the things from their end in the SAP. And at the end of the day, that application will be registered with the Microsoft because it's a Windows based thing and they have to pay money to them. And these guys are getting nothing. So it's a business conflict, and moreover, there is nothing SAP is gaining out of it. So when these guys, when they announce this HANA, and these architects are very clear that they want to go with anything with open source. That's it. So in this case, what they did is they have restricted mercilessly. I mean, yes, Microsoft has pursued like anything to SAP to ensure that Windows is supported, because it's a big blow for them and so much of money lost for them. Okay, all of a sudden, the people who are running an ERP on Windows on so many applications who have licensed it, so Microsoft is going to lose that money straight away, because once they move to S4 HANA, there is no Windows. It's as simple as that. Complete out of, I mean, they're simply kicking out of them. So what SAP wants to do is come to the open source. Okay, I will be on SUSE and I will work on the integrations which will support to the Linux. You getting the point? And people will pay me only. Simple. So let the people or the development community, even outside AWS, Azure, whatever the people, whatever them, let them develop it. Okay. So at least they do not have to pay to the Microsoft. It's a cost reduced. And moreover, every API or every integration scenario, they do not have to spend double maintenance. Windows is one application, and here it's a huge admin cost saving, and then money saving to the customer. At the same time, they don't have to, nobody has to pay anything to the Linux or these guys. Okay. So SAP's biggest pain point is the integration with all the applications. Now they have brought it to the one operating system and one framework so that everybody can work on this. Okay. And moreover, SAP has come up with this cloud platform, right? SAP Cloud Platform. Have you heard of this term? So SAP Cloud Platform is nothing but developers and everybody can start developing their applications over there. If they develop it over there, and they will pay to the SAP, not to anybody. Simple, it's as simple as that. So that is why SAP, with both the business benefits and then the security, and considering all these factors, they have restricted themselves to the SUSE and Red Hat. Why not SLES, HP, and all these things? It doesn't make any sense for them. Simple. So all of them are same flavor, and anything is fine for them. Solaris, why they do not want it? Oracle acquired Solaris. So then what's the point of going to the Solaris? So HP UIX and ABM IX, they have not been to the market so well like SUSE. SUSE was also a very small company. So I think SAP may acquire it in future. Yeah. So because their entire platform applications, everything they're putting on SUSE. They may acquire or they just keep it as it is right now. Yeah. So that's the reason for sticking it to the one operating system. Okay. Now let's come to our technical topic. Why? What do you need to tell your this guy, Linux guy? Because you know our infrastructure guys, right? They do not know about our SAP system. They do not understand what are the parameters they have to tune, Linux parameters. Okay, there are a lot of parameters, guys. Believe me, OS parameters. Okay, so what? How do we tune those parameters? Or what all things he has to say? Like we have profile parameters, there are parameters and libraries which needs to be available on the server. So what you have to do is you have to tell that Linux admin when he is installing the operating system, he has to refer these three master nodes. Okay, just have a look into these master nodes after today or when you have time, but don't get into these nodes. But just administrator has to follow, what all parameters he has to set, and what all libraries he has to fetch before you proceed with this installation. Believe me, if you don't do this exercise properly, okay, I have worked on issues 6 months, 7 months like that. Okay, if you don't do these things properly, your performance or your OS is not optimized properly. It can lead to severe performance issues, severe, and I'm telling you. So it's very, very important your engineers or these Linux guys along with you test these nodes very carefully and you implement all of them in the hardware. Let's say you have a migration project now, it starts, right? So where you have to start, first thing, like I said, yesterday's module, data volume, sizes, and all, you get it, and then operating system, put the operating system over here and see everything, all the parameters as per this thing is set or not. Okay, it's very important. So I will give you some examples of uh, in the middle of middle sessions. I mean, at module 5 or module 6, what if you don't set this operating system, what what kind of issues you may face? Okay, what are those severe issues you may get and how you address them? Okay, that part I will discuss it over there, but for now just know that these are the three nodes what we uh, do. Okay, now the next important thing is, this is very ambiguous topic, guys. So see, believe file systems. So have you heard of NFS file system, XFS file system, and GPFS file system? Have you heard of them? FS tab. Let's see what kind of file system I have installed over here. Yeah. So can you tell me it is a what kind of file system it is? XFS. Can you see here?
Yes.
Yeah, it is an XFS file system. Okay. So we will create this. I will show you. I know that it's not your job, but it just takes 10 to 15 minutes of time. But it's very important that we understand how we create this file system also. So it's an XFS based. So this is what I am referring to, or a DF minus KH. Okay. So this is what we have, these devices, and on these devices, or let's say LSBLK. Here also it doesn't say. So yeah, these are the disks available over here. That's okay. We have one disk only, SDI disk, and in this the partitioning has done per 1 TB, 1, 2, 3 like this. So 5 GB is one, SDA 2 is 100 GB, 200 GB. We have done the partitioning. So but the file system type, what is defined over here is, or let's say LL/dev/SDD or SDA. Yeah, here also it doesn't say. So these are the disk partitionings. That's okay. So where we can see this, what kind of FS we have is, the most thing is etc FS tab. Okay, we can make it over here clearly. So it's an XFS file system, USR SAP, and then HANA 2 also XFS, HANA backup also. These are all XFS. Okay, so this is the thing, and there is one more thing, NFS, right? NFS is where do you use this NFS file system? So see, XFS or ext3, we will create ext3. We'll see. Okay. So it is, but generally SAP says it is not recommended, but Red Hat completely uses ext3 only. This is where I told you, very confusing, because this slide I took from book only. Even when we are writing exam also, these are the cases where it is very tricky to answer, because even if you somebody note this note 1999930. If you open this note, just open this and this note, open open this one 405827. Can you open this note and share me? Mehul, you have S user, right?
Yeah, 1 minute.
405827.
1 minute.
Yes, that's okay. I'll show you. Very good topic. See, we need to know what file system we are using also on our server, because we are the basis. And as I said, with the advent of this infrastructure as a service, right? Don't expect that we have a Linux guy or this thing. Nobody. So we are not having any infrastructure guys, believe me, guys. So because they expect all those things to be handled by the basis guys only. So that's why I am stressing on these topics also to you guys.
Which invite pin?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, I've shared it here.
So yes, you want to use an SAP solution on Linux and search the decision support during the selection file system to be used. Okay. So what it says is the SAP Linux proposals are under certain, however, not every file system proposed by the relevant is also recommended for SAP. This applies in particular. Okay, solution. Read it the solution. If necessary, also ensure the support may in the end line we do. Here the second line. Solution, third line I'm talking about. See, third line. Solution, third line. In the Linux environment, we do not certify any file systems and storage systems. Yeah, highlight it. Keep it like this. We do not certify any file systems and storage systems for use at the application server level. And we also make no recommendations for certain file systems and storage systems, guys. Okay. Did you understand this point? What I'm trying to stress? See, for picking up an hardware, let's keep it Mehul. Sagar. So for picking up an hardware, what did I tell? See, you have to go to the certification center. I mean, there was a note, right? We have seen yesterday, infrastructure as a service, what is the RAM, CPU, and we have noticed all these certified hardwares which we can use, including the CPUs. Yeah, they have mentioned these many CPUs. This is your RAM. Go with this server, and this is your for OLTP. What is OLAP? What is server? So hardware SAP strongly recommends, or not strongly recommends, mandated. You have to use this certified hardware only. Okay, for SAP S/4HANA conversion. But when you take and when you give this storage, right, data, I mean log or HANA shared storage, we are talking about storage. There is no certification involved. I mean, you can use XFS and even the file system also. You can use the XFS file system, or you can use ext3, or you can use the NFS file system. But NFS, I'll tell you, NFS, we cannot use NFS for certain scenarios where I will tell you. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is SAP mandated to use a HANA certified hardware, but storage aspect, they do not want to get it to. It's up to the customer's choice. Okay. Wherever they get for a less price, or wherever they get it for a lesser this thing, you can go with that when storage. Okay. Why SAP do not want to get into the storage, and why they want to do a recommendation? Can somebody tell? Why SAP is giving a choice? Yes, I mean, they're not certifying it. Even you can take Azure storage or disks from AWS, whatever it is, you take it from a lot of vendors who provides this hardware. I mean, these storage devices. SAP is not supporting that. SAP do not want to get into that particular aspect. You can use whatever you wish. I mean, from wherever you want. Okay. So the first thing is, the storage is a very sensitive topic, because this is where your all data, everything resides. Okay. So if somebody it is just like, see, just storage means don't think too much. Data volume or the disk. When I say disk, it is as simple as our hard disk. Okay, but it's just that in data center level it's big. So if SAP says that, hey, the disk what provided by the IBM or excellent, and I am certified this, and you can use for your system. So it's a very diplomatic answer in this note they have put it. So if SAP says that I have certified this storage device, means if somebody plugged that device and took the data of that company, because ERP data is very critical, then SAP will get into the legal things. Okay, so this is where it is a customer choice. Okay, whomever you trust most, whomever they provide you with our security understanding of your infrastructure provider, and you have to decide what storage I need to have. Okay, and what will be my IO, and all SAP will recommend, this much is the IO is needed, but having which storage vendor or which kind of file system you want to create, it is up to your headache. Okay, it's a customer's choice. Okay, and can you give me an example, one more example, where SAP will not recommend this thing? Another example, like a storage thing, where SAP gives suggestions, but it will not take ownership or it will not certify. Okay, the best example is, do you all guys use VPN?
Yes.
Okay, so so once you connect to the VPN only, you will connect to the SAP systems, right? Do you agree in your customer landscape? Yeah. Yeah. So how do your customer decides which VPN I have to use? You understand? So if customer, these are also very, very live things what we use, but important, guys. Let's say your customer has implemented SAP project, and as a basis consultant, they ask you, hey, very good, you have implemented my SAP landscape and all, but I want to secure it. Okay, but VPN, which VPN vendor I have to go? There are lots and lots of VPN provider, right? Just Google it. Which VPN you use?
I think it's customer provided only. It is we are using Citrix based login, so yes, it is like that.
Okay,
TCS is having its own VPN.
Yeah, so that is also another very important thing, guys. VPNs through which you connect to the SAP system, like Big IP. Another example. Sorry, it's raining in Hyderabad. Okay, you hear it's thundering. Okay,
in the middle of summer.
Yeah, that's strange. I recently moved here. It's very strange. Okay, so if VPN is also a very sensitive topic, SAP or SAP, definitely SAP will not take responsibility for VPN. So SAP will tell to the customer, you go with your trusted vendor, because VPN is also a very, very sensitive, and you can hack everything. Once you have the VPN access, it's up to the customer. So they will talk to their trusted, it's the trust basically, whichever VPN provider they trust most, they will go with that and they will implement it. Okay, that is why storage part SAP do not certify, and there is no certifications available, certified storage devices available in the market. Okay, so that is what SAP is trying to tell over here. That's why I want you to read all these notes. Before once you deploy it into these conversion projects or the migration projects to S/4HANA, right? It's very important that you go to these notes and you understand line by line. Okay, thanks, Mehul. Yeah, that's. Let me take control now. Okay, good. So now where I am. Good. So yeah, what is the difference between XFS, or anyway, these are the block device based file systems, NFS. Okay, so NFS is a network file system. Okay, and what is the excellent use case for the NFS? So XFS is good, guys. XFS and ext3 both performs well. Okay, so this is the problem. So when SAP says that I don't care about your OS type and all, then why they're recommending XFS, NFS, and GPFS? That's the tricky part. So if you have a question in certification, what are the recommended files supported file system by SAP HANA? You please, all of them are supported. All of them works well, but practically works. But you always give answer XFS, NFS, and GPFS. Okay, or else you lose marks. Okay, so XFF and ext3, these file systems are of type disk based. I mean, on the OS, on the disk, you do the partitioning and you put it over it. NFS is a network file system, which means like our perfect example is like OneDrive. Okay, you use OneDrive or what is the Google Drive. So such kind of drive it is. Okay, NFS is. So tell me, wow, it looks amazing, right? NFS, the idea is outstanding. So if you put, let me go to the server. So let's say df minus kh. Okay, or let's do this. Yeah. So you see here /dev sda. This is the disk based, right? This file system. So you can have an NFS, right? Like Google Drive. You just mount 1 TB of an NFS over here. Okay, and then the advantage of NFS is simple. You just mount it and you can use it. And what is the biggest advantage of it? When you migrate it to the another system, right? It is just that, new hardware. For example, you want to scale out. Okay, so you want to increase the RAM and CPU. It's very simple. You build a new hardware. Good. No CPUs, and you purchase a new hardware and just detach this NFS and mount it over there. It's as simple as that. Do you agree or not? So NFS mounting is very, very easy because it's a network file system like any Google Drive. So you can access from any server. Like we access Google Drive from this laptop, that laptop and all, just related to that. So NFS has a very good advantage of mounting easy. Scale up or changing an infrastructure becomes very easy because you just have to mount. But can you use for HANA data and HANA log? Can you use that?
I don't think we can use it.
What's the reason?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary tool used for monitoring the performance of SAP HANA? Option A, SAP Early Watch Alert. Option B, SAP HANA Studio. Option C, SAP Solution Manager. Option D, SAP HANA Cockpit. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So NFS is shared over the network. Okay. So the IO, input and output. So because all our systems are transactional based systems or OLAP or whatever it is, the IO is very low in NFS. Okay. Again, so that's the key difference between NFS and this block device based file systems. Okay. So for HANA, you need to have a very good IO for any SAP ERP system. If you don't have this IO, better IO, then the performance will be very bad. Okay. So especially the databases, I don't think anyone has used NFS. So always use the disks or the storage, disk-based storage for the HANA and others. It's mainly due to the IO and the speed at which the data is accessible. Okay, and throughput and IO both. So, and the second important thing is NFS. Where do we use is, for example, the cases like USR SAP, right? USR SAP, SAP MNT, or HANA shared also, we can use NFS. Agree? Because because we just have the files and then the logs in the sense I'm talking about the trace files and etc. So where you don't need that much of IO or the throughput as to the database. Clear? So these are the two use cases where where do we use NFS and where do we use block disk based these things. Okay. So yes. So the key takeaway here is to decide a file system. These are the two recommended. This one, and if you go to the 1999930 note, so there you will find so much of information related to the file systems. So, but which I think all IO analysis, input and output analysis and stuff, but most of that is too deep and which we may not need to get into it. It is mainly for the Linux administrator. Okay. So now we're going to talk slowly. How does this file system looks for the single host system and how does the file system looks for the multi-host system? Okay. So, and then also we're going to talk about the high availability. So guys, high availability, as and when the situation comes, or as and when there is a slide comes, I will explain you how the high availability takes place and how the high availability works. Okay. But the most important thing is, I mean, we don't have to have a separate slide, because I do see some slides where this multi-host scenarios, these concepts are already covered. Okay. But I will stress it out over there. Good. So now, since we are into the file system, so there are three colors over here: yellow, blue, and then this gray. So as I said, the two during sizing also we decided. So you need to have a data path, HANA data, and then SID. I mean, each HANA database also has an SID. So, and then you have this log directory where our read logs getting created, and then you have a HANA shared SID. So HANA shared SID contains similar to our SAP MNT or USAP SAP. I told you global profile and then kernel. Okay, the database also needs a kernel, so it has the kernel. Okay, and then it has the work directory, trace files, etc. Everything will be available in the HANA shared directory. So these are the three important directories which we need to have on the server. So did I miss anything here? Can somebody tell what is it we are missing? So HANA backup, but that is also an important thing. We need to have HANA backup also. But in this slide, we have covered only the main single host requirement. This thing, yes, we need to have the backup directory also. Okay. So now, this is the single host thing, and this is how your entire file system looks for this single host system. Okay. So here you see in log MNT001 or MNT001, you see these files. Okay. Let me show you these files. How do they look? Then when I explain in the multi-host, you can relate better. Okay. Since we are in this SHIDI HANA HDB one, let's see the ls minus LTR. See, let's do this. Let's see what all HANA shared contains. Yeah. So it contains the data. SID is HDB for this. So let's go to the HDB. Now go here. So you have HDB02, which is nothing but instance. So the HANA, the way the instance directory, you can call it as a, so instead of this HANA shared, you treat it as a /US or SAP or SAP MNT. Okay. So HDB is the SID. So how does your instance directory looks? So you have an instance number 02 in this case, and SID plus instance number like this, it looks. Okay. And then you have a global directory, and then you have an EXE, and then you also have a profile directory. So it looks very similar to the our SAP instances thing. Okay. This is the installation directory of the HANA. Okay. So now let's go to the /HANA/data. Okay. So SID is HDB in our case. So let's go here. See MNT001. So we have only one node. It's a single host installation. We have only one thing. So let's see db_hdb. So let's see, it's nothing. So MNT001 is enough. This is the one which we are using. Okay. So now let me go to the cd/HANA log directory. Okay, cd/hdb. So okay. So why I am showing this MNT001 in the next slide, you will understand. Okay, it's very important to understand. MNT001 is just a thing. This is where it keeps writing the data. That's the only difference. Yeah. So here also you have an MNT001. Okay. So now let's close this thing. What I am trying to explain here is, here in a single host installation, your data HANA data SID is HDB in our case, and then you have an MNT001. This is where your data is being written at a disk level. Okay. And same again, you have a log, and this is written to the MNT001. Okay, this one. And then you have HANA shared. It is similar to our US recipe. You have an SID and you have global profile and kernel. Okay. So now let's go to the multi-host. Okay, so do not get confused or anything. So in the multi-host, as I said, scale out scenarios, you have 1 TB server, multiple servers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but for all of them, do you agree that this HANA data, so don't confuse with these arrows and all. HANA data, HANA log, HANA shared. Does this, all three of them have to be shared or not? Do you all agree? We have to share all three of them shared among all the nodes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So here you see host 01, host 02, and then host XX, whatever you share. But the important thing is all of them has to be shared. Okay. So this part, this installation path is very straightforward. I mean, the only difference you will find is the logs will be written based on that host into that particular this thing. I mean, it creates a folder for that host and it writes over there. So, but log directory also, this is what I am trying to explain you, why I am stressing on this MNT001. So for a host 01, it writes into the MNT001. See this? And for a host 02, it will write to the MNT002. For a host N, it will write to the MNTXX. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, let's say you have log directory. Let's take this example. If you have 10 hosts or the 10 nodes, right? Or so 3 nodes. So how many MNTs you have? 001, 002, and 003, 3 hosts. Okay. So each of these hosts is writing to this particular disk. I mean, I don't know what we exactly name it, that particular this thing. Okay. That particular folder or writing thing, it is going to write. Agree? So, I mean, the HANA log or HANA data, that entire folder is shared. You understand? I'm going to come to a very important point, right? So that's why I'm stressing on this aspect. So HANA log, HANA data has been shared. That's very good. Excellent. And then in that, your host 1 is writing to the MNT001 and your host 2 is writing to the MNT002 and your host 3 is writing to the 003, right? In both in data and this, but this entire directory or this mount, this whole thing is available for all three of them. Okay. So why does it has to write at a different this thing? I mean, different file of data instead of using the only thing. Why? I mean, what is the why they're asking? So why the reason for segregating these mounts for each host is, okay, just now have these seeds, I mean, have this thing in your mind. When the topic comes, I will get into too deep. So there is a node called standby node. Okay. There is a node called standby node. Just have this word. I'm introducing a new word called standby. So what does this standby node? I mean, so for example, you have a host 01, host 02, host 3. Okay. Host 3. You have, before I come to that, can somebody explain me how does high availability works in application level? Can I ask one question? So as a basis consultant, all of you are a basis consultants. If your customer asks you, I need a high availability to my SAP system, what all components you consider to be configured for a high availability? Very important question in interviews or everywhere. I mean, if you give an interview in anywhere, this is then very important. If your customer has asked you to configure an high availability for the existing ERP system, or forget about, see, these concepts doesn't matter whether it is ERP or S4HANA or whatever it is. I will come to this HANA high availability, guys. First, you need to have a strong understanding of this high availability. And NQ, yes, perfect. Your answer is correct, but I will come to another. What else do you do for the database? Database also you do the high availability, right? DB.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So guys, when somebody asks you, I'll again cross question. So then see, NQ is a process or what is this? So why ASCS? Why is okay? Now my next question. Why only ASCS needs a cluster? Okay, why not application server? Right? You have a central instance. You have, I mean, they are not calling 740 onwards. So forgive me. You are not supposed to call it as a central instance. You have to call it as a primary application server or secondary application or server like that, or additional application server. AAS, additional application server is the correct word. So you have multiple application servers. Why not you are having a cluster for the application servers? Why only is ASCS? And okay, ASCS, let's take it is it is a what we call it's a instance. Fine, you are giving an high availability. So why NQ? What is NQ? NQ, is it a work process or something else? It's a work process, right? All of you agree? NQ.
Yes, yes.
Then why NQ is getting special treatment? Why not for dialog? Why not for batch? Why not for spool? Why not for update? Why NQ is getting a special treatment over there? You getting my point where I'm coming from? So why ASCS? Why NQ? And why database? Gone case. It's a locking mechanism. So lock, only one lock will be there. You can't have multiple locks. I mean, because single source of truth, right? The database, how do you ensure the single source of truth on the database? By locking it and nobody else updates until that update is finished. Okay. So NQ is only one process and it's a single point of failure. If it goes down, then your system goes for a toss. You don't understand the status of your system. So it's a single point of failure. Hence, you need a cluster or failover mechanism. Okay. And then ASCS. Why do you need ASCS cluster? What is the single point of failure in ASCS? Can somebody tell? What is the component in ASCS which is a single point of failure like NQ? If it goes down, then gone case.
NQ and message server, two processes
Exactly.
are running.
Exactly. So how many message servers in a system? Only one, right?
One.
Exactly. So if a message server goes, gone case. So and then dialog and all, why don't you need it? Because there are multiple dialog processes, and spool you can have 2 or 3, right? Minimum 2 you have to have. Updates also minimum 2 you have to have. More also you can have. They're not single point of failures. So that is the reason ASCS, why the cluster is needed for the ASCS, because you have a single point of failure over there, which is message server, which is only one for system. Okay. And then why not for the application servers? Because even if your one application server goes down, your other application server can take over, right? You understand what I'm trying to say? So out of 3 application servers, even if it one goes, that's okay. The system can run with the other 2 application servers. So it is not a single point of failure. Agree, all of you?
Yes.
Yeah. And then DB, database. Yes, it's a single point of failure. So if your database goes for a toss, then that's it. There's nothing else. Okay. So this is how, okay. Then once you identify the single point of failures like this, ASCS, NQ, then you pick up any cluster or any architecture or anything, whatever. It is based on the customer and then your money and whatever you implement. But as a basis consultant, what you have to tell by assessing the architecture is what are my single point of failures, and you tell them that hey, these needs and high availability, you provide me a solution from infrastructure perspective. Okay, whether it could be a Veritas cluster or it could be a MSCS cluster, but anyway, forget about MSCS. We will not have in SAP S4 HANA. Whether it could be a what is the latest cluster which is very famous for SAP S4 HANA? Can anyone have idea?
Well, actually,
No. No.
Pacemaker. Have you heard pacemaker?
Yes.
Yes. Hard.
So yes. So as for HANA for application, pacemaker is the famous one. But you do have other ways of achieving this availability also. But irrespective, as a basis consultant, your whole duty is to tell that I need this and provide me the infrastructure relevant for this. Okay, clear?
Yes,
Now,
pacemaker configuration is infrastructure duty or basic duty?
That's a good question.
Actually, Param, we stuck in our last project, right? On pacemaker.
Yes. Then
So
project went.
infrastructure team asked me what is pacemaker.
That's a very interesting people. Then, so this is the problem with any infrastructure team. So they do not understand this, hardware side. I mean SAP side. So it's very difficult to explain them these things. That's why I always tell, see, if you want to become a very good basis guy, so you have to get into the this core basics. What I am telling you, okay. because I was stressing on this OS and this data log, these things, right? And again, the high availability also. So these concepts, there should not be any doubt in your mind. Okay. So if you explain the way I said in a the single point of failure and this thing for a clustering concept, no one is going to ask you any further details. No one is going to ask you that what have you executed and how did you do that. No, that's it. So that fellow, that interviewer understands that, oh, this guy has a clear understanding of this topic. That's it. Forget about the architecture or forget about whatever you use it. That's fine. So pacemaker installation topic is a mutual. I mean, it is both basis and the infrastructure. So anything related to the this hardware or anything, guys, there is no segregation between these days. Especially, I'm telling you, because of this infrastructure as a service, it is mainly it is coming to the basis only. So it is very important that you try to become comfortable with those setups also. Okay, it's not that difficult. So but try to become comfortable with them. It's good for you, so that you don't have to rely on the infrastructure. But I think it's good to learn simple. So it is both pacemaker and basis. That is because you have to give the recommendation, right? So these are my single point of failure. These are the clusters needed, and this is how you have to set it up. And you have to share them the SAP MNT and these folders and stuff. You have to give them this. Okay. So yeah, it's both basically. But I would strongly recommend focus on this infrastructure aspect also. Don't ignore, because as and when your experience grows, right? So you slowly have to. I mean, you cannot say that my database team is looking into it, my network team is looking into it. No. So you have to prove that there is a problem with network, but at the end of the day, that network guy goes and fix it. That's a different story. I mean, but you have to do the investigation and stuff. Now let's come to this high availability topic. Okay. So now we discussed about the high availability in terms of the application. Now in HANA, so this is where we stuck now. MNT 001, why host 01 writes to the 1, host 02 writes to 2, host X writes to X. Now my question, here you have 3 nodes, right? Here we are in application, you have an ASCS which needs a failover. So you built one extra server, right? If there is something happens on that server, it goes to the other server. So tell me in this case, host 1, host 2, and 3 nodes I have. Let's take example of 3 nodes. So how many servers I need to build again? You getting my point? What I'm trying to say? So in application, ASCS, yes, you built one parallel server, and if it fails, it failovers to the other node. Simple. It's as simple as that. But in this case, tell me, I have 3 nodes, or I can have 10 nodes based on my size of the database. So how many hosts I need for the failover? That is where I have introduced a word called standby, right? Just keep it in your minds. Standby. What is? See, like in application, yeah, if you have so much of money and so much of this thing, but I don't, nobody will do, no fool will do that. So if you have a 3 nodes and you cannot have 3 other nodes, like host 01, you have one more node to failover. Host 2, one more node. Host X, one more node. So you can have 3 nodes. That's good. I mean, you are even more secure. But the thing is, if we are talking about a database of size 10 TB, each node is of 1 TB, 1 TB, 1 TB, 1 TB, right? Having a parallel nodes for those 10 nodes is like another 10 TB, right? We are talking that 1 TB is not just this disk space. Okay. So it is of RAM we are talking. It's very, very expensive. So it's not possible, and no guy will do that. Okay. What they have to do? It's very simple. In HANA, there is a concept called out of 3 nodes, right? You build one more node, put one more TB node here. Okay. Or let's take these 3 nodes, host 1, host 2, or host 3. Okay. So one node, you define it as a standby node. Okay, that's the configuration. When you are setting it up, standby node. So what happens is to ensure the high availability, or sorry guys. So you can have 2 or 3 standby nodes also. For example, if you have 10 nodes, so it is recommended to have 2 nodes as a standby nodes. It makes sense. You have 10 nodes, and then if 2 nodes goes for a toss, you have one more node to take over. So when this, let's say, in our case, host 02 has a network problem, right? And this server has crashed, right? Let's host 02 has crashed it. So what does this standby node will do is, okay, what does this standby node will do is, because it will simply when there is because it has to do a failover. So here you can't call it as a failover. Okay. So this standby node will read the data from the MNT02. Simple. You get it? So MNT02, and then it becomes an active node. It's as simple as that. You don't even know. So if this has get crashed, it simply come and it picks this 02 and then starts acting as this node, because data, everything is available over here. Same state, tuck, exact state, wherever it crashes, tuck, it takes the data from this one and then it starts acting as a standby node. Same is the case with log also. So it picks both log and data and then it start acting as an active node. You getting my point? So that is why each host has a segregated file 001, 002, and 003, 004, so that your standby node will understand, what all, which node I have to pick, or how do I mean, in a case when a server get crashes. You can ask me a question. How does this standby node knows that there is a failover and all? I will talk about it, and which process will take care of it. Once we HANA installation is done, I will show you that which process takes care of that responsibility. Okay. But for now, is this clear, guys? Multi-host system, how high availability achieved at the database layer using the standby node. Guys, it's very important. Did you understand this high availability in application side? Same concept applicable for the S/4HANA also, in ERP also, wherever it is, and then database layer also. This is how it works.
Attention all aspiring SAP professionals. Are you ready to unlock the power of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration? Look only as far as our comprehensive course. In this course, you'll embark on a journey to master the intricate world of SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration. Whether you're a beginner or an experienced professional, our curriculum is designed to elevate your skills to new heights. Dive into the course curriculum and discover a wealth of knowledge curated by industry experts. From installation and configuration to monitoring and troubleshooting, you'll gain a deep understanding of SAP S/4HANA's core functionalities. Meet your instructors and seasoned professionals with years of real-world experience in SAP S/4HANA implementations. Their expertise and practical insights will guide you through each step, ensuring you acquire the skills necessary to thrive in this dynamic field. But don't just take our word for it. Hear from our satisfied students who have transformed their careers with our course. Their glowing testimonials are a testament to the value and quality of our training. And the best part? Our course pricing is designed to be accessible, making this invaluable knowledge within reach for professionals seeking to advance their careers. Visit ZaranTech's website below for full details on the training and take the first step towards becoming an SAP S/4HANA Basis Administration expert today.